Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Hi, welcome to the crossover.
Hello, Matt.
Where you are the only crossover member here.
This is odd. You know, so Michael shot me a text a few minutes ago. He said, hey, I just left. I will be there in 22 minutes. And that was honestly, dude, that was like 22 minutes ago. So Michael should be walking in the door any second now.
He also texted me 22 minutes ago.
Did he say he's on his way?
He goes, I do not have a place for the under center stuff. I know there's another analytics site that does that, but I don't remember what that is right now.
I heard that discussion on the crossover earlier too. Did you do that as an actual topic today? I missed it.
What did we talk about on the crossover?
Well, a variety of things, but one of the things you talked about, because Happer was looking at your notes and there was something on there about that was lining up over the center.
Schaefer was looking. PFF.
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you talk.
But I'll say this again.
Okay.
Because maybe someone out there can help me.
Okay.
How they do not have a stat of how many times you're in a legitimate four-man front is baffling to me. Yeah. I'm not talking like a four-man front where it's like the guy's lined up over the center, then the Joker goes out wide. Like that's 3-3-5. I'm talking about like true. You got two ends, two D tackles. You know, one might be in a one might be in a three. Like that stuff, right? Like the fact that they don't have that. Like, why am I paying you? Why am I paying?
You should email them. Why am I paying you?
Why am I paying you if you're not going to tell me how many times do you have a four down front?
Yeah.
And same thing with. So Verghese had a great tweet.
Shout out Tim,
because he was talking about, hey, are they going to run under center play action passes? I guess he had a conversation with that. I don't know on what forum, but it was with Adam Carricker. And so like he had that tweet and I was like, oh, this is interesting. Play action passes. Let's go back and see how often Nebraska ran PA passes, but with Raiola, but let's see how Calandria ran play action passes at UNLV. He was a killer at UNLV with play action passes. But I was trying to figure out how often did Nebraska really go under center last year? Like
that's a good question.
But I don't want just a, hey, I remember this player. Hey, I remember that player. I want the actual number. I want the actual data.
Oh, hey, look who.
And yet I can't find it. And look, the people who we're supposed to cross over with will actually cross over. Jake Janicek, team clap for Jake today, by the way.
Jake, yeah, I go.
Jake, holding the fort together for Jake.
I go, are you starting the crossover? And he goes, I don't know. Am I starting the crossover? I go, well, Nick's not in here, so I was just wondering. He ran over to Nick's office. Yeah. Nick wasn't in there either.
All good.
Was he pooping? He was pooping.
Oh, poop boy! Taking a dump.
Nice.
Were you in the big stall or little stall?
Oh, don't be in the.
You go downstairs to poop?
Also, he didn't even know that we were on the radio right now. I mean, he probably assumed that. Did you open up our YouTube? Huh? Did you open up the YouTube while we were on?
When I went back to my office, I saw
Yeah,
you can poop downstairs.
Oh yeah.
Oh, is that a mutt? You've done it? Am I the only one that hasn't?
Yeah.
I'm the only one who hasn't pooped downstairs.
And I got to go number 2, and someone's already in there. I go downstairs.
You don't use the small little stall.
Bathroom. I mean, I do, but I'd rather just go downstairs. Yeah.
Wow, I've never pooped down.
Thank you, Jake.
I've never pooped with the yoga people before.
Appreciate you. What's up, Michael?
What's up, brother?
How are you? Hello. Remember that drop? I wonder if we still have that anywhere. Remember, it was like, hello.
Hello.
I think we probably have it somewhere. There it is.
Hello.
Who was this, Michael?
Hello.
Do you remember who this was?
Hello.
I do know who that
is a caller, I think, right? From the olden days.
What's her name? The
Hello.
Italian lady.
Italian
Stiletto is what she is on Twitter.
Oh, okay.
Italian Stiletto. She makes really good lasagna.
Hello.
Oh, speaking about really good lasagna, I had.
You don't always have to take it inside.
Whoa, Kevin,
Hall of Famer.
Did you have the lasagna soup?
I had Riss Peterson's lasagna yesterday.
Okay, that is not a euphemism.
It was. I had her lasagna.
It is not a euphemism.
Now, hi, Alan. Great to see you. We got Boss Man Alan in town.
I was like, I don't know who that guy is.
He owns the radio station.
Oh, good job by you.
Hi.
Way to go. This is
Alan Usher. Alan Usher. Alan Usher of Usher Media.
Nice to meet you. I gave you the haircut.
Yeah. My name.
Green? No. Oh, okay.
His.
the guy that doesn't have much hair.
There you go.
Hello.
I don't know if you saw it. His name's on the masthead. It's over. It's over there.
His name, what do you say his name
Doesn't need to know every
Alan.
Alan.
I don't see Alan on there.
Yeah. Well, Usher Media
Same
Group.
thing.
So anyway, get back to the lasagna. You're a fan?
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes.
But
first off, I
can't wait to find out the critique.
Before I get into,
I'm going to text her and say, hey, you should listen. Matt's about to crap on your food.
Before I get into my butt, okay? The initial I knew you'd like that. I knew you'd like that. Before I get into my butt here, all right.
Okay.
Let me tell you
All right.
the initial part.
Okay.
Delicious. Like seasoned perfectly.
Yeah.
Tomatoes were like diluted down. They weren't too acidy. Typically, I worry about tomato.
Or acid.
Acidic.
They're acidic. Like they kind of sometimes they upset my tummy a little bit because I got acid reflux. This was perfect. They were cooked.
Had a lot of problems for a 25.
The ricotta, the ricotta, ricotta
Yeah.
was incredible. It was a perfect contrast.
Hello.
Here is my just one little thing.
Wow.
Oh wow, here we go.
It was presented to me as
Yeah, seriously.
and lasagna soup.
Mhm.
Yeah,
okay.
yes. I call it deconstructed lasagna. That's what I call
Lasagna
it.
soup. Well, there wasn't any lasagna pasta. There wasn't any of the sheets of
Oh, they don't
pasta.
break it up and put it in.
It was bow tie.
Oh.
It was bow tie pasta.
Okay, got it.
And the soup part, it was definitely a little bit more liquidy than your typical like pasta.
Yeah.
It's called soup.
But it wasn't like a soup, It was just
soup.
No,
It was
you
just-
got the leftovers.
Yes,
you
you did
didn't
get the
have
leftovers.
it. You weren't
Okay,
over
that's-
on
didn't come out of
Monday.
the-
I would have loved. Why wasn't I invited? I love soup. I would have
Unreal.
loved to have
Because
had
we don't
lasagna
invite
soup.
people to our house for food.
He
That's
actually
why.
does. You
No,
don't.
he doesn't. He doesn't. People, not you.
people.
People.
You've invited me to your house. Food.
I you much,
And I had some of your pork.
and you did come by. I
Some of
call
your-
it deconstructed, and I break up the lasagna
Yeah.
noodles into pieces and drop it in there.
I know.
And let it
That
cook.
way.
But
That's
it
what.
doesn't matter. It's still pasta.
No, I'm saying that the pasta itself was phenomenal.
But that
and
was
I
a
am,
part of the butt.
and
You
I am
could have done
so
the-
thankful.
There was a but.
And
You
I'm
could have done
so
the bow tie
thankful
pasta.
that you fed me. But I can't
there a
help
but?
myself. I can't help
Why
myself.
is there a but?
Incredible.
I can't help myself. It's the bit.
That's
I
pretty
was very
wild.
thankful though for the
There a
meal.
butt bit.
I did not finish it, by the way, though. I still have a little bit to eat
Because
when I
he
get home
hated
today.
it so much. Because he said this isn't lasagna, that he kicked it across the
No,
room.
room.
I
I didn't even give you that much.
I had half of it because I wanted
Tiny
to
baby stomach.
no,
Tiny
because I was
It's
gonna
Chicago stomach,
I
Josh.
was eating at the Hall of Fame. I was gonna have a Hall
That's
of Fame
true.
meal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
have
How
a
much
Hall of Fame
alcohol
meal.
did you have last night?
Just a couple small
They do chicken.
sodas.
Yeah.
They do
No,
chicken.
no,
What do
they had
do?
steak. I nearly guessed it. Here's what I
What
said.
kind of
I go,
steak, though? I
I
have
go-
to have mine rare.
here was my guess. I go, here's my guess. I go, you know what? For the banquet, it's chicken piccata. It's chicken whatever. But I go, this
Chicken
is
something.
the Hall of Fame,
Yeah.
right? They're gonna serve steak. So I thought they would go with a skirt steak with a little chimichurri.
Yeah.
They didn't go that far.
Sirloin
It was a sirloin or a
or
fillet.
tips. Usually they do.
It was a-
medallions or they do tips.
It was like a fillet. It was a very easy,
Okay.
soft, easy to cut through.
So you thought it was a true fillet? That's expensive.
I don't think it was a true fillet. I think it was
That's-
closer.
I think it's probably a sirloin
I think-
medallion.
I think it was a
bet you.
sirloin medallion. Is I think what
I
it
have
was.
never. Let me say, I have never in my life had to reserve food for a gala. Just joking. I've done a lot. So,
I
yeah, so
know.
I'm
I
saying,
know. I was like, that's a
one of the
lie.
things on the list.
Sirloin medallion
Sirloin
for sure. It
medallion,
had
yeah.
like a tangy barbecue sauce.
Oh, barbecue.
but it was
huh?
like red
Interesting.
wine. It was like red wine,
Okay,
but
yeah,
tangy.
okay.
It was a tangier red wine.
Cool.
The mashed potatoes, good.
It's hard to mess up mashed potatoes.
Dude, the mashed potatoes
Yeah,
were
seriously.
phenomenal.
Mess
You
up
can do
mashed
the
potatoes.
instant mashed potatoes and they're
The
still good.
cook on the sirloin medallion was a little bit closer to the well done
Well, it's
side.
not his fault.
But
How
it
many
was-
people there?
It's not Giancarlo's
Oh,
fault.
many people there?
it's got to be at least 200.
So
It was a lot.
that's
No,
a
I'm
small
not.
number two.
I'm not being.
So you
I'm
gotta
not.
cook it
You're super
for
critical.
the medium people, which sucks.
I
So you can't cook it at medium rare, and then when it gets out there, it's at medium. Instead, you got to cook it for the medium people, then it's almost medium.
there
well.
wasn't a sear on it, so if I had to guess, I think they sous vide it. I'm gonna guess that they sous vide it because they tried. It would be easy. You
But
put
wouldn't
all
that
of it.
be, if you
it's a
do that, wouldn't it
hotel,
be way easier to get the
It's a
temperature?
hotel.
It's a hotel.
It's a hotel. So I would guess they probably flat topped it. They didn't do it on a grill.
But there wasn't
Flat
any.
top is the
But there was
crisp.
no brown.
Yeah, well, you
marks.
got to put seasoning to make it flat top, and usually
There was no.
they
But there
avoid
was no.
seasoning
But there
it.
was zero grill marks.
yeah.
Michael, you mentioned
Yeah,
when
that's
you
a no
get
grill. So I said flat top.
But I'm not. I'm saying it was still kind of gray on top.
Oh,
Is what I'm saying. That's
Michael,
why I think it's sous vide.
you
because
mentioned-
can
I
manage the
doubt
temp-
they sous vide it. You know, how
Well, you
much
can
work that
manage
would
the
take?
temperature.
For
You just
that
put it
many
all in the
people,
bags
for
and you
how
put
big-
them
how
out.
big is
Sous
this?
vide.
I'm guessing. All right, I'm
That
just
would-
guessing.
That would take a long time.
Michael, you mentioned you
You
get
just
your
wanted to
steaks
say
rare.
sous
So
vide.
Yeah.
I've been trying to talk myself into ordering a rare steak for the last 2 years. I still haven't done it. Riz and
Okay.
I are going out for our wedding anniversary on Sunday to a steakhouse.
We're going
and
on
I am-
Monday.
Are you really?
Yeah, we're
And-
22 years.
Oh,
We're
I
at
thought-
3.
So were you going out for Josh and Rissa's anniversary
That
too?
would be
celebrating it.
awesome.
Funny enough, it's my
And so
parents.
should I do it? Should I take the plunge?
Josh,
going?
yes.
That's matters.
Go
where
to the
you're going.
Drover.
I first would say good luck. Secondly, sure.
No, okay, that does not.
They used to be so good. They used to be so good.
Josh,
It breaks my heart.
I've also been rare curious about steak, and one day I just did it. It was good.
And now it's good.
Just
my
do it.
wife says when she orders it, she goes, "Can you give it to me as rare as possible?"
What is as
I
rare
want
as
it still
possible?
moving.
It's like,
Well, you
it's like
slap
blue.
it,
Yeah.
You slap it.
and if it doesn't move, then you're
Yeah.
good to go.
Yeah.
I guess. No, that's how I make it at home too. If you really want to know the way it works, so the hand thing. Have you done the hand thing before?
Yes, I
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
did that the other
So
day.
Yeah.
open your hand.
Yeah.
Basically, open your hand. Yeah, that's where
Is
you're
that
at.
So-
right
right?
there,
Is that
yeah.
what it is?
Opposed to being really tight.
I don't know if you saw it, Michael, but I posted a picture of my grill view. I had steaks when they were on my anniversary.
Oh,
I
I
did
saw
not.
that, Nick.
And we didn't have a meat thermometer. We realized that after I'd already put the steaks on, so I had to learn the touch test
The touch
really
test,
quick.
yeah. The touch test works too. It does. I don't have a great thermometer. I broke my last thermometer like an idiot. I broke it, so I got to get a new one. Those things are like $85, the nice ones.
Yeah.
And so I'm going with the backup thermometer currently, which is not as great.
Aaron says, I have a potential controversial opinion. Steak in a big gathering is almost always bad because
has
they
to
do
be.
it for everybody and it just sucks. I couldn't
Yeah,
agree
that's what
more.
It's the only place I've ever had it really good was, who did a great job was over at the Embassy Suites for, what was the event? I think the event was the Sarpy County Chamber.
Hello.
They did it, and they gave you the option, right? You could chicken,
Yeah.
and I believe it was a marsala, and you could get the steak medallions. And I was shocked.
It was actually good.
It was a good
Wow.
medium well. I mean, excuse me, medium rare.
Oh,
It was
wow.
a good medium rare.
Wow.
I was shocked by it because my wife, she got the chicken because she's always concerned about it being too done.
Mm-hmm.
And
Two done is awesome.
only thing I've ever seen her send back
Steak?
is a 2 done steak.
No, like being worried about it being too
Oh,
done. I
yeah.
like rare. We make
Yeah.
rare steaks at
Yeah.
home.
She was
And
really
and when
worried
he
about it.
says about slapping stuff, avocado oil, get it ripping hot,
Let's go.
get it ripping hot, get the smoke point. Like you see the smoke start coming off.
Yes,
you're
that's how you
done.
make a steak.
It's no,
You're-
but that's how you make a rare
Somebody
steak. Nick.
also needs to send me the link.
I just sent it to you.
You're
Thanks
a
a lot,
gala
Michael.
guy. What is the
in your
best?
Did you say
DM.
I was a salad guy?
Gala.
'Cause I am a salad guy too. Go ahead.
You were
Congrats.
before it started giving you the poop.
I had a
Yeah.
wedge salad at
I
M's
still- you know
Pub.
what?
It
I
was
don't-
great.
You don't care? You'll poop
No,
away?
hell no. You know what? I have the constitution of a billy goat. Go.
What's the best gala type of food? Like the kind of food that's just overall most people are
The highest
cool
floor.
with it.
I think the chicken marsala does really well.
Yeah.
Because you know why? So when you're making a correct chicken marsala, you're going to put it in a little bit of cornstarch or a light flour.
Mhm.
And then any
Dip
kind
it
of
in the
breading.
batter. You dip it in the flour.
Exactly. Any kind of breading is going to keep it juicier.
Mhm.
If you're just doing, and most people do breasts, which is always going to be drier. So if you can get me a nice chicken marsala made with thighs,
Oh,
that
hell yeah.
is definitely the best. And then green bean.
breasts!
Green bean is usually pretty easy to do correctly. About half our green beans this past April came out good. The other half, some people said wasn't great. And then mashed potatoes are really easy.
Mhm.
Or vegetable medley.
Mm.
But sometimes they put I have a nemesis, and it's not just Jack. My other one is asparagus. That's my nemesis.
Ah.
Literally will make me throw up if I eat it.
Oh, that's
That's
too bad. I
crazy.
love
It's-
asparagus.
I love
I
asparagus.
thought you
in the
had
world to
the
me.
fortitude of a goat. I bet a
Yeah,
goat
not-
could eat
not-
asparagus.
not- something about, well, see, I worked in the produce department for all those years, and asparagus has grown, it's like many things in poop, right? And so I used to have to band asparagus into 1 pound with 2 bands, and that smell would be on your hand, and you could not get it off.
Yeah.
Lemon juice, I don't
Oh.
care. That poop smell. So every time I see asparagus, think about asparagus, that's the feeling I get, the poop smell that I had on my hands for so many years.
I got a text, Matt, from my wife.
My wife.
Oh no.
SMH, I share food out of the goodness of my heart, and he goes and critiques it on the radio.
That's what he does.
Yeah,
That's who he is.
Pretty wild, man.
I said this the other
I
day.
don't know if
on
you're going to be able to
Monday.
come over during football season anymore.
Oh come on.
I said on Monday, I said I knew that Matt was going to be, or Matthew at the time was going to be a really good radio host.
I heard
because
this.
He doesn't allow you to have any kind of point that he cannot come back and contradict,
1,000,000%.
which is exactly what you need to be in this job for the most part.
Yeah.
Although there are times where I'm telling you
in
something with 30 years of
friendship, in real
experience.
life, sometimes it's okay to not say everything. You know, you don't have to say
But then I
everything.
wouldn't be me.
But you can
Yeah, you
sometimes.
can still be you and be a nicer person.
I am a
I
very
think about that a
nice
lot.
person.
I have some friends
I
who
am-
sometimes
I am
I'm
a
like,
nice
you know,
guy.
you don't, you could just keep that opinion
To
inside
yourself.
of you. Not everybody needs to know everything.
You know what
that
you yell,
think.
right?
What?
Inside voice.
Oh, yeah. Inside thoughts.
Thoughts
Matt.
too, yes,
Inside
all of
But I
those.
feel like I would be, doing everybody a disservice.
You're not,
if I
trust
just
me.
kept this
You're
inside.
not doing a disservice. You are actually helping everyone.
Yeah, I think Josh's wife would actually feel better if you would have not.
I said it was
anything.
great. It just wasn't
But-
soupy.
But
It just wasn't soupy.
Mm.
I wanted a little soup. I love Riss. She's great. She's awesome. She makes great food.
You just hate her soup?
Where's the
I love her pasta that she gave me with ricotta.
Dude,
Do we not have a dog?
That ricotta was sick.
I couldn't
Do I
believe
not have one?
there's a guy. Oh,
Where's
there's.
the camera thing?
What do you need? Oh, the camera.
The
Oh,
camera
Matt.
thing.
Matt has it.
Oh, Matt. Okay, no
has it,
problem.
Yeah.
Here you go. Sorry.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah.
Put it in the hole.
Here, put it in the hole, Nick.
Put it in the hole, Nick.
Attaboy, Nick.
Good work, kid.
I didn't even need any help.
Married you've been married a year, right?
Not even
3 months?
4 months.
3 months.
4 months.
It's my parents' 31st wedding anniversary today.
31st.
Yeah, they were
Nice.
born. They
Something
were
about August weddings. They're easy. Usually, you get halfway decent weather.
married in 1995 at some cathedral in Chicago. I think it's St. Peter's Cathedral in Chicago. So congratulations,
Chicago.
How many years?
31,
And when was theirs?
1994.
No,
Oh,
when's-
today.
Wow.
August
Everyone's
12th.
getting it. All the cool
August is a great
kids.
month to get married.
Yeah, it's right before football
Right
season.
before football
The
season.
last hurrah.
You don't get the crazy heat of June or July
Yeah,
most
no, we
times.
are.
I will
We
have.
had- We had a great. We're August 17th,
Hmm.
and we had. Take it back. My wife's birthday is August 17th. We got married on August 14th. August 14th, it was 78 degrees in downtown Omaha.
Oh my God.
As we were all going into the press club I checked to see because we were taking pictures outside, and it was 78 degrees.
That's great.
So we got lucky. So ours was April, but it was a nice April day, and it had just rained right before the ceremony too. So it was a
Glistening.
nice, crisp outside. You
I
would
like
know
it.
if you were there, Josh.
I was
Yeah.
sick, Nick.
I would know if
had
I was
the-
invited.
Were you
I
that you
had the
couldn't go?
I had the flu.
Yeah, no,
I
he
had
was
the
spread
actual
that.
He-
flu.
You don't want to spread
he
that.
was
And
out
his
of
wife
commission.
knew that I was actually sick because I canceled my marathon, and she was like, "That's how you know."
That's
he's
how
sick."
you know
Yeah.
he's sick.
I wanted
He's
to
not
run
gonna
it, and Riss was like, "You shouldn't. You would die."
Josh.
or kill other people.
Yeah, when I
I'm
told
more worried about myself.
Paige that Josh canceled his marathon, she was like, "Oh,
He's not getting
It's,
to the
it's
wedding.
real. It's
Yeah,
actually-
Josh is missing very important events and the people in his life.
Okay.
He misses
I was-
Nick's wedding. He misses Kevin's induction
I
into the
was
Hall of
very
Fame.
sad to miss Kevin's.
You
I
would have
wanted
gotten
to
a
go.
shout out.
I wanted to go.
Yeah.
I also
badly.
wanted to go."
You were great in the video.
I couldn't go.
You were
Why were you-
phenomenal.
Michael's
in the
video.
Oh
You
no!
were-
Did you have
not
the
that video.
Saints?
You
This-
were.
not
He
have the
did
Saints thing
have.
on.
No, he had the Jet
I had a
Award
Jet
polo
shirt
on.
Yeah, I had a Jet Award shirt on.
You were great. The voiceover. You had a voiceover, and Kevin was walking through the door.
Kugler.
Yeah, it was something. It was
Yeah.
great.
No, it was
Dude,
good.
Kevin's speech was
I
great.
Watched it. I watched that both of those this morning. Julie, the wonderful Julie,
Mhm.
who I always said, boy, she was hot when she was young. Julie sent me the video of Kevin's
Why
speech.
can't she be beautiful now,
and then
Michael?
Gavin's. It's a bit. Gavin sent me the video too, so I watched
Yeah.
both those this morning. Yeah, I
Awesome.
wish I could have been there. It was my kids' last senior year band family event that they have before the
Mhm.
season gets started,
Only one of
and
those.
so there's one left of that. So I went to that.
By the way, I cannot believe that school has started.
For
We
some-
haven't
for
even
some.
gotten our paycheck in August yet,
For
and
some.
school has started.
For some.
But yeah, I saw Instagram and someone was like, "Look at my daughter in 5th grade," or whatever. I'm like, "What?
Yeah. Yeah,
it's
we're-
August 12th."
Yeah,
We don't
John.
start to the 20th.
I think
That's insane behavior.
I think it might have been John Nicely. No, I don't know. One of the guys, either Steve Lundy or John Nicely, was like, "Yeah, my daughter would be here, but she teaches in Phoenix, and they started
Kevin.
school."
Kevin, yeah. So
Oh, is
in
that
New
Kevin?
Orleans,
Oh,
July 31st.
July? Oh,
July
my gosh.
31st.
That's too
that's
early.
insane.
It
So
should be illegal.
It's the back end problem, right?
Mhm.
So yes, you're going to get heat on the front end, but it's the back end. They cannot go into late May. They just can't.
Oh.
They just can't. So they started a little bit earlier because of that. So
It's like what we used to do for snow days, except
Yes.
we would never start in July.
Is
no, you would not.
is
Yeah.
is late May in New Orleans?
That's
That-
when it really starts muggy. It's incredible. We
Really?
get a ton of rain.
Yeah.
and it's very muggy. So every day, really hot in the morning, really muggy. Storm that happens between 11 and 1, and then after that, it's just
Chicago Public Schools is early September.
yeah. You're the northern.
yeah.
You got the north schedule.
So
That's what
we
we had
were early September
after
and
Labor Day.
Yeah.
Come back after.
See, I never-
get out of Memorial Day.
It was
I never-
easy. It was
I
so
never,
easy.
I never had that. Ours was the last week of August. So if I remember right, we would have like one full week, and then we'd have Labor Day. So it's like
Okay.
this is perfect because it like you get back into the rhythm, but then you have a long weekend.
We do
And
it
then
after
it's-
Labor Day.
yeah,
The
I
Monday,
never
the
did that.
Tuesday
That's
after Labor
awesome.
Day,
Yeah.
and then Memorial Day is when we got out.
Ours
Wow.
was
That's crazy.
One
Wow.
year we had so much snow up in Pennsylvania
Mhm.
that we did not get out of school until Flag Day, or as we call it now, President Trump's birthday,
Wow. Which day is that?
July 4th, June 14th.
Or
Oh,
June
wow.
14th. So
June
my
14th.
my first year living in Omaha, I was in Florence Elementary, and at the time, what are the buildings called outside of the school? The portables.
The portables,
So my
yeah.
class was in a portable. We had AC.
Mhm.
The school did not. And so we
Ooh.
had, this was 97, 98. We still had heat days. And then that was the year of the famous October snowstorm, which
Mhm.
knocked out a
Oh,
whole week
yeah,
of
yeah.
school. And then, of course, other snowstorms. We, I think, did 2 extra weeks of school on the back end. and that's
Oh, wow.
They
But at
still
least
have-
I had AC.
Still have heat days, by the way. They still exist. We haven't had as many, but they are still available.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They're still available to do.
Wow.
You know what they do now? They do it from home.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
Yeah,
COVID-
snow days
COVID
don't
ruined-
exist for
yeah,
kids
they-
Now,
anymore.
they gave us
That's too
2 snow
bad.
days this past winter. The first 2 snow days we've had since COVID. Because all the other ones were always online days.
Yeah.
And they gave us 2 complete off days, which was shocking.
We
for
didn't
everybody.
have air conditioning in my high school. So
Still?
Yeah, we had fans.
well, they just did.
With
Notre
fans.
Dame College Prep, I think after COVID, like 2023, 2024, that's when they put in air conditioning. But we did not have AC. Catholic schools, like the Catholic school I went to, Queen of All Saints, we didn't have AC there either. We didn't
No.
have AC at
all
NDCP
we
either.
had was fans.
Yeah, we just don't
Well,
have.
You graduated a long time ago.
It's a long time ago.
Yeah,
I got to New
You're
Orleans in
2020.
1980. That's when I got to New Orleans. And I don't think that St. Rita just was torn down like about a month ago. And I don't believe they've ever had any air. They always had fans.
We would have open house, right? In like, I think because we started like August 14th. And so we would have open house for the next like class that was coming in, the next group of freshmen. We'd have open house in like middle of September. And so there would still be some days in the middle of September where it was pretty hot, it could just get up there.
Oh, yeah.
And so when we had open house, they would have these big machines that they would connect to the vent. And these big machines would connect to the vent and they would take the hot air and then they just convert it into cold air.
Mhm.
And so they would just spit out a bunch of cold air. So that was the only open houses were the only time that
They try to
NDCP would
trick you
have.
into picking the school.
Yes, they were the only. It was open house was the only time
They're
NDCP
tricking you.
had air
Wild.
conditioning,
Yeah.
and so we would leave school, right? Because all the kids had to be involved in open house to like take these kids on tours, be like, hey, I'm a student, so on and so forth. So you're sitting there and like you'd leave, you go home, you like shower up, you get dressed. It was a big day. You come back and all of a sudden these big machines are there and you walk in and you feel the air conditioning in your high school that never has air conditioning. And you're like, what the, like, this is crazy. This is insane. Like, this is how we should feel
It's nice.
every day.
I
and
like
then
being comfortable.
you show up the next day to school and it's hot in September again. And like the back of your cotton polo, the back of your uniform is sticking to your back and you're like sweat. It's disgusting. Half the guys aren't even wearing deodorant. The place smells like crap. It's
What?
awful.
Oh.
It was
Boys'
awful
school. That's
experience.
boys'
It was
school.
an all boys school.
Boys' school.
All
Not
boys
every-
school with
not
no
every
AC.
boy
Fest.
considers to take care of himself when there's no girls there.
It was
you
yeah.
should
crazy.
I
For
went to
the
boys'
benefit of
school.
yourself.
You should.
You wish they don't smell themselves. Apparently, I
But
don't know.
now those guys at that Catholic school at NDCP, they're soft. They don't have the same rules anymore. They have
Soft
AC.
hands?
You know what we have
soft
now at my high
hands.
school.
What do you have?
Girls.
How about that? Oh, I feel better about my high school situation. We didn't have any windows in most classrooms except for the shop
Were you
class
in a
and the science
prison?
rooms. It kind of felt like it,
Wow.
but it was always comfortable.
My apartment unit that I was most recently in until I moved didn't have windows in it.
At all?
And that building.
Yeah. Didn't have any
I feel
windows.
like that
Every
building is
hospital
all
room had a
windows.
window.
I
He was
had
in a closet.
my room did not have a window.
Oh,
My
wow.
room did not have
That
a
was
window.
bathroom.
And
It must be one of the bathrooms.
And
That's
there
where
was
they
a
put the
little
patients
closet.
they didn't like.
and we had a patio, like, so when you got to the family room, we had a little screen door, right, that went to the patio,
Yeah.
and we had one singular window
Hmm.
that was facing inward toward an area that was basically like covered up. So we had a screen door and a small window, and that was it. And it was the worst. And so I moved to this new unit where we are now out facing, looking towards Creighton's campus. We can see the bridge that connects,
Sure.
the two. And dude, it's like night and day living there. Like I wake up to natural
I
sunlight.
might have
now.
been in that. You know, my Miles had multiple surgeries at the hospital, so I bet I was in one of those rooms. They might have been in your apartment.
I can show you the
might have been in your apartment back in the day.
dude.
Wow.
My apartment now is awesome. It's
That's where you are.
I didn't
It's
realize
St.
it was
Joe's.
converted that
I'm in Old
recently.
St. Joe's. Yes.
Oh yeah, Nick. It
I-
was when
I
I,
did not
believe
know
it was
that.
when
Yeah, it
I
was the
lived
last
when I lived downtown. I think is when they
7
started
years,
doing
8 or 7 years.
because I moved
That
downtown.
recent?
Oh
Really?
yeah.
Oh, that's my
wow.
view now.
So I lived at the Rochester in 2018 into 2019,
Mhm.
and that's where
the PQ.
Okay.
and that's where they were when they started working on.
Yeah, we're.
Wow.
It is funny. Like we would have people because I lived in an old hospital, and there were some rooms that were very like regular. Like everyone went to a different unit, and on multiple floors has that same unit. The unit that we were originally in, that we first moved into, was a very unique unit that not a lot of other places had.
Right.
And we had somebody who came in and they were working in the medical field, and they're in a hospital every day, and they're like, this kind of looks like the place we'd we'd put the people who passed away like this kind of.
morgue?
They're like, this kind of looks like the morgue. They're
The
like
morgue.
the way that it was spread out. We had a
Agent Joe
super.
said, "Was it the morgue?"
We had a
Could've been the
super
morgue.
high ceiling. Our
Right.
ceiling was super high.
Yeah.
Like we'd have. It was small here, and then it just ramped up very high. And there
Yeah.
were our kitchen was super small, and the 2 rooms we had were super small. But there was a big, massive square
Huh.
that was the
Maybe
rest
it
of
was
the
the
area.
morgue.
And people were like,
You lived in
They
the
were
haunted
like-
apartment.
they were like, we don't know for sure. Like no one knows for sure what this
What
could
used to
have
be,
been.
yeah, sure.
But like they're like, this is kind of laid out. Like they're like, it wasn't laid out where patients would be.
You know, I bet
Feels
you
a little
you could
morgy in
find
here.
it. You go onto the planning office for Omaha. I bet you the blueprints for that building, the original blueprints are probably
You think
on
that they
there.
would label what the room was supposed to
Yeah,
be?
for
you think?
hospitals they would.
Yeah.
I can tell you
Because
exactly.
there's a certain amount of ventilation for certain rooms.
Oh man.
If it's a surgery room, you got to be able to bring in those pipings that have like
yeah.
it's not alcohol, it's what's the stuff you use to
Saline?
clean your if you want to clean your washing machine, you put it
Detergent.
smells horrible. It's a really bad smelling, but they put it in the pipes in a lot of the surgery rooms. It's not ammonia. Ammonia. You got to
Oh.
have the ammonia pipes that go through there.
What if I just looked up St. Joseph's Hospital blueprints?
You
By
might
the
be able to
way,
find it.
there was a comment a little earlier from Kyler who said, "All right, idiots, let's talk some football, please." To which a lot of people made the same joke of, "Is this literally your first ever crossover? Do you not know how the crossover works?"
Well, let me give you a little bit of football. Since you guys know this, I don't do my own show, right?
yeah, you,
But
but,
I-
you prep
But
like,
I still prep for shows.
You're in.
So
I
I
had this conversation with Josh Hodson where I was like, Michael Severe does not host radio and does not want to host radio, but preps as if he's a radio
I
host.
prepped them in my head.
and he is so
maybe
ready
you
at
should do
any
a
point.
podcast on, I don't know, Mondays every week.
I
Michael.
have
Maybe
I
that
have
would
a
help.
segment. I
Yeah.
have a segment idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's not even a segment.
Oh.
More of like a suggestion for an honor.
Oh.
Every time there's a press conference, you give out the question of the week.
Like the
Whatever
coach gives it
reporter-
out, or
no,
we?
we do.
Oh.
To whatever the reporter
What
is
a-
that had the question of the week, the best or worst question, however you want to do it.
I
don't
love
care.
this idea.
So this week's best question
Yeah. Was
would
it a
go
good one or a
to
bad one?
of the deans. It's a great question.
Oh,
Go to one of the deans of reporters / columnists in Omaha.
Mhm.
It goes to Sam McEwen.
Shout out to Sam.
Sam McEwen's last question to the safeties coach was about him playing against UNO.
Mm-hmm.
And the answer that he gave was, did you see it?
I did see
Yeah.
it.
What a great, he's like, I have chills thinking about this. When they canceled the program, I remember the feeling. It's a great
Screw you, Trev.
question. You know what it is? It's a process of good research, good timing too, because the end of the
Yeah,
whole thing.
for sure. Yep.
And he
Everyone's
just hit it perfectly where this guy was so excited to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's the question of the week.
Good job, Sam.
Good job, Sam.
I would have
Good
won a
work,
couple
Sam.
of questions of the week back in the day.
Would you have?
Oh yeah, couple of-
Excuse me, Scott Frost, are your hands
no,
soft?
no. When Matt Rule went
Can't ask
viral
him
for
that.
all the Bill Belichick stuff on Pat McAfee show, who asked him about that?
Was it you?
This guy right here.
Wow. Good
It's
job. man.
incredible stuff. I'm
You
the.
don't have to damage your shoulders or your labrum.
What do
Patting
you mean?
yourself on the back.
Oh, it's. I feel like I have to.
You do
Sometimes
not have
people
to.
don't do it
You
enough
do not
for
have
me.
to. Trust me.
Remember, we say like don't listen to the haters. That's what we say to you.
I know,
Listen
so
to
I
the
have to.
haters.
But sometimes they creep into my ear, man.
Yeah.
Well, if you
Yeah.
put your other
Yeah.
headphone over your ear, you wouldn't hear
like
them.
Star
That's a good
Trek
point.
Wrath of Khan.
A little
Nice.
bit.
By
That
the way,
is-
what's up with the?
Great.
What happened to your headphones, Matt? Before you leave,
Oh.
what happened to the old headphones? Also, you're wearing those backwards.
the white ones,
Yeah,
they broke.
awesome.
I gotta
Of course
get-
they did.
Beaches
They
broke.
were
I gotta get new
$10
ones. I gotta
headphones.
get new ones.
You know those are backwards.
I can hear you fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure
I
you
can
knew.
hear you fine.
I can hear you.
Mainly
Okay.
because you're sitting 2 and 3.5 feet
Yeah.
above me.
Do you
Joe.
know what you're gonna get? Are you gonna buy? You gonna get some? Of
I
these?
have to reach out to somebody who reached out to us.
Have you always done Mickey Mouse, or you've done over the ear always?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did over the ear.
I guess
over
in
the ear for-
college I would do
we did
headbuds.
these.
I didn't like it for the show.
The earbuds I like. I don't know why. I always seem to catch that cable
Yeah.
because I talk with my
This
hands a
cable
lot.
is so big.
I kept my
Yeah.
talk with my hands a lot.
I love the
and seem
Audio
to catch
Technica
the
flappy
old
cable.
one more.
Look at
room.
this.
Yeah.
Whee!
Yeah.
I
So
can
this
do
is-
anything.
This is much easier now. It's really close.
It is nice, isn't
I'm
it?
not hitting anything.
I
Yeah.
love
Are those going to
Uh,
get harder to find though?
What?
Earbuds?
Those earbuds, like the wired
they
earbuds.
give you these
People still
when you
make
buy
them.
like a dozen different things.
Hmm.
They just give these things to you. So I probably have 5 or 6 of them just in a drawer, still in a little bag that it came in. You know, Like, I don't know if you ever bought like a mini DVD player or you bought like small TVs that go in your kitchen. Any of that stuff, they always give you these earbuds with them.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I've always saved
You
them.
don't have to like if you want those, you have to buy them now. They're like kind of hard to find.
Really? I
A
didn't
little,
know that.
yeah.
What?
Wow.
That's not
I
true,
have not
man.
had
I had to
that
buy some
problem.
for the College World Series. It was easy
I
to
have
find.
a lot of them in my house.
I find
You need
them.
a pair.
I have.
Earbud
I'm more so
headphones.
talking
I
Would
thought
you
about.
go to
a
Circuit
pair.
City, Josh?
No,
Okay,
just
Amazon.
Radio Shack.
They're there.
I'm sorry. I would have been
$9.
more specific, Josh.
Oh,
I'm talking
okay.
about the Apple ones. I'm talking about the Apple Buds like that.
Well, I don't know
Those
anything
are.
Oh,
about
the
Apple.
Apple
This is
Buds
not-
are
this is not
so
Apple.
uncomfortable.
I don't own
Okay.
anything Apple related. Matter of
Yeah.
fact, today somebody sent me a video that was from their iPhone and it wouldn't work because Apple knows how much I hate it. So it wouldn't even let it play.
Nice.
I had to then download it and transfer it
Oh,
over.
another new person, Ronnie. Just get to the point and talk football. Jesus, this is wild.
Hold
because
on now.
this is going
He
to be.
called you Jesus.
It's going
That's
to be.
pretty sweet.
This is going to be a football show. But Ronnie, this is the crossover,
This
man.
is the one
He
safe
just
harbor
called
from
you
football.
We got a lot of newbies. It
I
seems
bet you
that
that's
are.
Jesus.
Nick, good job with the algo.
Thank
because
you.
The title is what Michael saw at Husker Open Practice. So people are obviously finding this video like, ooh, they're going to talk Husker practice. So this is not a podcast. This is a radio show. And we do this for 4 hours. And sometimes you talk about earbuds for a couple of seconds. Good Lord.
I'm not in charge. I'm just sitting here.
Yeah, we are. Gonna
Make
talk
sure to
football,
like and
though.
subscribe, please.
Please like and subscribe. Smash that subscribe button. Matt, great to see you.
Great to see you too.
See you,
Have a
Matt.
great day. Michael Severe is in the building. We're going to talk football today.
Yay, football.
This is, all these Yahoos are going to love what's coming up next.
Or unless they turn it off.
Unless they turned it off. We'll set up the show when we return. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Michael Severe is in the building once again. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, everybody.
It's great to have you.
So I think I'm trying to set a record this week
I think you might get there.
because I had
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Nailed it.
thank you because I did with Connor on Monday.
Yep.
On Tuesday, I did 3 different shows,
Yep.
kind of in a row.
Yeah.
Mostly promoting the Jet Award stuff,
Yeah.
and then here today.
Yeah.
So what's the only show I was midday, morning? I did all
Are
3
you
shows.
hosting the midday show this week? Are you going to fill in for Matt?
Not that I know
You
of.
just do it.
I was on there Tuesday.
Yeah. You
So
did,
on 11:20,
Yeah.
I did. Oh, I also did Unemployed with
You
Schaefer.
and Schaefer, yeah.
That's the other thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you are a busy,
I was
busy
busy.
man.
I was
By the
busy.
way, I'm happy at least, Nick, that when the song resumed with the lyrics, Michael stopped. We learned that one of our former coworkers obviously had never listened to Unsportsmanlike Conduct because we did our little tease, and then it was time to, and he just kept on
kept
talking.
going?
At least with Schaefer, Schaefer can't hear anything. This person obviously had just never listened to the show, even though they'd been my coworker for a year.
It's also okay. I would say it's also a tough look because he made the song.
No, that would be funny too. That would be funny too.
So this is Stibbs.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love interrupting Michael. Wow, look at that. You got all of the haters are in the chat.
You know, that's
right?
fine.
We
Listen,
need Jack Mitchell to show up in the chat.
I have the most hate I think I've received that didn't involve a message board where they threatened my wife.
Oh, I remember that guy.
Yeah,
That guy
yeah.
didn't like me back in the day either.
Oh, that guy sucks.
Yeah.
Son made the Major League Baseball though. Good for him.
Wait, really?
You can
he
still.
did.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, he played.
Oh,
You can
wow.
still
playing.
Oh, wow.
You can still be a bad person.
Oh
even
no,
if
he's
your
a bad person.
son
I was saying he
plays
got
Major
that.
League
He accomplished that.
Like
But
threatening me one time.
I think it was on Matt's show. Yeah, it was on Matt's show last Tuesday where someone was ripping on because he introduced me as, executive director of the Jet Award, a nonprofit organization. And so anyway, he said nonprofits are stupid. Pay some taxes, why don't you? Or something like that. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? But anyway, so
the time that I
that
remember
day was rough.
You made somebody mad one time. This was when you were on with Damon, RIP. And you said something about the Big 12 being a basketball conference.
That dude sued.
Do you remember that
he
guy?
Sued Wait Media.
Yeah.
I believe it was Wait Media.
No,
Maybe
it was NRG.
It was
It
NRG.
was-
He sued them.
He wanted the audio
He
files.
wanted the
even though it was
raw
like the
audio
podcast
they
is
put
a-
it in a POP.
Yeah.
There was no podcast. They put it in a POP.
It wasn't that long ago.
He
That was
couldn't
like
find
5
it. He couldn't
well,
find
that's his
it.
fault for being an idiot.
He couldn't find it whenever he did, and he ended up doing a loss. This is before Damon.
Okay, no, I'm talking about the one that happened when
Okay.
you came back.
I think I
here.
repeated it, but he used to be the producer of a local show.
Yeah, that was on. That was like 5-6
He was
years
the
ago.
producer of a local show that was on 15 years ago, and he continued to do different things,
Mhm.
including working with a really cool organization in town. It is a nonprofit. Anyway,
Awesome. Shout out nonprofit.
yeah. Anyway, he was mad because I said the one of the reasons why Nebraska struggles so much in the Big Ten going in, and I had said this, by the way, in 2009,
Yeah.
when we first had the conversation, when Missouri was trying to get in the Big Ten, we were discussing if Nebraska could be in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, one of the biggest problems is that everybody in that conference, outside of maybe Purdue, cares more about football than anything. They got bigger stadiums, bigger investments, huge alumni. So compared to the Big 12, which was loaded with basketball schools,
Mhm.
and that's what they cared about the most.
Yeah.
And he was so mad about that. And I'm like, go back to the 80s. They prepared during Kansas week for Oklahoma because they didn't care about playing Kansas. They knew they were going to beat them up. They didn't care about that. They were playing Iowa
like
State.
Emailing our boss for this stuff.
Yeah, he was mad.
emailing all the shows.
He
I'm like,
sued.
what?
He sued the radio station
to get
to get
a
it.
podcast. Which again, just download the episode.
He
on
literally
the podcast.
wanted the. So we ran a POP with it for a while.
What's a POP?
It's a proof of performance. It's a promo.
Oh, I see.
Proving
Okay.
performance of what you did.
Yeah.
So we ran that. He was mad about that. He wanted the clean copy of that
What's he gonna do?
because he
with it?
thought they did some editing on it and took something out of it
It's like Trump getting mad at one time in 60 Minutes.
for doing
This is
editing.
what interviews are. You edit interviews.
Yeah, that's what
now.
happens. He didn't just mad. He got like $10 million for that or something. Yeah.
Congratulations.
But so that was really weird situation. But,
Yeah.
For the most part, I am, and I will say that, and I try to be nice to a lot of people.
Yeah,
right?
you really are.
I help people whenever they need help.
You listen to a lot of podcasts.
DM me. I listen to and watch a lot of podcasts. And for the most part, I think that I treat people well.
Yeah.
But there's some people that just don't like me. And that's fine. I have no problem with that.
Yeah.
There are people I don't like that I still treat well,
Yeah.
even though I don't like them.
Yeah. One of the people might be Josh Peterson. Welcome to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Let's get to the Grum Down. Michael, as we mentioned, is in the building.
Down.
Now, it's funny coming off the crossover. You know me, man. I'm kind of spiteful. And so, in a way, I almost want to change the whole plan of the show and not talk any football just to make the people mad. But welcome to a no sport other than football Wednesday.
Don't
Nick,
let my title go to waste.
Nick, this is going to be a football show. Every topic, every discussion, Nick, every question in content today is football.
But not dumb debates.
But, well,
I do have a football dumb debate.
Can
though.
we make it a football-only dumb debate?
Wow.
Can we do that? Find out. Get us your dumb debates questions. What are and aren't we confident in with Nebraska in 2026? This is not, do you think the running backs are going to be good, or do you think the offensive line could struggle? It's more, which of your football opinion are you most confident in coming right this year?
Okay.
And which of your opinions are you maybe talking yourself out of, or are you just a little worried about? We'll talk about that coming up in our next segment. Let's see. Nebraska's back-to-back road woes. I feel like, Michael, you are the carrier of the torch. That is, Nebraska has not won 2 consecutive road games in 20 years.
They've now won both ends of back-to-back road games
Since 2006.
2006.
Wow. Absolutely
And
incredible.
I have the list, we'll get to it later, of when each team in the Big Ten has done it.
Oh.
And only one team
That's gonna be
goes
awesome.
back farther or
Okay.
further.
Yeah.
Distance
Ooh.
supposed to be farther.
I don't know if I have that. Was that a part of the email that you sent me? I don't think it was.
I did not.
Okay, so now I want to guess what that is. So we'll do that a little
Okay.
bit later on in the show. Also on the show today, quack, quack, we're talking Oregon football and 25 teams and 25 grums. Michael, as offseason gets almost over, I find myself thinking that they are going to win the national championship. The closer we get to the start of the season, the more I like the Ducks. I don't know how you feel about them, but I like the Ducks.
I think the schedule sets up well. I look forward to talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
The 3 of the last 4 games are really interesting.
They very much are.
Yeah.
They very much are. I forgot that they're going to Ohio State in November. That's the week before Nebraska, I think, is when it is for Ohio State.
It's their fourth to last game, because then they play Michigan, Michigan State, and then somebody last.
God, that's gonna be awesome. Mitch Holtis. Oh,
Washington's the last one.
The NFL. You love the NFL.
I'm gonna leave for that one.
You're gonna disappear.
I'm gonna leave
Nick,
for that
can you
one.
make a solo box for the Mitch Holtis interview?
Yeah. So Mitch and
Okay,
that's
awesome.
the only time I ever really turn off the show.
Is the Mitch Holtis? Well,
Yeah.
that's where you and Stibbs come together and agree on things.
Yeah.
I think that's when you guys are like, "Are we best friends?
Are we best
Yep.
friends? Did we
Yep.
make a best friend?
Dave Hellman. Okay, now there's a guy you want to
I
talk
like
to.
Dave Hellman. Very
Awesome.
big fan of his.
He hosts is one of the hosts on the Athletic Football Show.
I thought he was from Louisiana. He's not.
No, he went to LSU.
Yeah. He's actually from Decatur, Texas.
Okay, I was gonna say I actually don't remember
Which
where
is
he's
just
from.
northwest of Dallas, Plano area.
Okay, yeah.
But then he went to LSU. Yeah.
Awesome. I can't wait. I'm gonna ask
And
him
he worked for the Cowboys.
one Cowboys question. I'm gonna ask him but one Cowboys question.
I have a Saints question.
You have a Saints question. This is perfect. Should we ask him an LSU question?
Can we ask him a Dolphins question?
Should we ask him? Sure. Should we ask him his best Bo Pelini story, because he covered LSU
In 2007?
and when Bo was there? I think he was in college.
Okay.
'Cause he's like not that much.
Yeah, he
older
was
than I am.
working while in college.
Yeah,
With
yeah.
a real job.
Yeah. Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
I didn't do that.
That 2007 year in that
You
locker
probably
room.
got some stories.
I have my brother-in-law's cousin was one of the main people at Tiger Vision. And so,
oh my
yeah,
gosh.
yeah. So
Oh,
he
you
had
got, like,
a
audio.
lot of stories about that. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. That's why I argued that
To
they
not
weren't going to
hire
hire
Bo?
him. Yes, I argued to hire anybody but him because of the stuff that I heard about him.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe the Dave Hellman interview. What if we did that? What if we were like, hey, so tell me about Bo, and then you asked a Bo question, then we just kept asking.
Just kept asking Bo questions.
Pelini
He'd be like,
questions.
who are these people, and
Yeah.
why'd they ask me to come on?
This is a little confusing. Also, dumb debates. I forget. Have you been here for a dumb debates show ever?
I have. Yeah,
Okay.
I thought I hadn't, but then
Yeah,
Nick-
you have.
Nick told me I had been.
You can check out all the dumb debates on our YouTube channel. There's a playlist. They're just all there.
There's not a lot of good things when it comes to AI, right? It's not, because a lot of stuff is wrong and a lot of things.
Terrible.
But if you really want to find out more about dumb debates, you can look it up on any of the AI platforms, and they have almost all your topics. Have you seen that?
What?
Whoa.
They list a ton of the questions.
Really?
Yeah.
They-
Probably 25, 30 of them. It's
I
pretty interesting.
so when I do the dumb debates, as we're doing it, I also type out what the dumb
Yeah.
debates are in the description.
So it just
I
gets
wonder
it
if it's
right out
pulling
of
from
there.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
Archer says, Josh, tell me when the last team with 2 new coordinators won a natty. Not saying it can't happen, but that's a very strong.
That is
something.
one of the questions I have.
Okay.
It's one of the questions I have. Yeah.
So real quick, 2
But-
years ago, Ohio State, did they not have, those were new coordinators, right? It was
Yes.
It was, okay. So there you
Yes,
go, 2 years
because
ago.
that was our criticism, right? We all were like, how's that going to be?
They had Chip Kelly and, now I can't remember his name, the guy who went to Penn State. Was that? Well, no, I guess he wasn't. Who was the DC? What was his name? Why can't I think of his name? He had
2
been
years
at
ago?
Yeah, for Ohio State. in
That wouldn't have been
2020.
the Penn State guy because he was at Penn State.
No, I'm saying he went to Penn
So
State
the-
last year.
the guy
Jim
that-
Knowles.
yeah.
He was. I don't think he was in his year 1 though.
No, I don't think so.
Rats. He was in his 3rd year.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so at least it
Because
wasn't.
Knowles
that.
left after that year and went to Penn State.
Crap. Okay, I don't know. That's a great question.
Well, how many of those teams have the number 1 position group in the country at 2 different positions?
That won national championships.
Well,
Yeah.
if they had a new
Yeah.
offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator, did they also have the best running back group in the country? Did they
Mhm.
also have the best defensive
Defensive
line group in
line.
the country? Because they
Yeah.
have both of those.
Yeah, they have that.
Plus, they have the second or third
gonna
ranked
say,
quarterback
some
in the
people-
country.
Yep.
Their offensive line's like 3rd ranked in the Big Ten. They're
Wow.
pretty solid.
And they're healthy, hopefully, this year
Yeah.
after a lot of injuries last
Yep,
year. So
yep.
I'm looking forward to that. We'll talk about that coming up later on in the show. 402-951-1620. You can give us a call. You can shoot us a text, a message, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline, like this one from the 402. Michael, I don't always agree with you, but can you and John do the afternoon with John and Josh and Nick move to middays? I don't listen to middays. Wait, so he's saying he wants you to do the afternoon show with John, but also John and me and Nick move to middays? That would be
Wow.
It's a long shift for you.
longer for John if I'm just moving to middays. I don't think that can happen.
Yeah.
You're out of the daily radio
I'm out of the
grind.
daily radio.
You're not out of the daily radio prep grind.
Feeling, I do like to prep stuff in my head. Yeah, I do prep a lot.
That's
yeah.
awesome.
There's
We're gonna
always
call
these
you Mr. Prep.
ideas you have that come up. You go, that would be a good topic. That would be a good conversation starter. People would be interested in that. And I also love to research.
You
My
do-
favorite part of this job was
The
the
prep.
old job was the prep part of it. I love doing the prep part.
For sure.
It's really fun. And you don't always get everything right, but
Yep.
it's fun to at least do the preparation for it.
If you talk for 4 hours every day for however many years you talked, you're going to get some stuff wrong.
You make a
from
lot
time
of
to time.
predictions
It's okay to get
and
stuff
you,
wrong.
and you miss some wrong.
Now,
You
it's
miss
fun to
some
be
wrong.
right, you
Yeah.
know, but sometimes you're going to get stuff wrong.
And sometimes it takes a while. Like I was right about hiring Bo, but it was a long time.
It
I
was a
was
long
right about the podcast.
About the
Matt
Matt Rules
Rules podcast.
He has said it's not coming back.
Not coming back.
I
He said
called
that,
it.
He said that 9 months ago, and
Mhm.
Nick is looking like Nick's gonna be right on that one. You can also find us on the
House
Liquid
rules.
House Rules,
Mm.
Liquid
House is
Trucking
broken down.
Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Michael Severe, at Grim and Nim. That's where we're available. Also, the Equitable Bank inbox, where Dave emails us. He says, Josh, until they can stop the run, nothing else matters. I yelled those 3 words too many times last season.
Yeah. Well, the 2 years before that, 2023, we're very good at it. 2024,
Solid.
pick your spots.
Mhm.
Very good sometimes, maybe against Ohio State. Other times, not as great. Last year, brutal. One of my things that I have that we're going to be talking about in a couple minutes is got to get into the havoc. What can they do havoc-wise?
Hey, I was talking about that with Schaefer earlier today.
Yeah.
It's unreal. They as good as they were in 23 and 24.
But
to a
Havoc's
lesser
pretty
extent.
good actually in 23.
But
believe it or not.
in terms of splash plays, turnovers, takeaways, like that's the thing.
That was the best year they
that's the same
had.
thing.
Yeah, that was the
That's
best year
wild.
they
It's
had.
sacks, you know, it's like
Yeah.
take away the Colorado games from the first 2 years, and
Yep.
they have been a team that very much struggles with sacks.
Yeah.
Even with those games, they struggle with sacks. So those are the things that we have coming up on the show, plus a variety of other odds and ends. I don't know if you're upset by anything? You always have this running list of things that are.
I do not have one currently because I've used it up.
Oh,
Wow.
I got to get
You've
a
been
new
filling
one.
in a lot.
I've been real busy.
Yeah,
Maybe you
real
should have
busy.
saved that bit for our show where it started.
Mm.
You know what? It didn't start on this show.
Oh no.
Actually, technically, it did.
Oh well.
Just a different iteration of that
Different,
show.
yes, different years
By the way,
ago.
Congrats again to Kevin Kugler.
Can we say we're an
Hall of
award?
Famer.
Can we say we're a Hall of Fame program?
Oh, a Hall of Fame radio show?
Yeah.
And we're Marconi nominated. I mean, it's my radio station now, even though I wasn't here when we were. That's a long time ago.
Yeah, getting Kevin that as a guy who just does not want to be recognized a lot of times by stuff, just not a fan of it.
Yeah.
Trust me, there's been several organizations that have contacted me and said, "Hey, could you encourage Kevin to do this?" And I'm like, "No," because I know better. For him to say yes, that's something that I want to do, that I want to be a part of. He knows how important that organization is to all the broadcasters in Nebraska. He is, and I've said this over and over and over again. There is nobody that preps harder, that cares more about the job, that has done it at every single level, earned his spot. Nobody can ever say that Kevin was just given the spot.
No.
You watch that video they did of him last night. You talk about everything he's done, every place he worked, everything he did to get to that point. Now, he was lucky that people died, because multiple times people died to allow him to get positions. But other than that, he's incredible at what he does.
Yeah, and we can't prove that he murdered any of them.
No,
we
he didn't
can't
murder
prove that.
any of them. I know
Yeah.
for a fact.
You do?
Because I was with him when one of them died for sure.
Okay.
Because we got the news that the guy had died. The guy died in the booth
Oh my
doing
God.
prep for the baseball game.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Was that the Philadelphia guy?
Yeah.
Oh, man. And that's how he got on the NFL.
That's like on the NFL.
Wow. And then
Yeah.
there was that other guy who said that one word.
Well, before that, he
Yeah.
got the college jobs.
And that was
There was
because of a
somebody that
death?
died in the college jobs too. Then he got both basketball and football. And then, the guy
so
said
here's
the
what
thing.
I'd say.
How familiar is Kevin with poison?
So the memoir could be titled "Deaths and a Slur," the Kevin Kugler story. That's how he got those gigs.
That's how I got my gigs.
Oh man! Well, congratulations to Kevin. I don't know if he's listening right now, but congratulations. He listens a lot more than
He
I would have
does.
ever expected, and then he usually roasts McMaster when Matt comments on him. So that's usually what's happening. When he says, "My hands are as soft as Kevin's" or something like that, and it's like, "Good job, Matt."
I got that in the middle, not knowing what was happening.
Oh yeah.
And so then I reached down like, "What'd you do?" And he didn't explain it to me. And then I had to have somebody explain to me what exactly he was talking about.
yeah.
Okay, that's just weird.
I know
Tough look
that-
for Matt.
I know this is a hot take, but Kevin is one of the most funny people I've ever had the pleasure of
Sneaky
working
funny.
That is not a hot
Sneaky
Sneaky
take.
funny.
Yeah.
I know it was a joke.
Oh,
Sneaky
It was a
funny.
joke that
I
it was
see.
a hot take, and
Yeah.
Kevin is an inspiration, and
Sneaky.
I'm proud of
Yeah.
him.
Sneaky funny.
Shout out.
Made
to
me
you,
feel
Kevin.
really bad that I couldn't be at the event.
Yeah.
Like I wrote
Me
him, I said,
too.
I was real
felt
thoughtful. Like,
terrible.
I'm sorry I can't be there. I wish I could be there. I really want to be there.
Did he respond
Well,
with
he
a
goes,
snarky message?
Yes,
Same
definitely,
to me.
of course.
I said I
Multiple.
explained to him why I couldn't go, and his response was something about how he hates me.
He said he was going to have Bob Bruce introduce him instead.
See, and I didn't even reach out to Kevin because I don't know if we're still at that level for me to
whoa.
reach out to him.
Not now. You're not. Nick, you are done.
You're
with
on the
Kevin.
list.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have
You're
reached
in-
out to him and if he even would have responded. Maybe
You're
he
on the
wouldn't have
list.
cared.
Nick, you might be in the McMaster tier now. You
Well-
don't want to be in the. At least you're not in the Scoop tier. Was Scoop there last night?
I didn't see her in the
Okay.
pictures.
I guess the
I
good
didn't
news
see
for
that.
me is I'm glad Kevin doesn't want to be the producer for Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Otherwise, I'd looking over my back.
I was gonna say you might.
Could you imagine that?
It'd be awesome. Kevin, not only is he coming back to the daily grind of radio, but he wants to be a producer again.
Mhm.
It's like when Steve Sarkisian went to work for Nick Saban as an analyst. Producer is the radio version of an analyst.
Producer and program director Kevin Googler.
Nice. That'd be pretty fun. All right. So those are the things that we have coming up on the show today. When we return, I want to talk about this whole football opinions that we are confident and not confident in, because I have strong opinions on a few things. I have less strong opinions on others. So we will do that when we return. We also have Oregon coming up in 25 teams and 25 grums about an hour from now. Michael Severe hanging out over the course of the next 3 hours and change. I'm Josh Peterson with producer and what is it, Nick?
Assistant program
director Nick Grimm.
You need to be worried, bro.
Watch out, Nick.
You need to be worried because that other guy, he could read.
Kevin?
The guy that was filling in.
Oh, Jake.
Oh, Jake.
That dude can read.
For now.
You better
He's
be
one
careful.
of the few.
See, I could read before I became the producer of the show, too. That's the thing.
okay. Okay.
It sneaks up on you.
He's one of the few producers in the building who can read.
That dude can read. I was
Yeah.
listening to him.
Him and Josh Otson are
He's
very
a
good.
good reader.
Congrats on the literacy.
Yep. So it's Sportsman Iconic 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Michael Severe, Nick Grimm. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com, not to mention the 1620 The Zone radio network, 97.7 The Zone out in western Nebraska. A reminder, our golf tournament is
Central Nebraska.
It's out west, though, Nick. It's west of us. 9 days away at Miracle Hill. We would love to have you there. I don't know how many spots we have left, but I know that it's not many. And so if you have been hemming and hawing for our event, which is sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box, we would love to have you go sign up at 1620thezone.com. We have a bevy of prizes, not to mention, Michael, we've done golf tournaments before, but we've never had an after party. And John and I will be over at the Phoenix at 120th and Blondo after the show.
We always had an after party. We never had it before. You guys had the before one. We never had the before meal. We had like fruit and stuff off of people. And then afterwards, when we did the prizes, then we would always have a meal. That's back in the day.
Yeah. So we haven't done that before. And so this is going to be sweet. So
Nice.
we hope everybody joins us. Are you going to stop by? Are you going to swing the sticks with us next week?
We sponsored a hole, the Johnny Rogers Career Technical Scholarships
Let's go.
marketing there. So we were trying to market some of the stuff. So we'll have a hole. You'll go by us. We have a team too because of that,
Yeah.
but I am not on it.
Okay.
It is Johnny. It is Tony Velan.
Oh.
It is one of our board members, and it's my next door neighbor who, when he was in high school, as one of the top golfers in the state, that was his home course. Creighton Prep's home course was Miracle Hills. He told me.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
that's
asked him if he could be
awesome.
the fourth.
Oh,
I'm not doing anything physical because the next day is my march.
it's your March.
Is the march, so
That's
I'm
fair.
not doing anything to mess around with
It's
anything.
marching time.
It's marching time.
That's why I stopped playing golf, because I want to hurt myself and then have it disrupt my running.
Exactly.
Yeah, it didn't
Exactly.
disrupt the running.
I managed to cobble together a set of used clubs from people for free, and I've just been itching to use
Ooh.
them.
Whoa! Wait,
Yeah.
so how many friends have you cobbled?
How many
these
do you
from?
have?
I
Good
don't
question.
know. So Sales Josh, he gave me a driver that he never used.
Okay.
It was
Are you a
driver and
righty or
bag.
lefty?
I don't know. That's the thing. I haven't done it enough. I don't
Okay.
know.
Are you? Oh, so you like Mike Tyson? I'm dexterous.
Maybe because when I throw like a baseball or a football, I always use my left. But
Okay.
if I do disc golf, my right.
What about when you bat?
Yeah,
That's
the
usually
question.
swinging is the question.
Yeah,
How
I
do you
guess
bat?
I'm like this.
So that's
when I
probably golf
bat.
too. Oh, my brother-in-law played baseball, was right-handed, and he golfs left-handed. And he just the way he picked it up and started going.
I guess I have no idea. I've just never.
You'll find out. A lot of people, I guess,
Never
a lot of
I'm a
people do
lefty
that. The first time you
golfer,
pick it up.
righty thrower, righty
Yeah,
rider.
I write
Yeah.
everything.
I'm
Righty,
like
righty.
Ichiro. I'm the Ichiro of the station. Ichiro, right-handed thrower, left-handed batter.
Hmm.
Bye, Matt. Yeah.
Bye, Matt.
Good to see you. Matt's like me.
I do like
I'm
the
like
quote,
Ichiro. Matt's like me.
quote here that does Matt have to make everything about himself?
Oh, wow.
That's what I admire
Hey,
about
and
Matt.
There he is. He just showed up yet
Wow.
again. He was playing. He's already playing in the show tomorrow. I heard him. He's doing prep for the show tomorrow.
Wow.
Good
Yeah.
for him.
Yeah. Good job by you, Matt.
Got to stay ahead of the competition.
All right, so let me try to tie in the title of the show
Okay.
with the
Nice.
topic at hand. So the title of the show is what Michael Severe saw at Husker Open Practice. Now, we're about to discuss opinions that we have and ones that we are most confident in for the season and which ones we are least confident in for the season.
Yes.
But did you go to practice yesterday and leave? And admittedly, you were there for what, 20 minutes? Like
23 minutes.
like the obvious caveats, right? Of like
Yes.
Michael wasn't watching scrimmages there, it was early in the practice.
Yeah, there was no team going on.
But did you leave it all feeling, oh, okay, I had this thought and I think I'm on the right track, or I have a thought and I am not on the right track with that position group or player?
I think with the running back, just like I've always felt, I think they could be good.
Yep.
Mosey was number one in the rotation. Nelson was behind him. I thought outside of the nitpicking that the running backs coach did about Rule, that he looked really good,
Mm-hmm.
but he wants him to be perfect. And so I told people there's three parts of the drill. You go through the gauntlet,
Mm-hmm.
they slide the bag, you go over the bag without taking both feet off the ground at the same time, and then you the stiff arm. Stiff arm was great. Gauntlet was great for him because he's a big guy. He's probably 225 at this point. Jumping over the bag, he jumped over instead of stepping over like you're supposed to. So he got corrected a couple times with that. Ives did as well. But for the most part, the top two guys, I think that's going to be a fun competition. I think they both can contribute. We won't know anything until they play against Michigan State. Really?
That's cool. It's like a month and a half away.
Yeah, I know. But I like the fact they both look really good. Mosey is now, again, probably he's over 220. I don't know what he is exactly, and we'll find out these numbers. They weigh in every Monday. Every Monday morning, they weigh in and go through the whole testing. And so maybe I might be able to find that out.
Yeah.
But he's a big kid. I like the way he can cut. I like the way he runs. I think he's got a lot of aptitude for the position, even though it's only his first 1.5 years kind of in
Isn't
the
that wild? Because
position.
I remember talking to you about him last year, and you had the
It was
critique
that
that
open
a lot
practice.
of people did,
It
right?
was
It
the
was
open
like
practice.
he runs like a wide receiver.
He
He runs
did.
like and so like to hear you discuss him now a year later, I find very interesting because I don't want to say you've done a 180 on him because he's done a 180, right? He has adapted and gotten
There was
used to the position.
three runs back to back, and I was sitting, among everybody else, and then Sean and those guys were behind me, and there were 3 runs back to back where there were holes there, and he just busted outside, and I go, "There's the wide receiver in him. That's the wide receiver on." This is back at the open practice last year.
Okay.
And he did that 3 times, and another time he caught the ball out of the backfield, and again he had the seam inside with the blocker, and he busted outside. So that's the wide receiver. Watching him now, and you don't get to see a ton. Again, the only real true cutting we saw was the one-on-one where they had the offensive lineman against the defensive lineman, and they wanted the running back to choose which way to go based off of the block. That's really the only one we saw. He looked smooth doing that, but there's 3 plays in a row. If you want to go back and look and see what Mosey's all about, I think from the spring game, from the Utah game, excuse me. The first drive, he's got a run of, I think it's 7 yards, a catch that's like 7 or 8, and then he has a run for 4. And you really see him becoming a running back on those 3 plays. If he takes that and translates it to being a true running back over the course of this offseason, I think it'll be pretty good. And I know Nelson is good enough. Nelson is good enough to be a good running back in the Big Ten. I just think Mosey and Rule have a bigger upside.
All right, so let's then turn this to the topic at hand. So
Okay.
here's how I am trying to think about this. And I'm going through the Rolodex of my own thoughts on the team right now. These are things that you are either expecting to happen or beliefs that you had. Like, for example, some would say an opinion is, I think the offensive line is going to be much improved this year. I think I've heard that opinion a lot over the course of the offseason. Right. I know that myself, I think that I'm not very bullish on the running back room. And so what I am trying to find right now are opinions, or it's like one thing that you feel so good about. It's like, I have an opinion on the running back room, and I definitely think that that's going to happen. And one that you have, and maybe we're getting closer to the season. Maybe you saw something yesterday. Maybe you're hearing something and you're just like, I am not feeling that good anymore. So, for example, one that I am now less confident in as I've gotten close to the season is this nice leap from the offensive line. I feel less confident today than I did like 2 months ago about the offensive line being able to make whatever the jump is that we're kind of hoping for.
See, here's the thing about all of these things, and some people will say you're talking in circle, like Jacob did. But I would say you can make this argument now before they play and say, I understand why people think so.
Yes.
Because they have so many Power 4 starts.
Yes.
They have as many Power 4 starts as any team in the Big Ten on their 5 for your 5 offensive linemen. The thing is, Tree Babalati really struggled if you look at his PFF, right?
Correct.
So you can say that that's going to be a weak link. But then I'll say, well, maybe Gunnar Gatula, who has shown some positive things, especially when he was a redshirt freshman at left tackle, could be a guy that takes that spot. Down the road, I think Claude Mpuma, who is coming along every single practice I see him, may be a guy that eventually gets to that point as well.
Sure.
So you could make the argument in going, well, they can go to the backup and maybe they'll be better. Or you can make the argument in going, if they don't find a right tackle, it'll be just like it was last year. They didn't have a right tackle. They had essentially had one of those revolving doors for blocking. We saw it in the Minnesota game. We saw it against Michigan. So you can make the argument both ways. I think personally, because they have so many starts back, because one of the top 3 centers in the Big Ten, considered by people who follow football, plays for Nebraska.
Yes.
That Pritchard has played so much better, gotten better, looks like an Adonis. I think that he can be pretty good. Because just because you're an Adonis like Leiden Murtha doesn't mean you're going to be great.
Oh, God,
but,
Leiden Murtha.
And then in the inside, this is where their strength is. It's from guard to guard.
Yeah.
Right. Those 3 guys are the strength of their offense, I think. And then everything's going to come off of that. So
How good they are.
If they are that good, how they, based off of starts they've had, gradings they've had, how they played, what coaches think about them. If they're that good, I think this offensive line can be really good.
Yeah.
Right. But right tackle's could be a weak part of it. And Tree Babalati is, even though he has experience, I think he's 11 games, 11 starts, something like that, whatever amount he has, the majority of them he struggled. Now, got a guy in Jeep Wade who has taken some guys who weren't considered to be high recruits and got them drafted on the offensive line. So he's done a good job of developing. He also will call the run plays will be based off of what they do well. I think there were times, and this goes all the way back to Bill Callahan, where there were times where they had a weakness, but I'm like, I'm running my stuff. And I don't care if they don't do this well. We're going to do it, right? Both on offense and defense.
Joe Daly, you're going to throw the damn
do
football.
This. We're at Iowa State. They're 50-mile-an-hour winds. You're throwing the ball. And so I think that I don't think Jeep Wade is going to allow them to do that. He's like, this is what we're doing well. Let's do this. His line
Yeah.
is, I said all the time, his line is, you can do 1,000 things, right?
Mhm.
One time,
Mhm.
or you can do one thing 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of his motto. And if they
Yeah.
can do that, they can run an outside zone, they can run counter really well. If they do those two things really well, and those offensive linemen do those two things really well, they'll be good.
Yeah, and I think you hit on one of the reasons why I feel like I'm a little softer on my opinion that they're going to make the big jump. I think one of them is some of the PFF stuff with last year with Babalade. So I think I started there. I heard an interview this summer. It might have been Clayton Adams, who is the Cowboys OC. He was on the Athletic Football Show, oddly enough. And he was talking about offensive line. And, oh, no, I know what it was. I got a copy of Peter King's book before it's Peter King, NFL. You know Peter King.
I blocked him.
Yeah. So he has a book coming out in October. And so I read it. I ripped through it. It was really interesting. But there was one chapter in there about one of the Giants teams in the 80s. And talked about how like it was one of the Super Bowl teams and how their offensive line, it was a bunch of like they were solid players, but they weren't great. And look, admittedly, I've never watched this team, so I don't really have a whole lot of opinions on them. But that I think it was Parcells said the reason that they are so good or that we are so good is they've been working together for 3 or 4 years and they have this chemistry together where they know exactly. And I just was reading that. And as I always do, I was thinking about it through the lens of Husker football. And I was like, man, it is something that they're having a bunch of 3 new guys coming in that are probably going to start. And
I think that's an old take,
we're
though.
just,
I don't think that take is not true anymore.
That's fair. That's
only
fair.
because you can look throughout college. Look at Ohio State a few years ago, right? A couple years. When
That's true.
you look at what they were, they had an offensive line that was stable. Then everybody got hurt. Mainly the best left tackle I thought in college football that year got hurt.
It was a huge conversation.
They had to do all the
Nebraska
shuffling.
game. Yeah.
They finally got the shuffling right. Guys that hadn't played in those positions before, and they were successful.
Yeah.
Right. And now you have so many players that are in the transfer portal and coming over. I don't think you really can now have 5 guys who play together for 3 years.
For sure.
Doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
the guys are usually leaving or they coming.
So you don't think that should be like a maybe a big reason why?
I think if they were, so I do worry a little bit. You look at Iowa's offensive line. They've got 2 guys who are without a doubt great players. One's moving positions, right? But you got 2 guys who could be first round or second round picks. The other 3 guys have very few starts. If you have few starts and you're a new offensive line, I think that's harder to build than having guys who have a bunch of
a lot of
starts
starts experience,
then playing together for the first time. Now, they also had an entire spring to work together because it's not like they're coming in the summer.
Yeah.
And then they're going to have these days during the fall camp all the way to get ready. Then they have 3 games where you think they're going to be able to outmatch the other teams.
And then the competition ramps up. Do you have something that you have felt all off season and you're a little softer on now, or that you're changing your tune on a little bit?
The one that I worry about, and I'm less confident about, can they be a truly good defensive havoc team? Right. So all 3 years they've gotten worse. In 23, they had 32 sacks. In 24, they had 30 sacks. Last year, they had 22, which was 15th in the Big Ten. In forced fumbles, in 2023, they had 9 forced fumbles. Pretty good, 7th in the Big Ten. Then they had 8 forced fumbles, and last year they only had 4 forced fumbles. Then tackle for a loss, go back to 23, they had 76, which is 4th in the Big Ten. Then they had 81, which was a little bit better in 24, but it went to be 5th in the Big Ten. And then last year, they only had 66, 8th in the Big Ten. So I have something that I do this with John on the pregame show, 1620 The Zone, the pregame. I do just overall havoc, right? So I'm not going to put in passes batted. I'm not going to put in any of that stuff. This is just basic stuff. Out of those, in 23, they had 117.
Okay.
In 2024, they had 119. Last year, they only had 92.
Big drop.
Right. And I wonder do they have defensive ends in this system, in this new 4-3, that are going to be able to create havoc? I believe interiorly they have. I think Whittington, based off of who he is and the way he penetrates, he will do that. I think Tyson Terry would get a chance to play based on what I've saw from Omaha North. That's all I have, right? I think he will be able to do it. And I do believe with Riley Van Poppel working with a former defensive lineman who played in the league, who's working on technique, that he is going to take a big jump compared to what he was last year, playing with and under a defensive line coach that seemed to be clueless. But I think he'll be able to. So if the interior can get pressure, which they did in 23 and 24, if they can get pressure, then that'll relieve some of my concerns about the defensive ends. I think Petchak's going to be really good, but right now he's not the starter, right? Anthony Jones, who's played for every team in the Big Ten,
He really is.
right?
Wild, yeah.
He's going to be your starter. And Cam Linhart, who's not the size of a normal Big Ten defensive end. He's not a rush in. at 6 foot 260, whatever he is. He's not what he is. So when you move from them and have Anthony Jones on one side and then Petchak on the other side, I think that's a much better grouping. And so I hope that's what it becomes by the beginning of the season, and those guys get the majority of the snaps. Then if you want to have speed guys, you've got a McGahee who is back there who could be your guy. Maybe that's when you bring in Cam Leonard, you move him out to a 6, a 7, 8, 9 technique, move him way out there. Maybe you can do that. But I'm concerned that they won't be able to produce enough defensive havoc to make this team against really good teams in the Big Ten, a chance to win games.
So what's something then on the other side that you feel great about now, which is it's kind of like a Joe Namath opinion that you have that you're like, is definitely going to happen.
I think they're going to be able to run the ball. I think it's a combination of I think the 2 running backs, I think the line, and I think Jeep Wade more than anything else. I think if you go back and look, when he had a mobile quarterback and he had reasonable running backs, not great running backs, right? They really succeeded. They were a really good run team at Georgia Tech under him. And I think a big part of it was his coaching and the fact that the offensive coordinator, and he's got a run game coordinator, right? Lonnie Teasley's the run game coordinator. Having those 2 guys work together, I think they're going to run the ball well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better, much better as a team than they were last year. Because even though you had,
so wild, you look at all the advanced stats. It's
even though you had one of the best running backs in the Big Ten, you still didn't run the ball great as a team.
It's wild because it's not
you
even
had no quarterback run. That's why.
And it's not even like Emmett was inefficient. Even his efficiency was pretty solid. But
except on 3rd and 4th down.
Yeah, you look at all the other stuff and it was really bad. I think, to answer the question that I posed to you, I am really starting to think that this receiver room was finally going to be what we've been saying they could be for like 4 or 5 years. Like
even without bringing in Quasi Gilmore, I think.
Yeah,
that's a bonus.
Yes,
he's an extra guy.
I think it was listening to you and Schaefer talk about it yesterday, and you talked a little bit about Gilmore, and there was somebody else recently, and I'm just like, I think that
he does a really good job of getting open. His separation stats.
I think that it's going to happen with this group, and I think that they're going to have a quarterback, of course, that's going to push the ball down the field.
He does.
That's going to help as well. And so I like the group. I just like the opportunities that I think that they could have this year. And so I am buying into the passing game, which I've done a lot over the last few years, but I'm doing it again. And I will say this: the other day, I was thinking to myself, were the stats as bad as I remembered last year with the wide receivers? And I was like, I'm going to look them. And I was like, wow, they were actually.
They weren't very good.
They were not very good.
Yeah, and take the non-conference away. I'm big on that. Take the non-conference away. It's even worse.
Yeah. But I think that they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah. They have so much depth. When you're watching these practices and, they don't have nameplates on and you don't remember all the numbers. And you look back. I do this a lot with Claude and Puma, by the way, 71. I'm like, I see he does something and I go, oh, who's that again? And I'm like, oh, it's him again, right? Same thing with Keelan Smith. Every time Keelan Smith makes a play, who's like the 6th wide receiver somewhere in the list, I go, damn, why is he not playing more? Because he always makes plays. This is like a full speed cut guy, really good hands, got good size. And I'm like, he's the 5th or 6th. So you should be right.
Yeah.
Right? Because we know what Quinn Clark is. I think we know what Ja'Cory Barney is and should be.
Correct.
Right? And I think we know what Hunter is for the most part. A bunch of guys around there, I think, can fill in. And you throw on top of that, I mentioned this with Schaefer yesterday, when you have a mobile quarterback and you're willing to run more waggle and more boot, the tight end comes really into play.
Yes.
Because that's the guy you want to give the ball to, get the ball to on those quick outs. You want to get him to release, you're off, you get him the ball, he's going downfield. So I think that you'll see Lindenmeyer or whoever. It might be Sorensen. I mean, I saw him limping a little bit yesterday, but probably just banged up an ankle or whatever. But whoever it is, I can see more balls going to tight ends.
402-951-1620. We got some responses that we can get to when we return. We also have coming up in about a half hour or so, about 40 minutes. We'll talk with Jerry Allen, the voice of the Oregon Ducks, about a team that is, of course, going to have a lot of run as a potential national champion this year. Also, Michael's favorite guest, Mitch Holtis, will join us in a little over an hour. We'll talk about the National Football League. We'll get some responses, some other stuff as well as we keep on going. 402-951-1620. Do not forget, speaking of Oregon, that we are sending one lucky Husker fan and a guest to see Nebraska battle the Ducks in Eugene. You can go enter at 1620thezone.com. Not to mention the morning show, Happer and Schaefer. It's Connor and Mike. They have bonus chances this week to earn more entries. The one this morning was awesome. It was, if you are listening they said this at like 6:03. If you're listening right now, tweet at us and you will get a bonus entry. It pays to wake up and listen.
Wake up early.
6 o'clock. So,
or you're a person that goes back and listens later, and you're calling at 9 o'clock.
Ah, rats! I don't have a chance to do that. Prize includes a couple tickets to the game, of course, 2 round-trip airfare for 2, 2-night hotel stay, and a gift card for food, rides, or more. All of that can be found at 1620thezone.com. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. Josh Peterson, Michael Severe in today. We'll have Stibbs in the rest of the week. By the way, Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie is this week's movie club pick.
I'm very excited for
I
that.
started watching it.
You would hate it.
No, I didn't say that. I started watching it. I realized this is a movie I need to watch with my wife because she really likes that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And so let me wait till she can watch it.
Okay, so you're going to give it a go.
I will watch it with her. I
So-
will watch movies that I'm uncomfortable watching with her
Okay.
because she likes those kinds of movies.
Okay.
Knowing Stibbs, how similar in vibe is this movie to like a What We Do in the Shadows? Is it like a
See, I like What We Do in the Shadows.
The previews, the movie
and the TV show.
Yeah, the previews make
so
it
funny.
give me that kind of vibe, like
TV
a
show
What We
better.
Do in the Shadows kind of vibe.
I would agree. I don't know. I mean, they're both funny.
Fair enough.
You know,
Ooh, Carolyn Levitt stepping
it's
down.
this is
Saw that.
it's funny.
What happened?
She wants to spend time with her grandkids.
That's her kid.
Theo writes, media hyped Hayes out of the gate to distract from the Mackay misunderstanding in Florida.
Do you
McEwen
feel that's
especially.
true?
No, of course not.
Because I
Theo
came
was
on with you guys.
making up something in his mind.
I
Theo
came
does
on with you
this,
guys like right
Michael.
away
Yeah.
This is a
and
Theo
said,
thing.
first of all, he was limited in the spring. He had to have a procedure.
Yeah.
I think he's an investment for later, like not this
now,
year.
I will say this. Sean Callahan did say he thinks that he's going to rush for at least 100 yards in one of the first 3 games. So I know that Sean,
Well, he said-
'cause John
I
and I
thought-
talked about it on the show.
So Sean said that two of the running backs.
He said the new game.
Okay, because he said the one I heard was he said two running backs will each rush for 100 yards in the first 3 games. Now, I didn't know he thought Tiki Hayes was one of them. Tiki Hayes was one of them.
Yeah.
I thought he was meaning that Mosey might have one and Nelson might have one or Rule might have one.
Yeah.
Or maybe Ives.
Yeah.
Because Ives has had a 100-yard game. Was that a 100-yard game against Houston Christian?
I don't think so.
It
Did he
wasn't
have that many.
I think he did. I thought he went over 100 yards against Houston
Dude,
Christian.
I still
for some
remember that
reason.
play that he had where it was like no one was in front of him and he was just like, oh wow, he's not very fast.
Like he was limping. Yeah.
He let's see. Last year, Ives had 85 against Houston.
85,
Christian.
okay.
Yeah, a long of 20. He had 28-yard carry against Akron as well. 20 carries, 133 yards on the season overall.
It was
4
mainly
for
those 2
14 against
games,
Utah.
right?
Yeah, he had 4 for
And then
14 against Utah.
in the bowl game. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 touchdowns over the course of the season.
Yeah. So I think
Theo
maybe
also
I
says
thought-
Simple predicted Hayes would start. Maybe it was a Husker Online thing. Maybe they were drinking.
I
that.
listen to all their shows. I don't
Yeah.
remember it hearing.
Yeah, maybe it was on the ticket. Maybe he was saying.
Yeah, it
that
might have been
his-
on the ticket because I
on the morning.
now on the
show.
Husker Online shows there was no one saying that.
Nick, who do you think listens to more pods, Theo or Michael?
I think Michael listens to more normal pods.
That is definitely true. Are you listening to any? Now I know it's a football only show today, but are you listening to any TV or movie pods these days, or are you just all sports? All sports all the time.
So the only other podcasts I listen to, and I told you I listen to some political podcasts.
Mhm.
So I listen to a little bit of that.
Yeah.
But mostly it's just football
Hell yeah.
for the most part. A lot of football
Football.
podcasts.
And you're not on
football.
Simmons, right? You don't listen to Bill
Don't
anymore.
listen to Bill Simmons anymore at
Oh, that's a
all. No,
bummer.
don't listen to Bill anymore. Matter of fact, I don't even the reels that come up or whatever.
You just
on-
skip him right
I
away.
Skip 'em, yeah.
Oh wow! Did
I
you see
skip
his
'em.
bit this week? He doesn't use a seatbelt.
I heard him. I
What?
read somebody said
How
that Bill
old is
Simmons,
He's almost
says he
60.
doesn't like seatbelts. Is what he
Yeah,
said.
yeah. So he doesn't wear them.
They sell that device online. Have you seen that? Have you ever
Or
got that
is it
before?
you buckle it
It's
in,
a little buckle. Yeah,
Yeah.
and it just buckles in.
so then it doesn't get the beep beep.
yeah,
beep.
which I can't believe somebody would do. But you know what? You want to die, die.
I don't understand. I don't understand not wearing.
It's
a seatbelt.
Darwinism, baby.
Is
Let's
it
go.
that uncomfortable? Like
No.
I remember.
No, I
when
didn't
you're a
realize they have
little
it on.
kid, you know, when you first buckle and you do the thing where you put it behind your back
Yeah.
because it hurts your
Because
neck.
you were a little kid and you didn't fit.
Then
Yeah.
you grow and
Yeah.
you're almost
So-
6 foot.
Have you ever seen?
Although when I was a kid, all we had was lap belts.
Oh man, what a different
Have you
time.
ever seen the news footage of when seatbelts became a
And they're
federal
bl-
thing?
Yeah.
There's like this guy
Honestly-
drinking his beers, like
Yeah.
Well, that was legal. You could drink a beer in Texas after work. It was called an after work beer. I moved there in '87, the year they changed it, and got pulled over because I was drinking an IBC root beer.
You know, I every now and then something will happen in society today, and I'm like, wow, we always make everything political, and we always have to get so mad. And then one of those videos will show
Uh-huh.
up, and they're like, the
The
government.
way it was.
We've never changed.
You're that mad about how you can't drink a beer and drive.
There were
anymore?
commercials about that where people
Oh
were
my
mad
gosh.
saying, it's my God-given right as an American to have a beer on the way home. It's my God-given right to have a rifle in my truck and drink a beer on the way home. That was a
They
commercial.
still got the
Uh-huh.
rifle.
Still got the rifle.
Still got
back-
the rifle.
back
And
home.
shotguns.
Back home,
Yeah.
a lot of people didn't like to use seatbelts. It was just whatever, including my dad.
Classic.
And there was after I'd gone to college,
Yeah.
I'd come back and I'd start putting my seatbelt on. He's like, "What are you putting your seatbelt on for? Are you scared of
Wimp.
my driving?" Like, no, this is just kind of what
But
we
Dad,
do.
what if somebody came and hit us and then I got flung out of the car?
You know
and
how
I
many-
died?
He would always put his seatbelt on the highways, but even
Okay.
then it was more of like a
let me
kind of
be the
slung
old guy
over.
here.
Yeah.
So the cars used to be made of steel,
yes.
Yeah.
all steel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we also didn't drive as fast.
Yeah.
The speed limit 55, you were going pretty fast. I remember driving with my dad at least 4 times
Way faster
from
than a
one
horse.
coast to the other, and we were going about 50 on the
That is so
interstate.
slow.
We were not going that fast,
Oh
and it was
my
a big old
gosh.
car, and it was much safer. Now, when the cars started becoming fiberglass and all that other junk, you better put your seatbelt on. Plus, you're going 85 miles an hour in some states, which is legal,
Yeah.
Mhm.
and you end up going through the front windshield. You know how many accidents I went to where people would have lived if they had their seatbelt on? Hundreds.
I don't think twice about it. I never am like,
Yeah, I don't think
I
about it
forgot to
anymore.
put my seatbelt on.
When someone doesn't, I'm like, what happened to you?
I actively refuse to start driving if I'm with somebody and they get in my car and they don't put their seatbelt on. I wait.
See, and
What
I
does
don't
your
even-
car
I don't
beep
even know
if
that.
the
No.
passenger doesn't have it on?
I don't know. I
Mine
guess I haven't
does.
tried
It
it.
Mine
gets annoying.
does.
If I
See-
put a water bottle that's too heavy, it's
Yes.
like, come on, it's
See-
a water bottle.
Yeah, my backpack in the back.
Yeah.
For me, it's less of an annoyance thing and more of a put your seatbelt on when I'm driving.
Yeah. No, it's just a safety issue. I mean, we saw the number of deaths when it became, like you were mentioning, a federal law. So yeah.
John writes, Sipple doesn't wear a seatbelt. Oh yeah, we know. We hear the dinging and the dinging. Let's see. Another text coming in. This one was from Lane. I'm not as high on pass rush.
Kiffin?
And no, well, maybe Nick. I don't know. What's the 531? Oh, that's Nebraska.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lane. I hate that zip code or area code, whatever it is. Lane writes, I'm not as high on pass rush, and thus not as high on the secondary. They are going to play man-to-man despite Orich's defenses playing 80% zone last year at San Diego State, where they got a lot of their INTs in that zone. So the lack of pass rush and the time opposing quarterbacks will have to throw versus man is a bad recipe, thus not as high on the secondary. You disagree?
I don't think that's quite true. So what he does a lot of, and which I think he'll do a lot of based off of talking to people they're doing, I think it's going to be a lot more man-free. So they're going to start off looking too high before the snap. And then somebody's going to rotate down, whoever they want the double coverage to be on, depending on what side. That person's going to rotate down. Now, if it's a run play, they'll get in the run. But they're going to come over to be able to help in the slot guy, or if there's a guy on either the boundary or the field that they want to get into. And then, yes, you will have your corners set up as if they're in man, and they will back off at the snap a lot of times, forcing them to get rid of the ball quicker. That's what I see them doing, and basically talking to people there. That's what I see them doing more than you're going to see the standard. Okay, you're man to man. The safeties are only helping if you're coming in the area. I don't think that's going to be the case.
No.
You're going to see they do more movement right at the snap in the secondary under Orich than anybody I really watched last year. They did a lot.
That's awesome.
And I went back and I
man.
watched a bunch of their stuff as much as I could find from the 22 stuff, and a lot of it was. And Tim Bergis will back me up on this. He did the
Shout
same
out
thing.
Tim.
And you go back and you look, they did a lot of movement right at the snap to confuse the quarterback.
It's the name of the game, isn't it? You know, lining up in a certain formation, and then the ball is snapped, and then you're doing something completely unexpected for the offense.
Especially if it's under the center and they're doing any kind of play action, they're looking away. When they come back, they have a completely different set.
It's why, man, sometimes I just love thinking about the basic essence of playing a position or whatever. And it's like, can you imagine that? You look at them, you're saying, okay, I know what I'm going to do. You turn your back, you look back, it's like, wait a second.
Everything's changed.
That's not what I was expecting at all with this play.
Yeah, that's why cloud coverage became such a big thing in the 90s, right? What you do is you had your whatever corner, and obviously in the NFL it's even, but you got the cornerback there. And so the cornerback you're thinking is on the outside receiver, but he's in cloud. The other safety has rotated over in case that wide receiver tries to run a deep route. He's waiting for the pass to the tight end or the running back out of the backfield. The cloud corner comes in and picks it off, right? That was a big thing to do. That really started happening a lot in the 90s. And you still see it occasionally, but quarterbacks are much more alert to it now. And that's why they will do things like run motion to see what you're going to do to react to.
Yeah. Oh, football. What a great sport. Isn't it a great sport?
It's why
Nick?
there's a book out that I read by.
I think you told me to read
it's
this
a
book.
great book. It's written by, who's our guy?
Was it Greg Cosell?
No, not Greg Cosell.
Chris Brown?
So what it's about is every single
Not that
time.
Chris Brown.
Okay.
Every time an offense became great, a defensive counter would happen.
Mhm.
And so the whole idea, I almost had his name, worked for Yahoo for a long time. Every time that happened, he wrote about what the counter move was. So one of the basic counter moves, obviously, was the Bears playing in that 46 defense,
yeah.
and then what Miami did to them, or what other teams started to do them with 4 wide receivers, right? And so that was a counter. But he goes all the way back. What's his name?
I know, because
You know
I'm
what
pretty
talking about.
I'm pretty sure you
We
recommended
used to have him
this
on.
book to me.
Yeah.
Was it Take Your Eye Off the Ball? Was it
No,
that
no,
book?
that's
Okay, 'cause
that's a
you-
great book.
That you recommended that book to me.
Take Your Eye Off the Ball is by the guy who used to be the
Pat
GM.
Kerwin.
Pat Kerwin, yeah.
That was a great book. I read that like
That's a
15
very
years
good book.
ago.
And that's
Yeah.
how you should watch football.
Yeah.
It's hard. I know it is. I know it's hard to watch it that way. That's why watching football on TV sometimes is so frustrating, because they used to give us, this is back in the old days, they used to have everybody in the picture. They made sure the safeties were in the picture. Now they shoot it so tightly.
Which is
that
funny
you
because
really-
now we have more room on the screen,
yeah,
you know, with
but
the
they shoot it
widescreen.
tighter, and so you can't see at the game. You can really better understand, and also in the game on TV, they're too busy showing cutaways instead of showing you what the alignment is. When you're at the game, you can watch who's coming in as a substitution. You know they're going to be playing 12 personnel. They're going to be playing 13 personnel, 22. You know all of that, and you can see what the defense is doing the counter. That's why I go to the game, and then I watch the game a couple times, because you can't get what you want from TV completely. But if you go to the game and do both, you can get everything.
Football, Nick. It's
Yeah.
a great day.
I like it when my teams play good.
Well, the Dolphins are going to suck this year.
Yep, and I've been watching a lot of Iowa highlights because of all the 25 team stuff I've been doing.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Well, they won games last
who's
year.
gonna start at
but I've
quarterback?
been specifically. That's a great question.
Hecklinski.
I don't know. Some guy we've never heard of.
Speaking of the NFL, Dave Hellman of The Athletic will join us in about an hour. We'll talk about the National Football League with him. Some news coming around. Kyler Murray is the starter, among other things. We can talk about that and so much more. We also have the Oregon Ducks coming up in about 15, 20 minutes to talk about them in 25 teams.
They just lost a running back.
25 grums. Yeah, you mentioned that.
Archer mentioned it on the stream, and then I looked it up. Yeah, he lost in the day.
And so we will get to that and more. A couple other things related to Nebraska that we can get to, and we will do one of those next. And that is the lack of back-to-back road wins that Nebraska's had over the last 20 years. Michael's been diving into the numbers. We will do that when we return. It is Unsportsmanlike Conduct right here on 1620 The Zone. So Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 97.7 The Zone, the 1620 The Zone radio network. Josh Peterson, Michael Severe with you. John Bishop is on the way to Iowa for his vacation.
God's country is what I call it.
There's the speed track, Speedway,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Knoxville.
Knoxville? Oh,
Yeah.
I thought he went to some other place.
No, he goes Knoxville.
Okay.
Now, if it rains, I think that screws things up.
I don't know if
Then
it
it
does.
becomes fun.
Yeah.
They still race on
Mud
the road,
racing.
I think.
Because I asked him, I said,
Isn't it
are
a
you
dirt track?
excited?
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
goes, well, as long as the rain stays away.
Maybe
I
he
think
just
maybe
didn't want to
sitting
get
in
wet.
the rain.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
sitting in the
makes
rain probably
sense.
was
You
the
think-
issue.
John's people would like the rain.
John's people?
Yeah.
Well, overcast
Daywalkers.
because he's so
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
He wants overcast days.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing I'm wondering, because every year John does this, he goes and sees a movie.
Mhm.
Do you think that he'll go see woke ass The Odyssey, Nick?
Or is he going to see Spider-Man?
No, he's definitely not going to see Spider Man.
Spider-Man's amazing.
Have you seen The Odyssey yet?
Oh,
I know
yeah, I
you're
saw
out
it.
on Nolan.
I saw it.
Did you like it? Did you find it boring?
You know what's funny is that if I had to choose, I'd take the Spider-Man movie over it. I thought the
That
Odyssey
doesn't
was
surprise me.
incredible, epic, incredibly done. It did not feel like it was 3 hours. It did not. It was fine. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Spider-Man No Way Home or whatever it's
one
called.
It's called.
New Day, whatever.
New
I
Day.
like that one much better.
That's good.
I think that's the third best Marvel movie they've ever made.
Behind.
Behind
Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2.
Winter Soldier,
Yep.
and Infinity War.
It's a good
Infinity
one.
War is good.
Yeah.
Those are the. But then I would put the new Spider-Man movie.
I think
It's perfect.
I'm going to try to see the Odyssey this weekend.
Still
Finally,
can't believe you haven't seen it.
I've been busy.
We saw it in 70
Busy.
millimeter IMAX giant theater in New Orleans, the biggest theater in the city.
You've seen it in 70 millimeter?
We went and saw it there. Yeah,
I
Wow,
was
Josh's
supposed to-
eyes got so wide.
Yeah, I was supposed to see it in Denver and the projector broke.
we saw it at 10 in the morning.
So I'm going to go see it in Chicago at 10:45 on a Friday night with Stibbs.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So that's talking movies. Sorry, it's a football show. Let's get back to football. Are you okay? You need some water? There's some. There's a trash can over there. Uh-oh. Man, I don't know the last time that Michael he pulled an odds. Oh, it's spit. Okay, I
Yeah.
thought that you were about to.
I didn't have a
vomit.
napkin or anything. I was going to use a napkin,
Yeah.
but they used to have a roll of paper
Yeah.
towels in here all the time. And
We
I
have
looked.
Clorox wipes.
saw
Why
that.
did you just do it into there?
Oh, what I saw over here was a bag,
Roll of
a
trash
roll
bags.
of trash bags. I
Mm.
thought that was initially paper towels, and I was like,
So I don't even remember what I was saying. Let's get to Michael. This
Movies.
Go watch a movie. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I'm gonna see a movie.
hey, look, man, it's probably. I got your segue.
Yeah, let's do it.
Very rarely have I gone to back-to-back movies that both were successful.
Wow, this is excellent work.
Nice.
And Nebraska has. It's not rarely. They have not
They've
had
not.
success on the back-to-backs in 20 years. So this stat goes back to the 2006 season, correct?
Yes.
And it was. You always bring it up. It's Iowa State.
Yep.
Is that the back end or is that the front end?
First part.
Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Okay.
Iowa
and
State, Kansas State, 2006.
And so this stat is not the last time Nebraska won 2 road games in a row. They have
No.
done that since then. It is literally
Back to
game,
back.
game. And there's no idle week in between there, right?
Right.
This
And there's
stat has
some
to be 2 weeks
seasons
in a
where they
row.
did not play any back-to-backs, especially in the Big 12. But for the
Yes.
most part, when they've been in the Big 10, they have.
They've played back-to-backs for the
Now, they
most
played
part.
2 last year, right?
Let's see, what did they have? They had
Wasn't it last year where they played 2 back-to-backs?
I'm trying to remember.
Because who they played before Penn State?
UCLA, but didn't they have they had an off week after that though, didn't they? Or did they? Maybe they didn't.
I thought they played 2
I think you're right. They
back-to-backs.
had USC, then an off week, and then they played UCLA. Because I remember you talking about that. Like, look, they can finally do this.
Yep, and they did not.
Okay, so you said only one team.
Only one team that is a current member of the Big 10 has gone back farther doing this. And when they did it, they were not in the Big 10.
Okay.
They've never done it while they're in the Big 10. You got to go all the way back to 2003
Okay, so
since this team did it.
okay, so that definitely helps out the conversation
Yes.
because then that limits it to the newer teams other than Nebraska. So
Exactly.
Maryland, Rutgers, and then the 4 West Coast teams.
Yep.
The easy guess is going to be it's either Rutgers or Maryland. I'm going to say Maryland.
It's Maryland,
Yes.
2003. The last time Rutgers did it was when
that?
they were in the Big East.
I was going to say.
In 2009, they beat Army and UConn.
Wow.
Other ones that go back a little ways,
They went to West
Minnesota
Point? Yeah.
has not done it since 2008, beating Illinois and Purdue.
Okay.
I mentioned Maryland. Iowa did it in 2020, Minnesota and Penn State.
Mm.
Nebraska's had opportunities over this trade. So 2022 at Rutgers and Purdue. All they needed was that 4th down stop against Purdue. Remember the quarterback who could not run and he juked out
Somebody on the
not
defense.
Nash and Ty.
Oh.
He juked out Ty to get the fourth down run. Remember that?
Yeah.
They win that game.
Aiden O'Connell, is that who that was?
Yes,
was that their
Aiden
quarterback?
O'Connell. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. So that was the fourth down stop. They win both of those. They beat Rutgers. They lost to Purdue.
Okay.
Then in 2016, okay, this is the one they had. They lost the overtime game at Wisconsin. Then they had to go to Ohio State.
In 2018?
Remember that?
They almost beat Ohio State in 2018.
No, 2016.
Oh, they did not. They almost beat Wisconsin. They
Yes.
definitively did not.
62-3.
At one point during that game, I moved it. I had a friend over. I moved the Nebraska game off the main TV, and we put LSU Alabama.
It was when Tommy left to go to the hospital. Was that what it was?
It might have been.
Tommy left to go.
That
So
game
in
was terrible.
2014, really close. The Michigan State game. Remember that one?
Punt return, DeMorney Pearsonelli going
Alonzo
a nice
Moore,
run.
ball hits him in his hands in the end zone.
Dude, that was such a weird game. I remember Ba and I talking about it the next week, how it went from this game sucks, it's terrible,
Yeah.
to how would we even just how do you describe this? Because they came back, but
Yeah.
they still lost.
So
That was
weird score too, like
27 to 22 or
2,
something.
yeah, something like that,
It was
yeah.
an odd game.
So that game,
Yeah.
in that they beat Northwestern, so that would have been the other one. In 2008,
2008.
Texas Tech, the OT loss,
Yep.
where Gans throws the interception in the overtime,
And then it was at Iowa State the next
and
week.
Iowa State.
And they beat Iowa
They
State.
beat Iowa
and They
State.
very much should have beaten Texas Tech. They
Yeah.
should have gone for 2, man. They should have gone for 2 at the end of regulation.
All of the old Pac schools,
Yeah.
all have done it. USC did it in 23, UCLA did it in 21, Oregon did it in 22, Washington did it in 23.
Wow, so Oregon. Oh, so that means Oregon hasn't had one of these yet because they would have done it otherwise.
Exactly.
By the way, John texts into the show. Back to back, what? It can't just be winning 2 games in a row. It is winning 2 road games
Yeah.
in consecutive weeks.
I always say winning both ends of the doubleheader.
yeah.
You got to win the first one, and then the next week you play on the road again. And again, they didn't do this a lot in the. I went back and looked in the Pac-12. They didn't do it a lot in the Pac-12, and the Big 12 didn't do it a ton either.
Well, for a while
But
they
the
only
Big-
had 8 conference games.
Yes, and
so
the
that's
Big
gonna cut it
10
down.
has done it a lot.
When you have 9 conference games, you're going to have more of them. And so, again, the reason this stat is so specific is if there's an off week in between there, if you have road, home, road, even if you win both of the road games,
Yeah.
that does not fit the criteria.
Got to be back to back.
Do you have the last time they won 2 consecutive road games, regardless of where they were on the calendar?
I did not.
Do you know when that is
I
last
did not.
been?
I did not look at that. I only
You
looked at the back-to-back ones. I went back and looked at all the
My
back-to-back
guess,
ones.
just given that everything goes back to 2016, I would guess that the last time that they did it was 2016. Let's see. Yeah, they beat Northwestern at the end of September, and then they
Yeah.
beat Indiana 3 weeks later.
So like, yeah,
I was at the Northwestern
last
game.
year was Maryland, and then they had the horrible game against Minnesota,
Oh.
and then also they had the UCLA game,
Mhm.
right? And then they had the Penn State game. So they won one of them and lost the other 3.
Oh, man, that is terrible.
Yep.
Aaron Papillion says Nebraska has 8 home games next year for the
Yeah.
first time since at least 2014.
I have that as. Remember, you had that question earlier. Things that I was confident in.
Mhm.
I don't think we ever got to that yet, but you put that in, and you said what
No,
kind
you
of
said-
pressure? What kind of pressure?
Yeah.
That was my thing in there.
Oh, okay, yeah. We'll
I had
hopefully we
that,
can get to
yeah.
that later. By the way, Theo has tweeted at us.
Okay.
He tweeted at so it was indeed on the radio where Sipple said, or somebody said that Tyke Hayes is. Oh, here it is. Tyke Hayes could be your starter. That's what he said back then. I guess is that being bullish?
Unless he meant like everybody else got hurt.
No, he said I will jump the gun on a lot of stuff. What I'm saying is this could be your starter. He could be. What would any of those current Nebraska? What set any of the other running backs apart from Hayes? And then he said, "Now, why would I say that? Because he's good."
Okay, so I will go back and tell you, and I said this before, I think earlier in the show, but
Yeah.
his junior year of highlight film
Mhm.
is the reason why Bo demanded seeing senior year high school film because he was a completely different player. Now he was a little banged up,
Yeah.
but he just
He was
didn't
banged
play
up
the
his
same.
junior year?
No, he was great his junior year.
Oh, he was worse his senior year.
And that's why Bo wanted to see senior year because of that. And his senior year was not as good. And then if you watch what happened last year, obviously he didn't do well enough in the spring to get some carries. I know he got 2 NFL draft picks in front of him,
Yeah.
but they had times where they had some games where they could have gotten him in. Hell, they were getting blown out in a couple games.
That's true.
But they could have brought him in.
They were blowing teams out earlier, and then they were getting blown out. Yeah.
And then again, a reminder, whenever a guy misses a lot of the spring, he often doesn't get into the fall all that really great in shape. Look at him. He's got skinny legs. He just does. He's got a bigger upper body. This is a kid who weighs, I don't know, 210. A lot of he's got a big head and he's got a bigger upper body. He's got little legs. That is not a combination I'm a fan of when I'm looking on the huff, as they talk about, on the hoof. That's not what I would want.
Yeah.
Never was.
Yeah.
And that's what he is. Now, He does have good short area quickness from what I watched in the drills. And they show that. That drill is designed to show that he has short area quickness, but he doesn't have top end speed. So I don't think he does anything as well as the backs in front of him.
Yeah.
Maybe if Ives is in front of him, he does something better than Ives.
I think I'd be surprised if he was impactful in that part of the game.
Yeah,
this
I
season.
believe it's going to be this is an investment next year.
Yeah, for sure.
When he's got an entire year in the system, he gets to learn everything, and let's see what he does next year.
One thing that I am confident in is that the Oregon Ducks are going to be really, really good. We will talk to the voice of the Ducks when we return. Jerry Allen joins us to talk about Oregon and 25 teams in 25 grums next on 1620 The Zone.
countdown is on.
Take it to Pena. Aller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game. That's a walk-off whiteout winner for the Ducks.
And it's a keeper for Dante Moore. Big opening off the left side, and it's a foot race right now. He'll run out of bounds, but he's got the biggest play of the day for the Ducks. 39 yards for the win. Up and good. He got it. With 3 seconds left, it looks like Oregon is going to leave Iowa City with a huge victory.
The Ducks advance to the CFP semifinals. Their third 13-win season in program history.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
In Oregon today in 25 teams in 25 grums.
You got clipped and you said talking. It didn't sound like talking.
We are talking with Jerry Allen, the voice of the Ducks. Hi, Jerry. How are you?
What have I got?
Hey, you heard the same thing we heard, Jerry. Yeah. Nice job, Josh.
Jerry, appreciate you taking the time. This Oregon team, man, they have been fun to talk about over the last few months as the season has gotten closer. I'm curious for you. You've covered some really good Duck teams in your time, some really talented teams on paper. I wonder where you think this one kind of sits in the hierarchy of really good or potentially good to great Oregon teams that you've had a chance to call games for.
Well, it's going to be probably in a group of like 3 or 4. The biggest question mark I have for this team that would make it complete for me is that front line of the offense. And if they come together and get as good as they could be, then this will be probably overall talent-wise the best team that I've seen. We've had teams that had great stars, outstanding, positions here and there, but not a complete team. I think this team's pretty complete.
Jerry, based off what you said on the positions, I messed around. I went through all the EA Sports college football ratings, and 4 players on that defensive line have 90 or better scores in this game. And I started thinking, you think they're one of the best position groups since you've been around the program that they've had, at least on paper?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, when you get Tatum Tuioti and Mateo Uiagalelei both coming back, and then you got Big Bear Alexander coming back, Amari Washington, obviously is Anthony Jones, who's coming in as a 5-star freshman at an edge, is going to add depth there. So yeah, I think that front is probably the best, and the biggest question will be, can they develop depth? Because you need more than 4 or 5. You need 6, 7 guys there.
Yeah. Talking with Jerry Allen, the voice of the Oregon Ducks in today's edition of 25 Teams in 25 Grums. Jerry, let's just stick with that side of the ball. Coy Parrish, one of the bigger names in the transfer portal. He lands in Oregon, obviously a player that we have seen here around Nebraska before. What kind of addition is he going to bring, in your opinion, on the back end, giving all of the great talent that they have up front?
Well, he's going to be like Dylan Thieneman. I mean, he comes in and can play right away, very smart, just extremely aggressive. But I think his intelligence on the field in that position, he's like a quarterback back there, and he helps guys get lined up and make sure everybody's where they should be. And he closes really fast. And experience. I mean, when you got that kind of experience and you played in the Big Ten at Minnesota, you know what your opponents are like, you know what you're up against, and he fits Oregon's need really, really well.
Jerry used to talk a lot with Mike Parker, the voice at Oregon State, when they would come with baseball all the time, and he would always talk about how much he loved, the Civil War and all of that. And what is it like to not have that game on the schedule? Nebraska fans, obviously, Oklahoma and other teams that they played a lot, they miss them. What's that feeling like for those two fan bases? You're at least on your side.
Yeah, it's sad. I hated to see the Pac-12 dissolve. The teams that left and then it fell apart. I feel horrible for Oregon State and Washington State. The way they got left, and that we called it the Civil War. It was a rivalry. It goes back almost to the Civil War days. I mean, so it was big, and so yeah, we miss it. But I tell you what, I think the Pac-12 is going to be back. I don't think it's going to take them that long to become a valuable conference, and they'll be back in it. But yeah, I miss getting to see those guys every year.
Yeah.
Jerry Allen joining us as we talk about the Oregon Ducks. Jerry, looking at the offensive side of the ball, Dante Moore, of course, returns, could have gone into the pros, might have been the number 1 overall draft pick. And yet last year, he had a lot of injuries around him in terms of the guys that he's getting the ball to. Is that, if anything, one of the biggest reasons to buy into him putting together an even better 26 than 25, just given that those players are going to be healthy?
Yeah, he's got even more weapons. I mean, if everybody would have stayed healthy last year, he wouldn't have had as many as I think they're going to have this year. I mean, Jamari Johnson coming back at a tight end, which is, I mean, that he's going to be the next guy that goes high in the NFL as far as the tight ends. He's a dude, but DeCorian Moore, Evan Stewart is healthy. Iverson Hooks, who is a senior transfer from UAB, he's going to get to play a lot. Jeremiah McClellan, he is back. And then you look at the running backs, holy cow. Dante's got De'Aaron Hill Jr., who was a freshman last year, Jordan Davison, who was a freshman. We didn't see those two guys becoming what they were going to be by the end of the year, and now they're back. Tredarian Ball comes in. He's Brandon Smith, a true freshman. He's going to see some time. Dwan Riggs, healthy now. So they've got depth at that running back position, and 2, if not 3, all-stars.
Yeah, you mentioned in the running backs, and they had an injury recently. Gonna miss. I don't know. Davis gonna miss like 6 to 8 weeks. How much does that affect what you think they're going to be doing in the backfield?
He's back and playing now. And I don't. It's college football is a year-round deal now, so he might miss some reps as far as going full out. But he is a part of the team. He knows everything. They know him. It doesn't take long. It's like riding a bicycle. You may not be on that bike for 4 5 weeks or a couple of months, but when you get back on it, you know what you're doing, and that's where he is.
Okay.
Jerry Allen joining us, the voice of the Oregon Ducks in today's edition of 25 Teams. Jerry, what is your view on the offensive line? It's so interesting, reading a variety of previews, and some people are like, yeah, they'll be fine, plug and play. Others are a little bit more concerned. How would you describe the feeling that you have about the group up front on that side of the ball?
Well, I think that they've got some guys that are coming back that had some experience and played last year. The biggest one is the big center, Iapani Laulu. We call him Pancho. When you got the center coming back with the experience he has, and he's gonna be a guy that goes really high in the NFL next year. So you've got that anchor on the offensive line, and then you bring some guys. But Trent Ferguson played some last year. A lot of Dave Yulee is healthy. He's going to be able. Michael Bennett III, a transfer from Yale. Fox Crater probably will be one of those guys that start. Tabika Rogers, they've got the bodies. It's just a matter of how quickly they can gel. Early season, last year, Oregon, took a while to get that offensive line together. And when they finally got it together, they were really good. That's the question. They've got the bodies. How quickly can they rally around Pancho at that center spot?
Jerry, Josh asked kind of about the talent around Dante Moore, but if you could pick 1 or 2 things to nitpick about his game that you'd like to see him get better from last year, what would they be?
Well, I think it's something that Coach and even he has said already this year. It's his leadership. I think he's a real quiet guy, very, very strong Christian. He's got just a great moral attitude about life, and he was kind of quiet. And I think that is one area last year that we probably needed to see him be a little more of a leader. He is definitely this year. He's looser. He's enjoying, I think, being in that leadership role. And then his decision making. He was kind of hard on himself and some of the decisions he made on some key throws and things that he did wrong that some of us didn't even see that he knew about. So he's matured. He's a year older. He's barely 21 years old. But he's a veteran now, and that's his leadership probably the biggest thing.
Talking Oregon Ducks football, Jerry, if there is a question mark about this team, it's probably the coordinators, right? As both guys move on to take head coaching roles at Kentucky and Cal respectively, they're promoting from inside. What's the question level at for you with those guys? It's a lot of the same players, it's the same system, and yet game day is going to be a different animal, of course.
Yeah, the interesting part is that there are 2 guys that were already in the system. Drew Maringer, who's been an OC before, was OC at Rutgers. Chris Hampton was a DC at Tulane. So they understand the role of that job. But more importantly, Dan Lanning brought them in, and whoever Dan Lanning hires or brings in, you just have huge confidence in. So they were part of the offense and defense last year. They helped with the game planning last year. It's not just the OC or the DC that does it all. They all contribute. So I'm not too concerned about that. I'm anxious to see what the game is like once they get into it, the tempo of the offense and the defense, play clock, trouble getting defenses on, how they handle things. We won't know that until we get to a game day.
I joked that one of the most important days in conferences now is when the schedule comes out and you know exactly where you're going to be playing and what teams back to back. How do you feel the Oregon schedule plays out for them? I know it's a tough November, but how do you think it plays out for them overall?
Well, I like it. It's a good home opener. Boise State always presents problems. They're always good, and they get up for Oregon. I mean, teams like Oregon, Ohio State, any of the Big Ten teams are going to have a target on their back. They got that respect. So Boise State's going to come in and do what they do. They're going to play really hard. So it's a big test for Oregon. Got to go to Oklahoma State. Never easy to go Okie State, and they're going to be better this year. So I don't want to say I'm not worried about any team. I respect every team. You got Portland State. The big one is USC down there. That's the first really big test, and they are going to be better. I know they lost their offensive center for the season, I've heard, but their offensive line is greatly improved. They got a quality quarterback. So, if they're USC, they should be good. So after that, back home to UCLA. Got to go and play Nebraska. Actually, they're going to come here, but to play Nebraska with Dylan Raiola, we talked to him about that, and I'll just be honest up front. He felt excited to come to Oregon. He felt bad about having to leave his teammates in Nebraska. But I was talking with one of the guys I work with. I said, it's a business now. And how many guys work in an office or for a corporation and they get an offer to go somewhere else and they leave their friends in that business behind? That's what you do now. And he really mixed emotions. He hated to leave, but he also knew that he had an opportunity. So that Nebraska game is going to be one that we'll watch because I know the emotions going to be high for him. Probably after that, Ohio State.
Yeah.
I'm hoping maybe, the weather cancels that game, maybe. And it's going to be in November, too, which is not fun. And then they'll finish up with Washington here. But none of those games are easy. I mean, that's the way college football is now. If you're a top-rated team, 4, 5, or 6 in the nation, everybody's going to play their best game against you. And it's the bounce of the ball. It's, you got to have some luck all the way through the season.
Jerry, last one from me. You mentioned Dylan Raiola. Of course, red shirt's no longer a thing now with the 5-for-5 rule. So, whatever the plan was, that will not be the plan moving forward in a season where Oregon is going to win some games fairly handily. I wonder what the game plan you expect to be with him if he ultimately is the number 2 quarterback on the depth chart.
Yeah, well, that's not a guarantee, and that's what Coach would tell you. But obviously, I think he is. I don't think there's any doubt. I expect him to get to play a lot and play early. I think last year, Brock Thomas, who ended up actually playing more football as a young quarterback that we didn't even see on the radar, and he ended up being pretty good. He got to play a lot last year. That's Dan Lanning. I think you don't need to have your number 1 guy, Dante Moore, out there all the time if you have somebody you trust as a backup. So it'll be interesting to see how they use Dylan. He's obviously, in that category of a top-rated quarterback in the nation. So he's going to get his chance.
One of the questions about Devin Jackson, who's from Omaha, went to Burke High School here, great athlete, track guy. We knew he was really athletic, but how would that translate on the field? What have you seen from one of the best athletes in the country in terms of playing the position of linebacker?
He's a dude. Yeah. Some guys, you look at some guys and you don't even have to see him on the field. I mean, he's around 6'2", 6'3". He's over 230 pounds. He's a dude. I mean, he is. They're going to count on him a lot this year too. I think he had some, little nagging injuries last year. Just couldn't do very much. This year, going to be critical.
Jerry Allen, the voice of the Oregon Ducks. Jerry, thank you so much for taking the time for us today. Have a great season. I imagine we'll talk to you when October rolls around.
I look forward to it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thanks, Jerry.
Jerry
Next
Allen.
time you come on, no one will curse at you.
So what happened? I don't even know. I was
You
turning on my
said
mic.
talking and you got clipped. And for whatever reason, it sounded like the F word.
Oh, effing Jerry Allen.
Exactly.
I like it.
Did you see in the freaks list how much back squat Devin Jackson supposedly does?
Oh, is he the guy who does like
675 and also has a 40 vertical.
Nice, Nick. You're not on camera right now, but Nick's doing the 6'7".
Yeah, I mean, we all knew that he was a great athlete. We watched him one track at Burke, but didn't. Damn, he's incredible. This is a guy. I mean, this is a first round pick.
Oregon has a lot of those.
Yes.
and
Oh yeah.
They're going to be good. I don't know if he mentioned the Oklahoma State game, but that's another one in September that I'm really curious about, given all the conversations we've had.
I'm very excited. I bet the over in that game.
Yeah.
It's got to be like 64, 65, something like that. Between those two, with Drew Mustarmaker throwing it around.
It's a fun schedule, man. With the non-con, they got Boise State and Oklahoma State. He mentioned USC at the end of September.
Yep.
And then, I mean, UCLA is intriguing. Of course, Nebraska at Illinois. I mean, it's
November.
It's basically travel home, at Illinois, home for Northwestern, at Ohio State, home for Michigan, at Michigan State, home for Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, the biggest thing with them, man, and I'm looking at it right now, they lose to Indiana by 10, but then they lose to Indiana by, 34?
Yeah.
It's so odd how over the last few years, they have only lost to teams that have made or won the national championship. Indiana last year 2 times,
right.
Ohio State in the playoff the year before, and then Washington in their final year in the Pac-12.
University of Nebraska, circa early 80s, 90s.
Yeah, that's
only
true.
lost to national championship teams and Oklahoma occasionally.
What is a successful year for them? Is it getting to
they
the
have
title
to win
game?
it.
Do you think
they got to win it. With all this talent,
it's a lot of talent.
Again, they have a top 3 offensive line, even though they're replacing guys in the Big Ten. They have the number 1 defensive line in the Big Ten. They have the 3rd supposedly best quarterback in the country. I know they had an injury at one of the running back spots, but they have 3 other running backs who they consider good. Yes. All of that talent, maybe the best pass catching tight end in college football, all of that, and you don't win it, that's on Dan Lanning at that point. It always goes back, just like it did with Tom Osborne. It's going to go back to the head coach not being able to get it done.
And I wonder what the thing is that they're trying to crack right now. What's the nut that they're trying to crack? Because they played Indiana close. They beat Ohio State. You know what's interesting? The first matchup against Washington 3 years ago was close, but every time they played them a second time, they looked. It was like the other teams went into the lab and they were ready to go. They saw something, and Oregon did not.
Part of Oregon's problems has been their injuries as the season goes along.
Yes, 100%.
So by the end of the year, and maybe they need to adjust the way they practice. Maybe they need to figure out some more in their strength and conditioning. But they've had so many injuries towards the end of the year that by the time they replay those teams, they're losing some of their best players. Indiana was just a buzzsaw. There was nothing.
They were
I mean, first pass you throw, D'Angelo Pond sees it on tape, takes it back to the house.
It was wild. How many teams are on that list of they have to win it all, or fans it's them?
Ohio State
and Texas.
I don't know.
Right, like with their fan base, that team is loaded.
The last time they won it was
11 draft picks?
2005 and then 1970.
But
I mean,
Oregon's
do they really
never won it, you know?
I know, but at least Oregon is playing for it.
But I'm saying like the fan base, their fan base.
Do you think Texas still thinks that way? I think Texas
with this team, I think they do.
I think they think this, and again, I'm not a Texas fan, but they need to get to either the national championship game or the one right before that. I think if they got there.
Because they've made it to the semis a couple of times
couple years
lately,
ago.
but they have not made it. Neither of these teams have made it to the national championship in recent years.
Right. Oregon has recently,
back in 2014.
The Auburn game.
Yeah. Have we done Texas yet, Nick? We have not. Okay, that'll be an interesting team to talk about when we get to them in
Cam Coleman.
Dude,
looks incredible.
What is it? Is it 4 guys that are going to be top 10-ish picks? Is that what they're expecting right now? All the mocks.
Oh, you're saying that Arch comes out?
Yeah.
Okay, if Arch comes out,
is it 4?
Maybe I think it's 3 or 4.
Because it's Cam, it's him, and then was it a lineman or 2?
They have a defensive lineman at the end. The big defensive end.
And so is it? And then would we put Notre Dame on the list? Like I think
Notre Dame is thinking that way, especially after last year.
I think you have to.
It's unseen, especially with the schedule. When you have really 2 games you have to win. Because
you'll be in Miami,
you'll be favored by either more than a touchdown or double digits against everybody else.
Yep.
So you got to win those 2 games.
Yep.
And then you get to the point where all of the animosity from last year and getting left out and all of that.
Yeah.
I bet you the fan base is thinking national championship or bust.
Not to mention what is curious about them too is that there also has to be this thought of we got to get this before our coach goes off into the NFL. You know, Marcus Freeman they're going to keep knocking on his door. And so if I'm a Notre Dame fan, I'm like, I want to win one as soon as possible.
An NFL guy to me.
You don't think so?
He doesn't feel like it.
Yeah.
Because just talking to some people who played for him, I know a couple of players that played at Notre Dame, and my uncle's godson plays for them. And they all love him. He's just a people person and he works out with them. He does things that you don't necessarily think of head coaches doing in the pros. Like he goes in there and he lifts with them and he talks to them about, their family and their girlfriend. And they love him. Such a good players coach.
Such a
You
great
don't-
fit for college.
Yeah, it feels like college. Yeah,
Yeah.
it feels like college to me.
Kenneth, our resident Notre Dame fan in the YouTube chat, says this is the year to do it for Notre Dame. If they can't do it this year, I'm not sure it will ever happen. Look, for the majority of my life, I have viewed Notre Dame as a team that could not really win the national championship. Things have changed so much over the last handful of years, so it's hard for me to even think that anymore about a team. But the way that they've recruited and the team that they're bringing back, I mean, if they were in the playoff last year, you know, they might have been in Miami's spot, and maybe they go on another similar run. I'm with you. I don't think anybody was beating Indiana last year.
Yeah, they
Notre
were
Dame
just-
certainly could have made their second straight national championship game. I'm looking forward to it, man. Every time we do one of these previews, I just start thinking about that Notre Dame Miami game in November, and I just get super excited.
And obviously, Indiana could have lost the national championship game. Miami played as well as they could. They made some mistakes. They happened to have a quarterback who started the season in a big game throwing a pick, ended the season in a big game throwing a pick.
Yeah.
Carson Beck, which is a pick guy.
Yeah, indeed. So that is the Oregon Ducks. Have you made? You probably haven't made your pick yet. You're right. We're getting a little bit closer. You'll probably decide when we get to the season. Do you have them going that far? Like, are they on your short list?
I have not made that pick.
Will they
Obviously,
be in
obviously they make the
consideration?
college ball playoff.
Yeah.
Win one game. I wouldn't pick him to win the national championship.
Yeah.
Because I do have questions about Dante Moore. You know, going in my
Same,
mind, I'm
100%.
always going to have the visions of him being at UCLA and watching him throw pick sixes.
Yep.
And I can't get it out of my head. So it's not his fault.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that I, for whatever reason, can't get that out of my head.
Also, shout out to McMaster for some other stuff, and he knows what I'm talking about. But also, Colin Simmons. That's who I was thinking of, the edge player for Texas.
That's the edge.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And then there is one. I know that there is one more. One of the Cowboys pods I listened to has a Texas honk on it, and he's like, you know, during the draft time, he wouldn't shut up about it.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, Texas A&M Will Johnson, sideline reporter for the Aggies, will join us. Nice get, Nick. And then Friday, still TBD.
Still working on it.
Ooh, Nick, you are on a nice little tear right now. Not to jinx anything, you've done a good. Well, I think you did a good job. I didn't listen to the last week of July. Did you do a good job?
Yeah.
Okay, Nick did a good job. Good luck to Nick as he tries to book. We haven't had a Nebraska. Well, I guess we just had one of their opponents. Have you had all the non-conference opponents? Are we not doing North Dakota?
Couldn't get anybody.
Couldn't get anybody from North Dakota. All right. Well, we'll keep on looking for who our guest is on Friday, but that's what we have coming up tomorrow.
I've got feelers out.
Before we go to Mitch Holtis, KD writes, the Red Sea Scrolls are going to implode, with an Oregon reporter, I was actually a play-by-play guy, saying that as a guy from Omaha is a dude. We've been told the Metro is awful by anyone west of 218th Street.
We knew he was a dude in terms of being an athlete. The only question mark was he as good a football player as he was an athlete? And he was never coming here. He just wasn't. That was a bad spot when Scott Frost was here and the way they were playing. He just wasn't. It made no sense for his parents. And remember, both his parents, I'm pretty sure both his parents were Division I players or athletes at other schools other than Nebraska.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he had that lineage of following his parents to Nebraska. We all knew he was a great athlete. That was never a debate, that he was a dude.
The final one, we got the final one. Thank you to Matt, and also thank you to Archer. It's Gooseby, Trevor Gooseby, the offensive lineman. There we go. We got the four guys. The top 10 picks.
Man.
Do you think Arch is staying? You think he's coming back for another
Arch is both his uncle.
Yeah.
Both his uncles have come back
Yep.
and not. And I think he's going to come back.
Man, that would be wild. That would be absolutely
Well,
wild.
it shocked everybody when Peyton came back.
That's true. That
Shocked
was
everybody
crazy.
when he came back.
Yeah.
When he made that announcement.
Your favorite player, Peyton Manning. Your favorite guy.
My least favorite.
Speaking of favorites, Mitch Holtis joins us when we return. We'll talk, Nick, about the Kansas City Chiefs.
Michael's favorite football team.
They used to win Super Bowls. Will they win another one? That's not the question of today. We're going to talk about a player and more next with Mitch Holtis on 1620 The Zone.
on precision and routes, tight window catches, red zone effectiveness?
Yeah, you got to work on it every single offseason, every single day. It's something that you can't slack off on just because, there's going to be different situations that present themselves on the field. So like I was saying before about my teammates, just allowing me to up my level. It's just like when you see your teammates working as hard as they do at their craft, at the different little nuances of the game, of red zone catches, of tight window catches, it makes you want to work even harder. So it's really just a credit to those guys. It's a credit to Pat making the throws and all the other quarterbacks making the throws and the guys up front making the blocks. You can't make any plays unless those guys are working for you. So just continue to do my part, working as hard as I can, just to be the best teammate that I can to the other guys is all that I really want to be.
That was the voice of Noah Gray, who enters his 6th year with the Kansas City Chiefs, his 6th year in the NFL. And right now, we welcome onto the show Mitch Holtis. The world's greatest tailgating begins at Hy-Vee, proud grocery sponsor of the Kansas City Chiefs. Mitch, Noah Gray's career has been quite interesting because year over year, across his first 4 seasons, he was getting better pretty much across the board. Targets, receptions, yards per catch, touchdowns. Took a little bit of a dip last year. I imagine that's something that he has been asked about this offseason and that he's looking to change in 2026.
Yeah, go back and look at his 24 season, 40 catches, I believe 429. What's interesting about Noah is his 9 touchdowns, 5 came in a 5-week period in 24. My thesis this week, if people are joining us late, is the guys that have to step up, have to. Not a luxury. Got to have them. And Monday we had George Karlaftis. Yesterday we had Xavier Worthy, and now here's Noah Gray. Noah's in his best physical shape in his life. He's worked hard on his upper body. He's worked hard in all of his skills. He said it there and how much he's worked on his game, that it has to be there. He's not Kelsey. No one is. But somebody's got to fill in a gap and for him, that 24 season seems just about right. Give us 40 catches. Give us 450. And give us 5 to 6 touchdowns where you become a red zone threat consistently and have to be accounted for. That's the checklist for Noah Gray that we have to have in 26.
Mitch, it was obviously an odd year from a variety of perspectives, but the Mahomes injury comes late in the season. It's not like it was week 4 or something. What do you attribute to the dip in 2025?
Some of it is the fact that they stretched the rubber band. There wasn't any Worthy gets hurt in Brazil. Everybody was kind of just pushing through, going to the Super Bowl 3 straight years. And I think Noah's refreshed. I know he's attacked the off-season workouts. His upper body's strong. Here's what you also have to. So I would attest it to. I just think mental and emotional, physical fatigue, getting off to a rough start, people getting hurt around him, and him. I'm just curious to see what he'll be this year. I think he'll be much better, and I think that Ken Walker will help, and I think that Ken Walker will help Noah Gray and everybody else. But Noah's got to be the guy that can catch 3rd and 6 and make the 7-yard catch. He's got to be a red zone threat. He's got to be a threat inside the 10, which he's shown that in camp so far. He's probably had 5 red zone touchdowns when it's been ones-on-ones, and he's looked good doing it as a great 1st, 2nd, or 3rd option. Here's what other people don't realize. He's the fullback. There's no Anthony Sherman here, right? There's no Patrick Ricard. He's the guy. So not only is an inline tight end, a move tight end, slot tight end, he's also the H-back on this team. And he's a 4-core special teams player. He's on punt return. He's not on kickoff return. Yes, he is. But he's not on kickoff coverage. So he's on 3 of the 4 main 4-core special teams. There's a lot on Noah's plate. And hopefully he's up for the task. He seems to be trending that way.
Mitch, we talked a little bit yesterday about the weapons and how that's been such a conversation with who Patrick Mahomes, has been throwing to over the last few seasons. They're obviously hearing that. Do you think that Noah Gray and his other teammates in those rooms, are they annoyed by this? And does that add something interesting to you as the preseason and then the regular season gets going?
I think they're just more challenged by it. And they've got to win Pat's trust. That's why Cyrus Allen, the rookie, who's been kind of in and out of some minor injuries, is so key, at least to this point, because he looks like a strong candidate to be that guy. But the Chiefs run a lot of 12 personnel or 13 personnel, meaning the first number is the running back, the second number is the tight end. Chiefs run a gob of that, and that means Noah Gray's on the field, either as an H-back or inline tight end or slot tight end. And so depending on the formation, he might be that guy. And he's dependent upon being that guy. It's just a matter of being consistent, winning battles. You're going to have a safety climbing all over you or linebacker, win it. Win the battle in a tight catch, take a hit, get a first down. Or break a tackle, get a bigger play. He's got a couple 30-plus plays, Noah Gray does, to his career. But most of his productivity is clogged into this 5-week period where he was on fire. Well, it's got to be more of that on a consistent basis over 17 weeks.
All right, Mitch. So tomorrow it'll be time to check in again on Emmett Johnson, who actually talked about with you a couple days ago, given the hit that's been heard around the world. What kind of conversation can we look forward to about EJ?
Oh boy, he's kept an even keel, and I don't want to, but he's kind of hit a wall. But I expect it. Most of the rookies have at this point. And we've been in pads 8 days out of 10. It's a little testy for the boys. And that hit of Iowa versus Nebraska has not been the only one. In fact, it's kind of been a chuckle throughout camp. But Emmett's still in a good place. Tomorrow, I'm going to jump into just his attitude, even this late in camp or, where he's at. Really, I love his perspective. And this Saturday afternoon's big for him, but we'll get into that tomorrow.
Awesome. Looking forward to it. Hy-Vee, your official tailgate headquarters for Kansas City Chiefs football and the sponsor of this segment with Mitch Holtis, which we do each and every day throughout Chiefs training camp. Mitch, thank you as always. We will talk to you in 24 hours.
And if the Chiefs win Saturday, we'll have a T-shirt at Hy-Vee. John's team goes down in the preseason.
It'll be perfect. A great gift to him as he comes home from vacation.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Mitch.
All right. See you, boys.
Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs.
Here's my contribution to that.
Okay. You laughed and went, ooh,
my greatest, my best Super Bowl ever was Chiefs Eagles.
Which one?
And
the
one
second one?
Past one. Noah Gray under 12.5 yards receiving. I had that as a win. I also had under 8.5 pass catchers as well. I had so many unders for the Chiefs in this thing. I had Eagles first half. Eagles win first half. I lost the Goddard one, just barely. Chiefs under 15 yards rushing. Mahomes longest run under 13.5. Worthy anytime touchdown. Got that one. And Hopkins anytime touchdown win. And then a bunch of Eagles stuff in there. That was.
I remember
might be the greatest Super Bowl outside of the Saints winning theirs, Atlanta losing theirs, and then the Chiefs losing and getting blown out.
I remember the longer that those 2 weeks went on, the more I was like, this is not going to go well for me as someone who does not want them to win the Super Bowl.
Offensive line versus that defensive line.
I just was like, the only way that the Chiefs are going to do this is by magic. And they ran out of magic and at one point trailed 40-6.
I got plus 175, no missed kicks.
Nice.
Hit that one.
Football.
Noah Gray under 12.5 yards receiving in the Super Bowl.
For those who have missed it, this is a no sport other than football Wednesday. Woo-hoo! It is 4:30 and we have made it. We've talked a tiny bit, like movies for 20 seconds maybe, and then of course the crossover. Otherwise, we haven't mentioned other sports on today's show. And that's going to continue, Nick Grimm.
The Rockies are winning.
Nobody cares, Nick. You told that to Michael off the air and he said,
I know he didn't care.
Yeah.
I said it for me.
It's not Thursday, Nick. We'll get to that tomorrow. No sport other than football Wednesday continues, Nick, when we return. Do you know why?
More football.
More football. Dave Hellman of The Athletic and The Athletic Football Show joins the Grum. We'll talk about Kyler Murray winning the job, other vibes from the offseason in August, and so much more. What? Stop laughing.
I'll do it.
Wait, what? What happened?
There's a thing on it. Somebody said, Michael's a hack, desperate for a job, who calls into every show on 1620 The Zone, except for Jimmy Allen and The Odd Couple. He will say anything to get on the air. And that guy on the far right with anorexia is no prize.
Is that Bigelow's burner account?
Why don't you ever call into The Odd Couple, the 1620 The Zone show?
I'm so sad that I did not.
That's
I did
awesome.
not.
Let's
That's
talk
funny.
some NFL with Dave Hellman next year on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back to Unsportsmanlike Conduct. It is 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com. Josh Peterson and Michael Severe with you. Getting ready to talk a little NFL.
I'm excited about this.
I am too.
One of the best hires the Athletic ever had.
I would agree. It's Dave Hellman of the Athletic Football Show, which is available. Dave, how many days a week is the pod right now? Like 6 days a week with all the training camp stuff that you guys are doing?
I think officially it's 5, but Robert is doing a lot of like on-site coverage for us. So it feels like 8 right now, but I think we're at 5. But geez, thanks for the kind words, fellas. I appreciate it.
Well, you're an LSU grad. I'm from Louisiana, that kind of thing. You talk a lot about the Saints. I appreciate you being the only person willing to talk about the Saints and not completely make fun of them. So I always appreciate that. I want to start with the last conversation you guys had about the ones you weren't quite sure about the teams. I want to talk about the Bears. Do you completely believe in the wide receiver core of the Bears and the tougher schedule? What's your feel on that team overall?
So I'm glad you brought that up because it's an interesting thought exercise. The show was teams that we can't quite get a handle on, teams that we can't quite figure out how we feel about them. It's interesting because I did think about the Bears for that show. My conclusion was I feel very confident about who the Bears are. It's just, are they an extremely flawed team? Like, I think the Bears are, I'm sky high on their potential on offense. Obviously, there's going to be a little bit of projection when you lose a guy like DJ Moore, and we can be as excited as we want to be about Luther Burden and Roma Dunze and Colston Loveland. And those guys showed so many flashes, but I still think there's an element of needing to see it to believe it. But I'm such a big believer in Ben Johnson that it kind of mitigates my concern. My thing with the Bears is, okay, I'm willing to believe you're going to score 30 points a game. That's really not a big leap in logic, but how many of those games are you going to lose because your defense is giving up 33 points per game? And I was worried about it heading into training camp. Losing Kobe Bryant in the first week of training camp doesn't do a whole lot to alleviate my concern. So I'm excited about that team. I think it's a team that could win the division again, but there's enough there to give me pause and make me say, are you going to be better than last year? I'm more on the side of things that the Bears are probably due to take a step back or so.
Dave Hellman of the Athletic Football Show joins us right now on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Dave, you led off that pod by talking about a team in that division, the Green Bay Packers. They're so interesting to me because they've lost some talent over the last few years. You look at them right now, they have good players that will be returning. Tucker Kraft sounds like he'll be back week 1. Micah Parsons, mid to late October at the earliest. I wonder, you let off the show, you don't really have a handle on them. Which way do you find yourself leaning in what seems to be a really wide open and confusing NFC North?
Man, I'll let you know when I figure it out. And that's why I led the show with them, because there's really, I say this as a compliment, there's no team that pisses me off more right now than the Green Bay Packers, because there's 18 reasons why they might be a really good team that could win the division. And, and Jordan Love takes in another step forward and is undeniably a top 6 sort of quarterback. And Micah Parsons and Tucker Kraft, I think, to be fair to the Packers, so much of their struggles last year revolved around losing 2 of their absolute best players to injury during the middle of the season. And if those guys are back and healthy and looking like they used to, this could be an amazing team. Maybe Matthew Golden is a star in waiting and the Packers offense just takes off. But I feel like we've been saying that for 3 years at this point, and they've never quite put it together for more than a week or 2 at a time. And they're undeniably talented. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they win the NFC North. But if I'm being honest, I think I'm a little frustrated and a little tired of waiting for it to happen. And so this year, I'm just like, well, show me before I believe. Because last year, I thought they were going to win 13 or 14 games and be the class of the NFC. And there are good reasons why that never happened, but it still didn't happen. And so I think I'm going to let the Packers show me this year before I just jump on board.
Dave, I don't want to just keep it in the NFC North, but we have a really unique market here in Omaha where there's Bear fans, there's Chiefs fans, there's a lot of Vikings fans from back in the day. I think you kind of buy Kyler Murray as the JJ replacement, but I'm curious what you think is going to happen with JJ McCarthy in terms of immediately and then future down the road. Can he be a bounce back guy, or do you think it was a waste of a pick?
If we've learned anything over the last 5 years,
Yeah.
I hope we can just give guys some grace. And I mean, the stats are not kind to JJ McCarthy. The eye test isn't either, for that matter. I mean, it was about as bad as it can be, but I hesitate to call it a career for a 23-year-old guy.
Yeah.
I like I said, I think if we've learned anything over the last 5 or 6 years, it's that we don't have to do that. My question really is JJ McCarthy going to get a second act in Minnesota now that he's officially not going to, he's not QB1, or does he have to go somewhere else like so many other guys have had to do?
Right.
And I don't think you can fully answer that right now because we don't know how good Kyler Murray's going to be. I'm pretty in on Kyler. I'm not saying he's going to light the league on fire, but I think Kyler can give them middle of the pack quarterback play, which is probably good enough to fight for a playoff spot. But let's say, maybe I'm dead wrong. Maybe Kyler's bad. Maybe Kyler gets hurt again. And so you could wind up in a situation where you have to go back to JJ McCarthy. Or let's say, maybe Kyler will be fine, but not good enough to warrant a contract extension in Minnesota.
Right.
And so you could be back in a situation next year where it's obviously not ideal, but JJ could be competing with next year's quarterback or whatever. I will say, if Kyler plays well enough to get an extension in Minnesota, now you're talking about JJ needing to go somewhere else and, get traded or get cut or whatever, and maybe he can have a second act there. But right now, I don't think there's going to be a demand for JJ McCarthy, for starters. And on top of that, it's a long season. I just don't think it benefits the Vikings to get rid of him right now. So I'm just going to press pause on it and see what happens. I would guess that his future lies elsewhere. But there's a whole lot of stuff between now and then before we know for sure.
Dave Hellman of The Athletic joining us, talking some NFL. Dave, after everything that happened a few months ago with Max Crosby getting traded and then that trade being rescinded, the end of course, the 2025 season, I obviously thought that he was going to be on a different roster at this point in time. I guess it doesn't seem like he will open week one in any location other than Vegas. Like, what are you expecting to happen with that over the course of the regular season? Would it shock you if he finished 2026 as a Raider still?
It's a really good question. And to be honest with you, I haven't thought that much about it. I will say, I covered the Dallas Cowboys for a long time.
Yep.
There are a lot of people in Dallas beating the drum that, the Cowboys haven't given up on that. Jerry Jones said at the start of training camp that they're at least looking into the idea of trades, and maybe those trades could be for a major player. Jerry Jones loves to say stuff that generates news, so I would take that with a grain of salt. But, I don't know that you could completely rule out that somebody who thinks they're on the cusp could offer the Raiders something good enough to get them to deal him. I do think it would have to be a pretty hefty price, though, and that combined with Crosby's medicals is probably why he's still in Vegas. As for the other part, I don't know. It's the time of year where I'm an eternal optimist. And so even for I'm excited to see what happens with the Raiders. I'm excited to see when Fernando Mendoza gets a crack at that quarterback one job. No offense to Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what Ashton Genty looks like in a more grown-up run scheme with a more grown-up offensive line. And so if the Raiders surprise, then maybe Crosby could stay. But yeah, if I'm thinking the season out, he's got to be at the top of your list of trade deadline candidates. So working through it, yeah, I think I would be pretty surprised if Max Crosby is still a Raider by the end of the year.
David, as a Saints fan, I understand what the schedule was down the stretch, and I know how good the defense was ranked, and Tyler Shuck certainly showed things. Out of those two things, what do you think this year has a better chance of being good again? Tyler Shuck in his year two, or that defense being effective again? By the way, the defense is winning every single practice rep, it seems, right now in Metairie.
I'm hearing really fun stuff about the Saints from the people that I know there, particularly on the defensive side of the ball, as you alluded to. I think one of the guys who had the sneakiest great season in the NFL was probably Chase Young. And that's because he missed 4 or 5 weeks and the Saints were kind of out of it at the halfway point of the year, at least as far as the playoffs are concerned. But Chase Young had 10 sacks in 12 games. And so, like, if he builds on that and looks like the guy who was drafted number 2 overall, that could do a lot to change your idea of just how good the Saints defense is. And for that matter, like you said, I mean, they were 13th in all of the big metrics last year. Like, they were a good defense last year. So I think just because I'm, I want to see to believe. I want to see a little bit more from Tyler Shuck. I do admire the way the Saints have surrounded him with talent. I mean, if he doesn't succeed this year, it's not going to be because they didn't try.
Yeah.
But I think I trust their defense a little bit more right now than their quarterback.
Dave, you mentioned the Cowboys. I have to ask you a Cowboys question because I don't like that I'm finding myself a little bit excited right now. The vibes seem incredibly high in Oxnard.
You and me both.
I know, man. I hate it
it
so much. Christian Parker, Prince, who was promised all that stuff. Dak leveling up with the offense in year 2 with Pickens, et cetera, et cetera. Schottenheimer, I mean, he just seems to kind of get a lot of the things that, you have to deal with there in Dallas. When's the last time, I'll try to ask it this way. When's the last time, given that you were boots on the ground for so many years, that the vibes were feeling this good at this time of year? Because honestly, they've been pretty rancid, at least for the last 2 years, and even in some of those McCarthy years.
This is the best vibes I can remember around the Cowboys since 2021. Oof. And 2021 was the year they drafted Micah, and Dak was coming off of injury, and it was McCarthy's second year. CeeDee Lamb blossomed into a superstar. They still had Amari Cooper playing at a really high level. Zeke Elliott was still a good NFL running back. And 2021 was like this gangbusters season. Like, the offense was incredible. The defense was like top 3 in DVOA, and Micah burst onto the scene. And that was the most I've ever believed in the Cowboys as a Super Bowl contender. And they obviously went one and done in the playoffs and lost in the wild card round. And that year kind of broke me of my belief that the Cowboys could ever get it done. And so now, it's rounding back into form again. Like, it's happening again. They drafted a young defensive superstar, and Dak looks amazing. And this is the best the receiver corps has looked since probably 2021, when Amari Cooper was still a high caliber player. So, yeah, I'd say it's been about 5 years since the vibe felt this good around the Cowboys. And it terrifies me because it makes me feel like the other shoe is about to drop.
They have a really random question for you. Were you covering LSU in 2006?
That was the year before I got to college. So I wasn't covering them, but I followed the program.
My brother-in-law's cousin was working for Husker Vision and told stories about Bo Pelini and Jimbo Fisher getting in a fight. So I was wondering if maybe you had a chance to see any of that before Bo was made the head coach of Nebraska in 2008.
I didn't see that firsthand, but I remember how much I loved Bo's defenses at LSU.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was the heyday of Glenn Dorsey, a little before Patrick Peterson's time. But Glenn Dorsey, Ali Highsmith, Craig Stelz was there. Those were some fun times to be an LSU fan, for sure.
Certainly were. Dave Hellman, you can find him on the Athletic Football Show. As you mentioned, they're saying it's about 5 pods a week,
every
but
day.
There's more of them right now as Robert Mays is doing training camp coverage. Yep. Dave, I love the pod. You guys find new and interesting ways to talk about the thing that we've all been talking about for 7 months. So as a fellow content guy, a huge shout out to you for that. We look forward to all the division previews and your in-season coverage, and look forward to the next conversation as well. Thanks again for joining us.
I really appreciate it, y'all. Anytime.
Thanks, Dave.
Dave Hellman of the Athletic Football Show. Going back, now look, I'm a Cowboys fan. Everybody knows this. They suck. But isn't it wild that the claim to fame for Jordan Love is that, he won a playoff game against the team that always fails in the playoffs, the Dallas Cowboys?
He also analytically is
very
a
good
quarterback. When you start breaking it down, he's extremely efficient.
Yep.
They also have to add in the amount of injuries he's had to the guys that he's supposed to be throwing the ball to.
It is pretty crazy.
We make so much fun of San Francisco and their nuclear power plant or whatever they have next to them. And
maybe it's transferred into
you look at Green
Bay.
Bay, dude. I mean, they have as many. It seems like every time you look up, Watson's got a hamstring. They lose the best player on their offense, which is their tight end. They're kind of losing. I mean, they obviously lost Micah on the defense.
Yeah.
So all of that happens, and you're like, well, is Jordan Love really good? You can't answer the question. Listen, Is he a starting quarterback in the NFL? Yes.
Yeah.
Is he above average? I think
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
But is
Then
he
the
really,
question is,
he top 10?
Yeah.
That's the question. Is he a top 10 guy?
I'd probably say yes.
And analytically, believe it or not, he is.
Yeah.
But there are some people who I even think Packer fans who are like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Because of some of the mistakes he makes.
I was listening this morning to Mina Kimes' pod, and she did her NFC North preview.
Yeah.
And it's wild how their rush rate over expected. They're number one with a bullet, even with him. And like it is. She was like, I removed the Malik Willis starts to see what the number would do, and it actually went up.
What
when
the
they
Saints
run
number was?
wait, no, idea.
-1.
Oh wow.
-1.
Yeah.
-1.
And so they're interesting. Stib says Jordan Love is trash, and then 3 trash emojis.
A lot of people feel that way.
I hate the fadeaway throws, man. I
A
hate the
lot of
fadeaway
people
throws.
that don't understand football feel that way. Just playing Stib. Listen, he has moments where
Yeah.
you look and you go, "Wow, better than I thought." Like his junior
He's way
year,
better than I thought he would
His
be.
junior year at Utah State. Remember how good he was, and then he lost probably 4 of his starters to the draft, and all of a sudden he had nobody around him, and he was horrible. He threw a bunch of picks and looked horrible. But then when he got to the league, I thought, well, this is the guy we're going to see. We started seeing his junior year, but then the injuries happened. I don't know if he's trash. I think the question is still wide open about Jordan Love.
Yeah.
I hope he does well because he's good friends with Johnny Rodgers.
I do not. Wait, is it real?
Yeah, they're tight.
As somebody
I want him to
who
suck.
has liked Jordan Love since he started filling in for Aaron Rodgers, this
Filling
is very
in?
nice.
Filling
Yeah,
in.
Aaron Rodgers was injured so
Oh,
much that his last
That
season
did
in
happen.
Green Bay.
Yes, that did happen.
Yeah,
That's true.
I like Jordan
I
Love.
just
I've
never
always
thought-
liked
I
Jordan
like that
Love.
idea. He's like a fill-in producer. That's a fill-in quarterback.
That's
you know?
constantly there.
He's like the Joe, and now he's Joey. He's you.
So, okay, I do have a quick comp for you. Comp, whatever.
Okay.
So you said that Jordan Love's biggest moment or whatever was beating the Cowboys,
Yeah.
the team that's bad.
Yeah.
What does that say about Josh Allen, who always loses in the playoffs, but
Well-
everybody still perceives him as an incredible quarterback?
Because he is an incredible
Then
quarterback.
how come he hasn't gotten out of the playoffs?
Because sometimes it's
Dan
hard.
Marino went to 1 Super Bowl
Yeah, Dan Marino rocks.
in his whole career.
I don't like Dan.
And people, he's a great quarterback, though. There's nobody debating that Dan Marino, who did have sex with the wrong people and had kids out of wedlock, he
Don't do
was a
that.
great quarterback.
Yeah.
But
Josh
Who made
Allen's
it to a
awesome.
Super Bowl?
he made it to 1 Super Bowl, yes.
I find it hilarious that
In his second year.
if there was no
And he's played
expanded
90.
playoff, the Packers would never even make the postseason under Jordan Love. They've only been a 7 seed over the
They've been a
last few
7
years.
seed,
It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
It's so annoying that they beat. You know, the only 2 seed that's lost in the playoffs in the new format, the
Dallas?
Cowboys.
Really?
God, I hate it so much. But I'm
That's
getting
funny.
excited. You know what else I'm excited
Who
for,
are you
Nick?
picking in that
Dumb
division?
debates.
Because that's one of the divisions that might go worst to first.
No.
Why not?
No.
Detroit.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were talking about the East. I was like,
No,
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 way.
it's
in
about the
hell.
North.
I am leaning Lions, though. Now I'm getting scared off. I don't know. I'm frightened.
Okay.
Can
I want to pick the Lions.
That's who worst to first. That
Yeah.
maybe the Saints in the South.
It's so weird that the Lions were worse. Last
Yeah, it's
year,
crazy.
even though they were all above.
Can I make my position really clear quick?
About
I'm
Dan
not
Marino?
saying no. I'm not saying that Josh Allen is trash or that he's bad. He's obviously a great quarterback.
top
I'm just
2
saying I
quarterback.
think he's overrated.
So you
I
don't
think he's
he's a-
overrated.
You don't think he's a top 2 quarterback
What
yet?
number
No.
is he?
What is he?
I think he's
5? Top 5? He better
Who are
be
they
top
called?
5.
I could put him in the top 5, but I don't
Name
think
the
he's
quarterbacks ahead of him real
There
quick.
we go. That's the topic.
Jesus. Okay.
No, Jesus is
wanna go
not
on a
one
break,
of them.
because we have
He
dumb
could be.
debates. You could do it in dumb debates.
Yes.
Okay. We'll
Okay.
debate the top 5 quarterbacks in the National Football League when we return. It is time for dumb debates. Send us your questions. I have a few of them, Michael, that we can dive into, including one involving children.
What?
You'll understand when we get to it.
Okay.
We'll do that. Also, you have to eliminate one form of something. I'm looking forward to that one as well. We will get to dumb debates when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
What do we did anyway? Dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way. Dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just
three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
Die for the pylon or give up on the plate. Dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away. Dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
It is indeed time for Dumb Debates.
Can't beat last week.
What was last week?
Remember last week you stomped John?
What was the question? I don't even remember.
He couldn't decide. It was the hat, T-shirt.
Oh, yeah.
It was like hats, T-shirts.
Yeah, Nick, it was you can't wear something.
You can't wear a hat.
Yeah.
I think it was T-shirt, shorts.
Yeah.
And it was a fourth thing.
Yeah, it was.
And John couldn't pick it.
That was a good one. Wow. I forgot about that one because we were trying to figure out. It was so you could not wear. You could wear a collared shirt, but you could never wear a T-shirt again.
Yep.
You could never wear shorts again,
Hat.
or you could never wear a hat again.
Yeah.
Oh, very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Very, very difficult. That is the stuff that we do
Stuff of
during
legend.
this segment. We call it Dumb Debates. Now, before we get into it, John texts into the show. He says the only 2 seed to have lost in the current format of the playoffs is Dallas. That is 100% impossible. That is something that we would hear between 10 and 2 or a Matt fact. No, it is indeed true, and it is indeed possible. The NFL expanded to 14 teams back in 2021, I believe.
It was after COVID.
And there have been 10 playoffs since then. So 20 matchups of 2 versus 7 seeds. Only one time has the 2 seed lost against the 7. And that was the Cowboys in 2023.
Sad, buddy.
That's
Sad.
the one that broke me.
That's sad.
Dave said that the 2021 season is what broke him. The 2023 season is what broke
It was 77 for me.
Yeah. Wow. But then they won the Super Bowl.
They beat Denver.
So let's
That's
see.
right.
All I got to do is wait 32 more
Yep.
years.
That's 77
That
one.
is
That
gonna
was one of
be
the
a
worst
long-
Super Bowls. Have you ever watched that one?
77.
Have you gone back and watched 77? 77 was
No.
horrible.
Is that the
Craig
Cowboys
Morton,
Broncos?
Craig Morton, who used to be the quarterback for the Cowboys, is the quarterback for the Broncos.
And this is in New Orleans, right?
This is in New Orleans. And they
Go
had,
Cowboys.
the Broncos had a decent defense. Lalo Zeta was on that team coming from before he went to the Raiders. And it was a decent, it was a decent team, but it was just a bad Super Bowl. Like, wasn't any fun to watch.
Yeah.
I remember I was 8 years old.
A lot of Super Bowls when you were a kid that just sucked.
Yeah, we had a bad stretch, but it wasn't a blowout as much as it was just not good.
bad
It was
game.
kind of like the first one I ever remember watching is Minnesota Pittsburgh, also in New Orleans. I think I'm
That
5.
was outside,
and
though,
it was
right?
raining at Tulane Stadium, and
Yeah.
it was raining and kind of cold for New Orleans. And they had I want to say it was 9 turnovers or
Gross.
a lot of fumbles.
There was, what is it? The Colts Cowboys Super Bowl.
That was pretty bad.
That was like maybe
Four,
the
Super Bowl
most.
four. The Colts won on the field goal to win.
Yeah, terrible. Absolutely terrible. So there you go. The Cowboys failures. It is time for Dumb Debates. Nick says he can name 20 quarterbacks better than Josh Allen.
That's
So
not
he
what I
says
said.
Josh Allen is overrated.
Overrated was the phrase.
Yeah, so I
But
said
he
he's-
is in the top 5.
So we have to know how he is rated.
Yeah.
So give us your top 5.
Because I say he's top 2. Where would you put him? Would you put him at
2 or 3?
Yeah. Okay.
Depends
Nick
on, is
sa-
Burrow healthy? Because that would mess up my 5. Is he healthy?
I mean,
Are we
it's hard to
considering Joe
say.
Burrow healthy?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay, he'd be my top 5. for
Okay.
sure.
But are we sure that Burrow's still at that level?
Yes.
See, I don't.
That's what I'm saying.
I think every time he's healthy, he plays at that level.
Yeah.
And he's got the second best wide receiver in football.
So I have
T. Higgins.
Good one.
I have Hurts over Mahomes. They can be interchangeable.
What?
What? Excuse me? What? Hold on. Give me a 20.
Wait, you
I gotta
have
have a
Jalen
20. Jalen Hurts?
Yes.
As the best
Over
quarterback
Patrick
in the
Mahomes.
NFL?
Yes.
Nick, you're not
So
beating
you're
the charges.
so you are completely about winning. So if you are completely about winning, it's
Then
put
it
Patrick
actually
ahead
should
of
be
him.
Mahomes.
Yeah.
He
He has 3 Super Bowls, right?
Yes.
3.
It's not just the winning in my head. And
Because Hurts
He's a
beat
very
him.
handsome man.
So before I
He
say
is
this,
good-looking.
He
I
is a
know I'm
good-looking
saying
guy.
this talking to 2 football perverts.
Yes.
And you guys are going to nitpick every single thing that I say.
Everybody is going to disagree with this.
I'm not nitpicking.
Patrick Mahomes, he's good, undeniably good. Undeniably.
top 3 quarterback of all time.
Yeah. But second
Other
best
than
in the
that,
NFL
yeah.
right now by Jalen Hurts.
Other than that,
I think that he's been not playing at his top level over the last season and a half or so.
Very fair. So why Jalen Hurts then?
Because I think Jalen Hurts is better right now. Like a little more. I feel like Hurts.
don't say consistent.
I'm not going to say
He
consistent.
can't
That's why I
throw over the
stopped
middle,
myself.
Nick. He can't even throw it to the middle part of the field. He avoids it. He looks this way.
it's going to be interesting to see when his best wide receiver is a guy who is 6 foot tall, 160 pounds.
Okay, so Hurts is number 1.
Like I said, between Mahomes and Hurts, I keep going between the two. This isn't a definitive list.
Got it.
I have Stafford as 3.
Okay, I mean, like he was really good.
I mean, besides the fact that he's 70, sure.
Yeah, he was pretty good last year.
I have Josh Allen 4.
Okay.
And then 5th is either Lamar or it's Lamar. 5th is Lamar.
Even Philly wouldn't put Jalen Hurts over Josh Allen.
Some people think he's the second best quarterback on their team right now.
Sometimes, yeah. Even
now, that might be a
Philadelphia
little bit of
fans would not
racism.
put Jalen Hurts there.
In Philly?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of racism. Nick, that is, I did not know what to expect. But Jalen Hurts.
He said maybe he's just trolling at this point.
Are you trolling me?
A little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
What is the frequency, Kenneth?
Jalen Hurts sucks. That's my take.
I don't think he sucks.
He's a middle of the pack
He's
quarterback.
like maybe between 12 and 15 as a pure quarterback.
Yeah, I'd have him like 15.
Now, as a winner, he's a pretty good winner.
Sure, yeah. He
Pretty
was
good
also,
winner.
Undeniable that
College,
he was great
pro,
in both Super Bowls. Undeniable.
He is a winner, man.
Undeniable great.
He is a
in
winner.
the Super Bowls.
Again, I've never. Josh Allen isn't bad. Josh Allen is great. I just think he's overrated. I think people overhype him.
He said, Jalen, this take hurts my head. That's a good job with
402
that.
says, does Nick watch the NFL?
Yes.
He's a Hurts guy.
He's a Hurts guy.
That's pretty crazy. All right. This is Dumb Debates. We are off to a tremendous start.
We are.
Let's see. Peter writes, if you were building a new NFL or college football stadium, what would be on your list of must-haves?
Internet. A lot of internet. Every single place in the stadium has to have internet and a charger at every seat for your phone.
That's a great idea. Should it also come with the cable too?
No, I'd make you bring your own. I think people would steal the cable.
What
or
if it was like
or they'd break the cable.
Would, yeah.
So you got to bring your own cable. Almost all the new stadiums have this now.
Yeah.
At least in the club section, the charging ports.
Need it
like
for
all
the
all the planes now have it. Most of the planes.
So nice.
It's so much better. So I would say just basics, internet and a charging port at every seat.
Yeah. That is really, really good. I don't even have a second thing that I would add on top of that.
Sight lines.
Yeah, well,
every seat you can actually see the whole field.
Buffalo didn't understand that assignment for
what
some
about
reason.
Heated seats? It would prevent people from getting frostbite and losing fingers.
If there was a way that you
I
could
worry
actually,
about that in an outdoor stadium because of the chance of electrocution.
Yeah, if you could pull that off with, not a bad idea.
I don't do it on purpose.
If you could pull that off, Nick, that would be pretty sweet. Like warm seats would be really nice in some of those
like
cold
those
weather
benches
spots.
they have on the sideline, be in the
But they
stands.
have it for the stands.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of
They
other
always
things
break.
that I really, really would want if I were, when I go to a game, what do I want? I mean, my biggest complaint is my phone is going to die and the Wi-Fi is terrible.
Yeah.
Those are my biggest
But
complaints.
you want to keep track, even if you're at a college game and you're
wanna
a real
check the
big
scores
fan
during
of that
commercials.
team, you still want to know the other scores.
That's what I do.
You want to know what's going on.
I never have my phone out during a play, but during commercials,
Yeah, you
want to
know. You want to know what's going
4
on.
minutes to kill time.
And like our Krecky says,
Yeah.
not here in Nebraska,
Yeah.
you'd like to be able to check your bets.
Oh, that's always important.
Yeah.
Dave says the ability to get from my seat to a restroom and back between a PAT and the first play of the next drive.
There's very few places like that, Dave.
I've never been to a pro.
Unless you sit in seat one of a row and you're by an exit.
And again, the clubs.
I've never been to a pro game. Do they have the beer guys like baseball has?
Yeah, sure.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hawking,
Okay.
the Hawking guys?
That's what they're called.
Yeah, they have the Hawkers.
The Hawk Tuas.
See now, if like the Falcons, I know you hate them, but they have cheap food. Like
They
could
do a great job with
you-
their food.
Like it is possible to do that if you really want to.
Yeah, you don't have to make as much off of it as people. You don't have to charge $6 for a bottle of water that probably costs you 33 cents.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
I wish that you know how now the water fountains, they have the regular old school water fountain, but they have the thing where you could put your
Oh,
water
I've always
bottle.
loved those.
I
We
wish
have that
you
here,
could-
don't we? We used-
So,
No?
well, we have like a regular
Yeah, I thought-
water
yeah,
cooler.
someplace I work.
I wish that at sporting events, you could buy a cup of ice, but it wouldn't cost you $12 for a large. Like, I just want a cup with ice because I want my water to be cold for
Yeah,
longer.
they let you bring a plastic bottle
Correct.
in for most
Just need
outdoor
some ice.
stadiums.
Need
You
some
need
ice.
ice. Okay, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay, this is
So
another
we had sight lines, internet,
internet.
Heated
and
seats.
Heated seats. And just being able to not be in South Stadium where it takes you a quarter to leave your seat, get something, and come back.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
By the way, El Scorcho writes, Nick, I love you, man, but wow.
Okay.
Going back to Jordan Love, I saw this tweet earlier today, John, from Sam Hoppin, who is an NFL data scientist at the Score Bet. He says, random thought that popped into my head. Which quarterback would you trust more without their play caller? The options, Purdy without Shanahan or Love without LaFleur. We were just talking about Jordan Love. Which of those two quarterbacks would you trust without their guy? And let's say that they're both put into situations with completely average play calling, infrastructure, talent, etc.
It feels kind of like a tie, but I'll go with Brock Purdy again because 3 years in a row in October at Iowa State, that dude made everybody money.
Mm-hmm.
So I give him props for that. It's almost an impossible question to ask because I think both play callers are great and they play to the strength of those two guys. The more athletic overall is Jordan Love, but Purdy moves well, so you're not taking that away from him. I think then do I know the talent around them?
That's why I say it's completely average talent.
Average talent around them. I think I would take Purdy.
I'm a Purdy guy.
But as Schaefer knows, I'm kind of a Purdy stan.
Yeah. More responses to Nick's take.
Yep.
Stib says, give Nick permission to put himself in one more promo, but make it his Hurts take.
I put myself in promos where I sound like an idiot, too.
It's perfect. So this will fit. And Mike writes, Nick Grimm is a dunce.
Probably.
No, he's not a dunce.
That's a bit.
He's not a dunce. He's not even wearing a hat
Just
like that.
Nice.
A dunce hat. Have you taken that one down, the one promo that's been planned for like 6 months? That one's got to go.
Which promo?
It's the one.
I haven't. I don't have one that's been running for 6 months.
You come in at the very end of it, and you give. It's pretty long. You come in at the very end of it. What is it on? I now turn it off when it comes because I've heard it so many times. Well, I'll remember in a second.
Aaron writes, hot take, the best new stadiums, the Vikings, he brings them up and he says, I hate the Vikings, have less of the best of the new stuff like video boards that are huge. You go to the game in the stadium to watch the game. I enjoy it most when I can watch the damn game. Wi-Fi is nice, but a huge scoreboard sucks ass.
Oh, I like having
it's about
that.
getting to the pisser and back prices.
It's the one where you guys are talking about which game is the game that's going to mean the most to them, to Nebraska.
Oh, I don't remember.
Starts off by saying, I'm going to start off by saying Maryland and Michigan State. And
is that me?
That was John.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
James Curtot says, kids should have a learner's permit to drive motorized vehicles on the streets. Context, the kids in my neighborhood pass when I'm driving, don't follow any laws, and for sure don't follow any signs or traffic signals, and they're everywhere. It seems they travel in packs. And he says, to clarify, mini bikes, scooters, e-bikes, etc. Should you have a learner's permit to drive one of those?
That's interesting.
You should be over 14.
Yes.
Minimum over 14.
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah.
In my hometown, you could get a special type of permit where you could only drive a moped.
Oh, we had those when I was a kid. Yeah.
But only
mini bikes.
Only if you lived in the town.
So why do scooters, why do they skirt the laws of
because there isn't laws for it yet.
The weird thing about those scooters, now there are, depending on where they go to Nashville, there's all kind of laws about it. But the weird thing about it is you're not allowed to ride on the sidewalk. So it's a street vehicle.
You have to ride in the street?
It's a street vehicle. You're not supposed to be on a sidewalk.
That's crazy.
Street vehicle, you should have to have some sort of license to drive it if it's got a motor.
Stib says they're pulling over kids on those e-bikes like crazy. I keep seeing cop accounts tweet about it.
Tell the cops to come to my neighborhood. Then
Honestly,
they're everywhere.
So I was driving
now, the
home.
e-bikes don't bother me as much as the
e-bikes are fine.
So I was driving home yesterday, and I was taking the back way, and so I was just driving on the residential roads, and there was a girl, looked like a teenager, and she was on one of the scooter things, and she just like whipped herself into the road, and thank God I was far enough back. And then she like veered back off onto the sidewalk, and I'm just like, oh my God.
I was reading something online about this phenomenon. It's happening everywhere. And people basically have narrowed it down to kids don't know how to play in the street anymore. Like their parents or whoever never taught them how to safely play in the street.
I read a book a couple years ago about how basically take phones away from your kids is going to break their brains. And it was talking about how parents now don't allow kids to play like we did growing up, let alone like you did growing up, because they're so protective. But that actually is hurting them in the long term.
So, on Center, as you're going west and you're passing Exarban, you then hit that bridge. We're going across the bridge. There's a guy and a girl on the scooter together. He's standing behind her. She's in front of him. She's on her phone.
Oh, my God.
And that lane gets really tight because of the bridge right there.
Yeah.
And everybody had to move over not to hit her. Now, I did not. I stayed in the lane where I was and just challenged them to see if they wanted a competition with a car.
Play chicken.
But, yeah, that was crazy. And she's on her phone.
My neighborhood has this. It's kind of it's not quite a blind hill, but it's a hill where if you're a kid on a scooter going down it way fast, then you're not going to see it. Like if I'm pulling out of my driveway, I have to make extra sure that there's no scooter kids coming down, because by the time I back out, they're going to be at my car.
Aaron chiming in, Michael, about the Brock Purdy question.
Oh, okay.
He says Michael likes Drew Brees, and it's apparent
I like
thinking
Drew
it's
Brees.
Brock, and he says he doesn't, but LOL, and Brock over Love. And then he just said win. I think this text broke. You hate Drew Brees.
Hate him with a passion.
I don't know what that has to do with Brock Purdy.
I don't know. Maybe because he's comparing them because they're both white guys. I don't have any idea.
That's
But
racist, Aaron.
yeah, no, listen, Drew Brees cost the Saints a Super Bowl in 2020 because he was going to retire. Tom Brady was going to sign with the Saints. He decided to come back for another year because he's a jerk. And obviously, he
Plus all
proved that
the
his
other
arm
stuff
wasn't
that he
strong
did.
enough to win the game. There's a lot of other stuff too, but that's the last thing he did.
Yeah, a lot of other stuff.
I have a football one.
Oh, okay.
This is gonna be good.
Say somebody went back in time and made it so your favorite football team doesn't exist anymore.
Bummer.
Who do you think you would be a fan of
Eagles.
now? Yeah.
Because I lived there. I lived there during that period of time where I would have become. I was living in Pennsylvania. I got there in '77, so I'd have been there. I was at 78, 79. Dad died, so I probably have been an Eagles fan.
So this is a great question, Nick, for a couple reasons. One, like my fandom begins before I can remember being a Cowboys fan.
Yeah.
So that was early 90s, right? At the time we lived in Michigan. So I guess a quick answer would be
Lions?
maybe I would have been a Lions fan.
Yeah.
There was also Packer fans in my life. So there's a world where that happens. But when we moved to
And kids cheer for winners.
yeah, so that's why here I think is my answer. When we moved back to Nebraska, and this is when I remember now I'm cognizant of being a Cowboys fan. That's like when the downturn really began.
Yeah.
And that was when the Broncos were really good and the Broncos were local. And so I'm guessing that I would have been a Broncos fan because I liked John Elway. I love Terrell Davis. He was my favorite running back as a kid. And so I'm
All
guessing,
4 years.
I'm guessing. I know it sucks so much. I'm guessing that I would have been a Bronco fan. growing up.
Dave Fight says that he'd be an Eagles fan because he just learned that Jalen Hurts is the number one quarterback.
There you go.
Baymon.
That's good.
Who I saw this weekend. Shout out to you, Baymon.
Eric.
He says this is kind of like Nick's question. You have to eliminate one form of entertainment from existence. Movies, books.
Bye.
You gotta let me finish mine.
See ya, books.
Television shows or music.
Peace out, books.
Yeah, this is easy for you.
Books later.
Don't you get like all the preview books and everything? That's a book.
I don't read them.
You don't read them?
Not anymore. No. When I used to have to do a radio show and somebody sent me a book because I was having them on, I'd read at least half of it. Sure. I do listen to audiobooks on long drives, but that's not radio. That's radio.
That's books.
And
That's
honestly,
radio.
if
It's
we
not
took those
called
away,
audio radio.
You would
It's
just,
radio.
You would just listen to podcasts. Like you'd be able to feel it.
It's
yeah.
actually a lot of them are like podcasts.
Yeah, so mine is actually easy too, and it's music. See you later, music.
Wow.
I like all the
Josh
other things.
says I hate the Beatles.
Every day,
I do love the Beatles. See you
every
later,
day,
Beatles.
I listen to a song from my current favorite band.
Yeah.
Every single morning.
Wow.
Every single morning.
Who's your current favorite band?
The band.
The band.
My favorite.
Wow.
I listen to them every single day. And they're all passed away now, but
R.I.P.
I have so much joy when I listen to any of their hits. It's just they were so incredible. Musically, they were incredible. Lyrically, the fact that the drummer was the lead singer. I love all bands that do that. I just love the band.
Nick?
I
This
think-
is the one that I don't know. I'm going to guess books for you, but
No.
movies?
TV.
Really?
Really?
Hot D, get out of here. You suck.
How do you watch football? Without TV?
No,
That's
this
not
is
a TV
TV
show.
shows. This is TV shows. So
yeah.
So football's not considered it. Okay.
Correct. Yeah,
okay. So not live TV.
Yeah, I mean, I watch Hot D, but I don't really watch shows like that. Everything I
Hot
watch
D.
YouTube videos. House of the Dragon.
Hot D is called.
Yeah, we call it Hot D.
That's not what we called Hot D when I was growing up.
No, but like if there's like a Hot D or a Night of the Seven Kingdoms, like I'll watch
Yeah,
that,
sure.
but I don't
That's
really
it?
keep up with any shows.
We're watching Fringe over again after I just finished
Fringe is
Lost.
pretty sick.
I just finished 7 seasons of Lost. And
Hell yeah.
And now I'm watching Fringe. And
I
we're in the
love
third
Fringe.
season of Fringe. Fringe is so great.
Somebody texted me yesterday and was like, "Hey, what are you watching these days?" And I was like, "Not really anything." You know, I'm almost done with my Mad Men rewatch, and then there's like not any new shows on that I'm enjoying. I gave up on House of the Dragon. I have one episode left of the John Hamm Apple Show for season 2. I haven't watched the finale.
Enemies, friends and friends.
Friends and Neighbors.
Friends and
I
Neighbors.
just do not
I haven't
like it
seen
very
that.
much. But yet I watch almost every episode. And then what was the other show? Oh, I have 4 episodes left of The Boys, and I just gave up on that. I just gave up on a lot of shows.
Oh, I
this
finished The Boys.
year. I was not digging. I was
I
not
finished The
digging.
Boys. I love the ending of The Boys personally. I know it didn't go into the comic book, but I liked it. I thought it was
Well, Josh isn't woke enough. He wouldn't appreciate it.
I hope that he died.
I
assume
never
he died.
know. And I'm like, honest as I can be, I never know when it is woke or when it isn't woke. I'm too old, I think. I don't know. How is the Odyssey woke? I don't know.
It could be a game show.
The people who say that things are woke also don't know what woke means.
Okay, because I really don't know. I watched the Odyssey. I'll probably see it again at some point. So I want to go back and watch and look for the woke stuff.
I don't think I have any others. Nick, do you have any others?
I don't.
Michael, do you have a dumb debate?
I do not have a dumb debate.
Oh, yeah. Steve says Nirvana, the band, the show. I did finish that. Loved it. It's on Disney Plus and Hulu.
I am going to watch it once I get the wife.
I'm stunned. If you like it, I'll be very surprised.
Here we
it
go.
does not seem like your humor.
I think this is one, isn't it?
I don't know.
Platt Cat. It says, step one would avoid.
Oh, this was the answer to the question about what would you do. Yeah, you can read it, though.
Yeah, it's a step one would avoid stating through these gates walk the greatest fans who slur out like a MFer.
Nice.
Step two, quick proclaiming a fake streak that ended 10 plus years ago.
Nice.
And step three, actually address football. Everything else is great.
That's not the question, Plaquette. The question was about would you
a
do the
new stadium.
Not would you make the team good. One more from Pedro.
The end of Lost pissed you off, really? I love that episode.
I thought it was fine.
The last two episodes, which are two parts, obviously, I think are the whole in the church hugging and stuff.
Spoiler alert. Do you think So I watched Game of Thrones late. I didn't see it live, and I thought the ending of Game of Thrones was fine.
I did too.
Because I binged it.
Because you didn't read the book. I did too.
Okay, so do you think that Lost is the same way, where if you were watching it while it was airing, it's disappointing?
But I
if
did
you
watch it
binge
when it was airing.
fine.
So I watched it when it was airing.
It's just very
and I'll
divisive.
admit, part of the second to last season was really weird. And then the last season, I'd say it's
even weirder.
They go sideways. So instead of flashbacks and flash forwards, they're going flash sideways. It's confusing.
It is.
But it takes you about 5 episodes, and you're kind of like, oh, I see what they're doing, what they're setting up. And I think by the last 4 episodes, I think are pretty good.
liked it. I just thought it peaked earlier. But
Oh,
I
it
didn't
did.
I didn't regret watching Lost.
That's why Europe TV in general is better than ours.
Because they short seasons.
They'll make a season and they won't go like the Sherlock Holmes, incredibly successful.
Oh,
Did
man.
3 episodes the first one, I think 4 the second season, and maybe 6.
They were always very short,
and that was it.
Was Game of Thrones what popularized that here?
What?
What?
We don't have like 20 episode seasons of shows anymore.
No, it was.
Oh no, that happened a long
was
time
pay
ago.
Cable, yeah.
Yeah, it was pay
Sopranos
cable.
was 13 episode seasons.
Yeah, because we back then you had 24, 25.
Yeah.
Look, so Sanford and Son was only on I think 3 years.
But it probably was 70.
And they got like 100 episodes or something.
Yeah, because
crazy.
they wanted it was all about the syndication, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly.
You
We
gotta
had to get over
100.
100. Yeah.
Last one from Pedro. Hi, guys. Dumb debate question. Which person would be the most uncomfortable and leave right away? Josh at Sturgis, Nick at a Flat Earth Society conference, or John at the Burning Man or Lollapalooza?
John at Burning Man for sure.
What's Burning Man?
Burning Man's awesome.
It's this festival that happens in the desert full of like hippies and stuff.
Lot
But it's
of
also
weed.
gotten kind of corporatized, so maybe John will like it now.
Oh, capitalism. He'd be a big fan.
A lot of LSD back in the day.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, they
John,
are-
that's not John.
They get hot.
There were stories that I've heard from Burning Man where people would re-circumcise themselves and then wear it around their neck.
By the way, Sad Husker fan says, when the boys got political, I was out. To which Stib says, Sad Husker fan, that's like saying I liked Rage Against the Machine before they were political.
The
boys
was
literally has
political
always been political.
From the first episode.
I'm not going to call
Both
anybody
ways,
dumb,
by the way. Both
but man,
ways.
if you watch that and you don't figure out what they're doing early on,
Yeah,
and then you're
you
like,
missed
"Whoa,
it.
where did this
Idiot.
come?" No, I said I wouldn't call them.
No,
that.
that's what I will.
No,
You know,
Nick, you
you
said
needed-
Jalen Hurts is the best quarterback. You're not allowed to call
I'm an
anybody
idiot too.
You're not
I'm
allowed
not
to
saying
do it.
I'm not an idiot.
So what happens is it's
Learn
always
comprehension.
political, but people who didn't look for political until
That's wild. I don't know how you miss it.
the latest.
Yeah, it feels pretty
You know.
blatant.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is right away.
Yeah.
Like there's this Rage Against the Machine is a great one. I've seen people make that argument unironically. But another band I like, Rise Against, always been political. Somebody
It's
said
in their name.
Oh, they
Yeah.
explain the Spoke Monster. That's not true. They have a whole 2 episodes of explaining the Spoke Monster. What are you talking about?
That's a Lost reference.
It's a Lost reference. Yeah.
I need to
Smokey.
watch Lost at some
You should
point.
check it out.
You
It's a
should
fun
do
show
it.
to binge.
The
man.
first
I bet I'd
4
like it.
seasons, I'll put up there with almost anything.
That's exactly where I like season 5. It was really weird, but 1 through 4 were bangers.
Yeah.
There was some crap in season 3 because it was just too long, but season 3 has like my favorite episodes of the whole show.
This is how TV used to be,
Oh.
and I always joke because people don't work well enough now or hard enough now. They had a 3-part finale in the season 1 of Lost. They already had 24 episodes, and then they did a 3-part finale.
Yeah, it was
They're like, we're gonna keep making shows.
Yep. Good stuff.
Nice.
It was a lot.
That was Dumb Debates.
Paw Patrol is politically.
When we return, it is time for some content. And again, football day continues. So we will have a bunch more football questions, including about a couple topics that we hit on with Dave Heldman a little bit earlier on in the show and some stuff that we have not had a chance to talk about today as well. Plus, we do a bit with Michael every time he fills in that we did not do today, but we're going to see if we can do a back way in with football. We're going to try that when we return. So we'll get to unsportsmanlike content. A reminder that I will be at Equitable Bank in a couple of days on Friday from 11 to 1.
I'll be there.
Oh, will you really?
I'm coming to throw a ball at your boy.
Let's go. 201st and Pacific is where we will be. It's the 5-year anniversary of the Equitable Bank Elkhorn location. As Michael said, you can dunk tank. It's a dunk a dug, as they're calling it, from 1 to 3. I'll be there 11 to 1. Also, please bring a donation of non-perishable food item or personal care item to be able to dunk said old man
Yes.
dog. Items will be donated back to the Elkhorn community. Again, I'll be there 11 to 1. The event overall 10 to 4. Putt-putt included in there as well. A bounce house and so much more. So hope to see folks on Friday. Let's get to content. We will do so when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Here's the latest in Omaha news headlines, brought to you by Usher Media Group, providing radio and digital marketing strategies that get results. Authorities
Unsportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. Hey, it's time for some content, which means it's time for Mr. Jalen Hurts fan himself, Nick Grimm, to read us some questions.
Not a fan.
Oh, interesting.
Would you have Hurts in your top 5?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
He's like a middle of the pack.
I like him, but I would not have him.
Football day continues on the Grum. And first, AI has hit the Phil Steele. The longtime friend of the Grum
This is crazy.
tweeted this week.
Yeah.
Warning, there are 4 different magazines on Amazon right now that they are titled Phil Steele, college football that have nothing to do with my magazine. They are 58, 70, 45, and 93 pages, and I have nothing to do with them. They have nothing to do with me.
Crazy.
They're scams. My magazine is 376 pages with 2 full pages on all 138 teams. Screw AI. Screw AI.
I didn't realize that, like...
Did you hear how you found out about it?
No, how did he find out about it?
So someone called, he has an office number, called and was yelling at him about this version. So it's a version of his magazine that is condensed, supposedly.
Yeah.
And he's like, this doesn't have any information, and it's so stupid. He's like, what are you talking about?
Oh, man.
And that's how he found out.
That's crazy. Look, AI, I hate it, obviously. I really hate, though, that you could just publish pretend books and magazines that you can pretend to be a different person.
And people are buying them.
Yeah. Oh, man.
They're like, oh, I got a special deal on it.
It's so cheap.
It's only $7.99.
Kyler Murray was officially named the starter of the Vikings yesterday. What's J.J. McCarthy's future in the NFL?
So, and I've said this, and I know Schaefer doesn't agree with it, but I don't think you can write off anybody at that age, especially now that we've had so much proof. There was a point where Baker Mayfield was the 33rd ranked quarterback throwing the ball under pressure. As you all know, there are 32 teams.
Yeah.
He was 33rd. It happened 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And right now, he's a completely different quarterback. We all know that Daniel Jones was a guy that were like written him off. He's done. He has one of the best first half with the Colts before he gets hurt. The best offense in football at that point. There's too many guys that have bounced back from hell. Sam Darnold. There's too many people who bounce back. I think J.J. McCarthy, winner in high school, winner in college, I think he's got an opportunity to be good. He just needs to get a chance. He needs snaps. He needs to play. He's played, 10 games?
It's not very many.
It's ridiculous. I know my wife would call me. Even though I tell her I'm doing the show, I knew she'd call me.
Do you need to answer it? You want
No,
me
I
to
don't
handle
know
it back after the question? I disagree. And here's why mainly. Like, you bring up a great point with Baker, but at least with him, he had made the playoffs. He had taken the Browns to the postseason. He got a win in the postseason in the COVID year.
But then he was cut.
And then, he was. But, like, I think he still at least had that to go back on.
Right.
I also think Baker is such a confident person. I'm worried that, like, this thing is breaking J.J. McCarthy.
How was Baker through his first 10 games of his career?
He was fine.
I
Right?
wonder how good he was. I don't know. I can't tell you
Yeah.
how good he was through his first 10 years of his career. 10 games of his career.
But you bring up a great point. He needs snaps. So he gets no snaps in year 1 because of the injury.
Yes.
He plays in 10 games last year.
Yeah.
He's also banged up, and he's not very good. He is not going to start this year. Let's see what happens with Kyler Murray. He has also been banged up many seasons in his career. So there's a world where he plays, but maybe he doesn't. And it's like, what if Kyler Murray made it through this whole year without an injury? And so he's suddenly, like, just pretend.
Sure.
Suddenly he's in year 4 with 10 games under his belt. Like, at a certain point, you just need those opportunities.
Yeah, sure.
So I don't think he.
Sure. I'm not writing him up. I think the guy's got a talented arm. I don't believe what they talk about him being dumb. I just don't feel that's the case. You don't. I think he also graduated like in 3 years too.
Yeah.
That's not always saying somebody is smart and maybe just book smart. I don't know. I just think I would not write off anybody that age at this point.
Speaking of the Vikings, they're in the NFC North.
Yes.
A division full of many preseason injuries. We learned yesterday that Kobe Bryant is out 4 to 6 months for the Bears.
Yeah.
The Lions have injuries. Micah Parsons won't be back until at least October. Who the hell is winning this division?
We talked about it a little bit earlier after Dave Hellman. I want to lean towards the Lions.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Like, you watch them last year and there's this eye test component of their offensive. Man, they missed Ben Johnson. And then you look at the end of the year and it's like, wow, their offense was actually pretty good. Top 10 in a variety of
Injuries.
stats. Yeah. And they had a lot of injuries and they're having injuries again. And so you look at their defense especially and you say, okay, how good can their defense be? Everybody has questions. There are multiple divisions that feel pretty up in the air. This one, though, for me, I have been banging my head against the wall trying to figure out what I'm going to do.
I would bet the yes/no on Bears not winning it.
Yeah.
Like sometimes you can find that where you have the yes/no on winning the division. If I could get that with even odds, I would bet Bears not winning. That's the one thing I feel pretty good about.
Yeah,
them not winning the division. But then I said Green Bay to you earlier.
Yep.
I wouldn't
Have
be
you
surprised
changed in the last half hour?
when someone asked me choices for worst to first. I said Detroit and the Saints.
Mm-hmm. So they're an opportunity as well.
Did the Giants or did the Commanders finish last in the East?
The last place team was the Giants.
Okay,
last
so
year.
that is a possibility.
I think so. No way. Really?
Yeah.
I'm not buying into.
That's a possibility.
I'm not buying into Jim Harbaugh. John Harbaugh.
I'm fine with John Harbaugh. I think he runs a tight ship. My
Not buying
problem
into
with them
quarterback.
is the quarterback issue of him put himself. But they're going to be a physical, beat you up, run the ball team. I think they can win games that way.
I just think Lamar painted over a lot of his issues as a coach over the last.
I think Lamar had his own issues.
Well, he definitely did. Maybe,
And there are
both had
things they
issues
had to do
together.
to cater to Lamar too.
Yeah.
And his family.
That's definitely true.
It's like a movie, man. It feels like I'm going slow. That's how Jalen Carter described the increased speed Jalen Hurts is showing in camp this season.
Oh.
Vic Fangio echoed Carter's thoughts. Will we see Hurts run the ball more in 2026?
Well, he's also been banged up quite a bit.
He has
from
been.
running, and it's understandable. He's big as physical as he is. He's still been banged up. I would hope not. I think
I'd be
at this
very
point in his
surprised.
career, you've got to count on winning with your arm more than you win with your legs. And I've said the thing about Josh Allen as he went along. Eventually, I don't care how big and strong you are, eventually you've got to work towards being a guy who wins with his arm and not as much with his legs.
Yeah, I'd be stunned. I thought that part of his game was kind of gone now.
Well, he probably
seems
lost the
slower.
weight. He put more weight on.
Yeah,
he
that's
put weight
true.
on to take a punishment. So
Yeah.
he had to take it off to be faster, I guess.
Yeah, that'd be quite
the concern
interesting.
is their wide receivers. That's the concern. Their passing game is a concern.
I love it. Yeah, he doesn't throw over the middle, but maybe Mekhi Lemon will fix everything.
Well, he's going to be in the slot, and he's going to allow him to do some things, sure.
Yeah.
But Mekhi Lemon couldn't get open against Nebraska.
I'm a hater, so I listen to some of the Eagles pods to see what they're thinking up there, and they are definitely buying a big year from, and now his name Heisman Trophy winner.
Smith.
Yeah, thank you,
Devontae
Devontae Smith.
Smith,
Yeah.
yeah.
and they're really buying a big year from him, like
Again,
his best year of
6
his
foot
career.
tall, 160.
I know, yeah, toothpicks.
He
his
catches
legs.
the ball, but man, he gets beat up every time he does.
He takes a punishment.
Yep.
Targeting penalties assessed in the second half of a game will no longer require the offending player to sit out the first half of his team's next game in college football this season.
Oh, wow. I didn't hear that.
Are you happy with this change?
Yeah, I thought it was always stupid.
It's a great move.
It's stupid. Now, if it's on purpose and it's a red card kind of thing, if they feel that it's on purpose, then after the game, you punish them with the suspension if you'd like. Like if somebody does something like kick somebody in the head, right?
Yeah, that
Right.
warrants something.
Or they target something that is really obvious,
Mhm.
trying to hurt somebody, then I have no problem with suspending them, but not just automatic because you got a targeting in the second half, you got to be out for the first half. I always thought that was silly.
Yeah, I hate this rule. Schaefer said to me earlier, what if we just got rid of kicking guys out of games regardless? Unless, it's something just truly
Two
heinous.
unsportsmanlike conducts.
Yeah, but like a targeting, he's like, why do we have to kick people out of games for targeting? Like, because
They want to make it serious enough to
Yeah.
where you change your level.
So let me ask you this, but why don't we do something like that for like really heinous face mask penalties? Because like those are pretty
Well, you
nasty.
could if it rises to a personal foul,
Yeah.
and you get 2 personal fouls, you're
Then
going
they
to
can
get
throw
kicked
you out of the
yeah.
game.
So you can get 1 for doing something like well, you can't bump a referee, but do something else, and then that happens to your second one. Well,
Hey, look.
I'm glad they changed it.
Yeah, me too.
It's another football question.
Excellent job by you, Nick.
Which NFL division do you think is the easiest to pick in 2026, and which one are you having the most trouble with?
Well, I already said the most trouble. That's the NFC North. Which division champ am I buying into most this year?
I told you the one I am.
What's that one?
Jacksonville.
That's right. That's crazy because a lot of people are blowing smoke up the Texans' rears.
Yeah. Well, you've got to figure out the offensive line, which still isn't. You got another injury on the offensive line already. So you got to figure that out. Yes, they've got lots of skill. Can their quarterback get back to what he did his rookie year? I don't know. Their defense is incredible. I'll agree, but you can't win every game just with defense. This is not the 1990s or 80s.
What about the AFC East? Say the Bills.
I'd say still the Bills.
Yeah.
That's still the Bills.
AFC East, Nick, the Bills.
Bills still there.
Josh Allen.
the Bills are the best team in the AFC East.
Well, he's just saying that's the question, right?
Patriots last year made the Super Bowl. Nick. People
They
forget.
stumbled into the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
Well, they did offensively, but they were great defense.
They were awesome on defense.
Great defense.
Yeah. I'll say the Bills.
Michael.
Oh.
Famously, you show up every show with a list of things that are annoying you.
I used to, yeah.
You didn't do it today, but
Apologize.
in the spirit of today's football grum, what football things are most annoying to you today?
Ooh.
Football things most annoying to me.
Is it any narratives that are annoying you? Any players that are annoying you?
I do, and I've said this to you, I think, before.
Ooh.
I have gotten to the point now where I am so tired of the negativity towards Nebraska football. It's disgusting.
I was wondering if that was going to be your answer.
It is just at this point where everything you say is considered to either be a lie or hyping, overhyping, or whatever else. Look, all I can look at is what I look at, and I can just tell you that. What do you want me to do? You want me to like switch it up and say, no, I don't like that, even though I do like it? It doesn't make any sense. And listen, as much as you think that the year 3 let you down and the last 3 games of the year broke your heart,
and the last decade,
and they were horrible,
and the last 20
and everything
years.
else. Well, they've been to Big Ten championship games and Big 12 championship games in that amount of time. So things have happened that have been okay. And 2016 was the one year where everybody's like, oh, 2016. Listen, it doesn't mean that when it turns around, it's not going to be a shock to you.
Like the Hoosiers of Indiana.
Yes. Well, that was
the first shocking season.
Yeah, but
2015 or 2024.
I don't know if it was a shock that he won games. It was a shock that he won as many games.
They were beating teams' asses like that.
Yeah, exactly. And it could turn, man. It really could. Maybe Calandria, and I told you about this. When you have variables, that's the team you want to bet on. And they have more than almost any other team in the Big Ten. Between the offensive line coach, the defensive line coach, the new quarterback who does something different completely than the other quarterback. I mean,
people used to call you a hater, and now they call you a homer.
I've been called both of those things in the same show.
Same. For the same segment. I've
Same
been called
segment,
both in the same segment. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Stibbs writes, having to listen to Mitch Holtis is probably on his list.
Yeah.
He also says,
Sorry,
in
I didn't
mine.
think about that.
Stibbs will get to listen to Mitch Holtis tomorrow because he is sitting in with me.
Patrick says,
And
I've
the
never
next
heard
day.
of soccer, but it's a red card. I've heard of soccer. I don't like it.
You know what red cards are?
Yeah, actually, this is crazy to say, but
I know
when
yellow card.
when I was in 9th grade, I went back to my elementary school and helped coach the different kind of soccer. It was on cement, but what they did there, I helped coach that.
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go. Nick, how fun was this? Football, and more football.
Football.
This is what the audience wants, and we give it to them every day on the Grum.
Jacob wants to put an end to the charade that Nebraska is even close to a serious big boy college football team.
Oh, wow. Do you
The
want to put it?
charade? No, I don't. It's not a charade. I mean, they spend a ton of money on it. And
They do
They
care.
invest it. And,
They do care.
Yeah. I just, as much as I like Hoiberg, I hope they lose every game, just for Bigelow.
I liked going to the tournament last year.
It
That
was fun. You guys had a good time.
I
You-
want
you looked
Nebraska and
good.
Creighton to make the same spot. I want to go there and see all of my Nebraska
Wichita?
friends and you monster. Don't you wish that on
Everybody in Wichita would be a fun party.
anybody?
Wichita's
Don't
not bad. Come on. My son just went there for an
went to-
esports tournament.
I was in Wichita one time. I went to the hotel and then I left the hotel.
That was it?
Yeah, because it was driving back from Dallas. I went to a
Yeah.
Cowboys game, went to Wichita to spend the night, and then went back.
There are so many parents in the city of Omaha that have been to Wichita because of all the baseball and softball tournaments.
Oh, really?
And basketball tournaments. Yeah.
All right, when we return, it's time for What's for Dinner. Will Michael figure out what he is having over the course of this short
I don't
commercial
know.
break?
Call my wife back and find out.
Find out when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
when the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I'll eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like tortillas, going out to eat.
All right, Michael, you've had a whole commercial break. Do you know what's going on with dinner?
I do not, because I tried to get a hold of my wife to see
She called
if
you while we were on the air, and then she didn't answer.
And then she doesn't answer. Right. Do you not respect me?
No, I
okay.
I care about you greatly.
You know, Jacob says people that I work with don't respect me.
I don't know if there is a media member that people have a collective positive opinion on more than you in terms of how you treat them.
I don't.
People love you.
I still don't get it.
Shout out to Michael.
I still don't get it. But I try to be good to everybody. But apparently not, Jacob.
Tonight, I think I'm going to do shrimp in the air fryer.
Ooh.
I have a pot I have to do at 7. So I have to get home and cook it and eat it really quick. Crap, I don't know if I'm going to have enough time.
Do you like
for that.
using rice paper at all? I've been using so much rice paper in different things. I made some shrimp dumplings with rice paper the other day. I made a lasagna, a much lighter lasagna with some rice paper.
Yeah, was it good?
It was really good. Yeah. Try some rice paper.
Yeah, okay.
It's a little kind of hard to work with, but I would say instead of using water to wet it down with, use egg wash.
Okay.
Works better.
Nick?
I also have a pod tonight at 7, so I'm
it's
not
Formula
sure.
Friday.
One Friday.
It is Formula Friday.
Nice.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
All right.
Maybe leftover. Maybe leftovers.
Mike wants to know. He says, ask Michael when Big Red Wrap-Up is back on, and is Damon done making appearances with his new job?
So it's September 1st, right? That's that first Tuesday? Because then the 5th would be
Yeah.
So it's September 1st.
Yeah.
I think we'll announce the new person very soon. Obviously, Jay will still be on and Sean will be on.
Nice.
I think another former player that's interested, and I think he'll be on. So
awesome.
I'm gonna miss Damon being on every other week. It was always kind of fun just picking his brain about what was going on in his side and talking about his boys too. You know what's going on with Caleb and Micah. So I'm gonna miss that.
Yeah. I always love it on Tuesdays when you drive down. You always are saying something about. I think it's like the Sipple interview, something he says.
Oh, yeah,
'cause you're
Sipple.
usually in the car.
I try to get in the
Sipple
car before the Sipple interview. Yeah.
Yep.
And also that as the year goes along, that sunset is amazing.
Yeah.
Driving out west, going towards that sunset by like October, mid-October.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, it is such a good time of year. Michael, this was a blast. Contrary to what is being said at this moment in time in the YouTube chat, I enjoy doing the show with you, and I like talking football with you, even when I disagree with your opinions.
And that's how it should be. That's what we do,
That's
right?
what makes a good show,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
I did get a hate from John for an irrational hate he
Bishop?
sent me. No,
Oh.
John Johnson sent me one.
What did he say?
And it's the one where I hate when people are in the right lane coming up to a light and they're not turning
Dude,
instead of getting over.
You said that, and I think about it now all the time.
There's no reason not to be in the left
Yeah.
lane if you know people are going to want to turn right.
Sometimes, like when I go home, I'm going to take Dodge out, right?
Yeah.
And I get to 90th, and sometimes the 3 lanes on the left side are so backed
up. Yeah.
So if there's one car that I see that doesn't have their blinker on, so the jerk, then I'm like, sweet, I'm just going to pull behind the jerk, and I'm
Yeah.
going to sit there. And then once we go through 90th, right
Yeah,
back over
right,
to the left. Yeah.
right.
But I think about that now all the time. And there was one time recently where I did it, and then a car was behind me with their blinkers on, and I felt like a monster. And so I apologize to that car from like 3 months ago. Coming up on the Grum tomorrow, as we mentioned, Mike Stibbs will be in the building. We were going to have Ben Stevens, but then he had to do something because he's been doing work with the fan out in LA. And so Ben unable to join us, but that means we'll have Stibbs tomorrow. Nick has booked us the sideline reporter for Texas A&M. So we'll talk some Texas A&M football in the first hour of the show. Let's see, Thursdays, Robin Washut will stop by.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have Mitch Holtis on, and I don't care. You're not allowed to say that about the Mitch Holtis interview. You're not allowed to say that about the Mitch Holtis interview.
What do you not care about? Mitch Holtis.
Yeah, you're not allowed to say that. So we'll have all of that and more. Who knows what are the things? So if today was only football, tomorrow will be
soccer.
No. Nick, I was going to say probably a lot of goofy things. We'll just go down a weird memory. I had something on my prep sheet, Michael, that we never got it. Well, we had multiple things that we didn't get it to today, including I wanted to talk to you about the Broncos putting out a tweet announcing their uniform schedule, mainly because you don't notice uniforms. So I wanted to know what you thought about
So
the
they
Broncos.
actually put out one to tell them what they're wearing every week?
Correct.
I've never seen that before.
Me neither.
Interesting.
My anger is more, why don't you wear your throwback
I
ones
saw that.
all the
You
time?
tweeted that.
They're
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah.
Orange Crush, man. Bring them back.
Yeah, I don't think they've ever had a better uniform than those ones in the 70s. They'll look really cool. Yeah. But I also loved the Buffalo Bill one, the helmet when I was a kid.
Yeah. Which helmet?
The Buffalo.
Yeah. Oh, like where it's just kind of standing there?
It was Russian.
Yeah.
I enjoyed that.
Cool.
But I do not pay attention to uniforms very
So
much.
how do you know who's playing? If you don't pay attention to uniforms, it's just like a couple of blobs crashing into each other.
Well,
on the football
I
field?
know. Like, it's like with women's hair. If you ask me what color hair does she have, I'll be like, I don't remember.
Yeah.
Same thing with the uniform. I don't remember what they were wearing after I watched the game. There are times where I turn a game on nowadays and I'm like, who is playing?
Well, that's called the National Basketball Association.
Yeah. So I flip through that,
Mm-hmm.
But I usually go to a game knowing who's playing, right?
That's true.
Normally?
No, I would hope so.
Yeah, I turn it on knowing the game
and
is
it has
on.
the graphic. Hey,
Yeah.
Broncos at Steelers.
Thank God for
it's-
graphics, because back, when we were growing up, there were no graphics.
You were like, who's playing today?
What's the
I have
score?
no-
How much time's left?
I have no idea what's going on.
It was difficult.
So those are the things that we will have coming up on the show tomorrow. We hope to see you there as we get but one day closer. Plus, preseason starts tomorrow.
Tomorrow
I know we had the Hall
night.
of Fame game, but now we have actual
Well,
preseason.
the Hall of Fame game might be the best preseason game all year.
That was
thing was
crazy.
great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that did go down to the wire.
Yep.
That game did go down to the wire. So we'll have that coming up, and who knows what else will happen.
Welcome back, Nick.
Thank you.
Did that happen yesterday?
Monday.
Monday.
No, yes.
Yeah, he was
I
there.
was here
You're
yesterday.
You're right.
Yes.
You're right. It was yesterday. Also, Nick, we'll probably talk some more about the Jalen Hurts thing.
Yeah.
Again, it's
probably.
not about the Josh Allen not being in your top 3. It's that you had Jalen Hurts 1. That was the stunner. And that you're a team guy, but you had him above Mahomes.
So the name of this show would be, if we were doing
Yes,
my
what's
contest,
the name of the show?
it would be Hertz is God
Wow.
podcast.
Wow. All right. Well, tomorrow, I don't know if it'll be called Hurts is God, but I'm
Now-
looking forward to it.
I do want to say,
Oh, interesting.
I've never had a top 5. I've never thought about a top 5 NFL quarterbacks before. I was put on the spot and I had 3 minutes to put something
It's
together.
not an excuse for Jalen Hurts being number 1.
I was going back and forth.
Good
Matthew said-
work, good effort.
Matthew
Thanks.
says, is Nebraska announced when they'll wear their all black uniforms?
Halloween.
Washington, Halloween. Bye-bye.